Hello, my name is David Ortiz, and I'm the Director of the Office of Electric Reliability here at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. We are happy to welcome you to FERC's annual conference on electric reliability. The purpose of this conference is to discuss policy issues related to the reliability of the bulk power system. Let me begin by acknowledging that Saturday, November 11th is Veterans Day, which we will observe tomorrow. I wish to thank veterans who are members of the FERC family, including Commissioners Christie and Danley, and those who are participating in the conference, and all veterans for their service and sacrifice to the nation. Before turning it over to Chairman Phillips and the commissioners, I will outline some logistics for the conference. This is a full-day conference and is scheduled to end around 5 p.m. today. We will have 5 panels. The first morning session will discuss bulk power reliability with a focus on the changing resource mix. The second morning session will discuss cybersecurity and the evolving grid. The afternoon sessions will discuss reliability implications of EPA's proposed rule on greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants. The first afternoon session will be a discussion among the commissioners and the Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator of the Office of Air and Radiation at the EPA, Joseph Goffman. The second and third afternoon sessions will be staff-led and will include participation by the commissioners. These sessions will discuss the proposed rule with electrical industry stakeholders and with regional, state, and local entities, respectively. We will have a 10-minute breaks between sessions and a 45-minute break for lunch at 12:30 p.m. This conference is open to the general public and is being webcast and transcribed. Only the commissioners, panelists, and a small group of commission staff will have the ability to speak today. We do not intend to discuss the specific details of any pending contested proceedings before the commission, and we ask that all participants similarly refrain from such discussion. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, my colleagues from the Office of the General Counsel will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to move on to a different topic. Panelists will have the opportunity to provide an opening statement. Thank you for coming. Given the packed agenda, we ask that panelists limit their opening remarks to 2 minutes or less, focusing on their main points. Please be mindful of the countdown timer. Well, we don't have one, but please, who left that? I will make a, for the next panel, I'll bring a red and yellow cards. But for now, please keep your comments short. If your comments do go on for a while, I may interrupt you. Finally, as is evidenced by today's agenda, electric reliability is a complex and multifaceted topic, and it is infeasible to cover all relevant topics in depth in this format. Interested parties may file additional comments on the record and docket number AD 23-9 by way of the Commission's e-library system. With those initial matters out of the way, I will now turn it over to Chairman Phillips and the other commissioners for their opening remarks.
Thank you, David, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Reliability Technical Conference at our nation's capital. I want to thank the many panelists appearing here today for their time and contributions to discuss the reliability of the bulk power system and its future. When it comes to reliability, my focus as chairman has been on 3 key issues: preparing for cyber and physical security threats, extreme weather, and the changing resource mix. Our first panel this morning will address resource mix changes and resource adequacy. The mix of generation resources connecting to the bulk power system is rapidly changing, including the addition of an unprecedented proportion of non-synchronous resources projected to connect over the next decade. Order number 901, which was promulgated last month, directs NERC to address reliability gaps related to inverter-based resources, or IBRs. And earlier this week, the Commission issued the final report on Winter Storm Elliott, the 2022 holiday storm that contributed to power outages for millions of electricity customers in the eastern half of the country. The 166-page report recommends completion of the cold weather reliability standard revisions stemming from the 2021 Winter Storm Uri and improvements to reliability for U.S. natural gas infrastructure. I hope to hear from our first panel how FERC can help improve the reliability of the bulk power system against threats of extreme weather events, including extreme cold, wildfires, and prolonged heat waves, and other relevant topics. Our second panel will discuss SIP reliability standards and the evolving grid. We continue to face unprecedented challenges to reliability of our nation's energy system. And the nature of security threats to our nation's energy grid requires constant monitoring and vigilance. The average cost of a data breach in 2023 was $4.45 million, and the global cost of cybercrime was estimated at $8 trillion in 2022, $11 trillion in 2023, and is projected to be more than $20 trillion in 2026. Quite simply, this is a national security issue. And these quickly evolving threats present a challenge when assessing whether security controls adequately respond to the latest cyber threats. I hope to learn from the second panel how the evolving grid affects cybersecurity, the SIP reliability standards and compliance, as well as best practices, the challenges of implementing appropriate oversight, and ways in which the industry can address these challenges to improve its response to evolving vulnerabilities and threats to reduce the risk to the bulk power system. I again want to thank all of the many expert stakeholders who have given their day today to talk about the reliability of our energy grid. I look forward to a frank and helpful discussion. I now turn to my colleagues for their opening remarks. Commissioner Danley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing in opening other than to thank everybody for coming.
Commissioner Clements.
Thank you. Good morning. Hope y'all are comfortable in those seats out there because it's going to be a long day. But a day I'm happy to spend with you all, especially all of the panelists who have made the time to come here today. I thank Chairman Phillips and the staff team for organizing this important conference, and especially the dynamic issues at play today. You know, many, if not most, of the factors that are influencing the need to take quick action on reliability of our system extend beyond FERC's jurisdiction, right? Or even our inspiration. You know, we're talking about technology changes, we're talking about customer choices, climate change and extreme weather, public policies, environmental regulations, and more. And to my mind, when it comes to what is FERC's responsibility, our job is not to push back against the ocean and pretend that these changes aren't taking place. Rather, our job is to adapt regulations to them to ensure reliability and protect customers along the way. Today is about hearing from you all on the changes underway so that we can better react to them in this way in an objective, data-driven, concrete way. On the first panel this morning, among other topics, I'm listening for how we can ensure the backbone of our energy system, our grid, can meet these challenges. FERC has a lot of reliability-related work on its plate today. This is really important. Nothing we do is unrelated to reliability. Transmission system planning and looking at it in a more forward, future-focused way. Unlocking interregional transmission. Leveraging near-term, low-cost solutions like grid-enhancing technologies. Accrediting resources equitably and based on performance. And ensuring that market rules provide and ensure the operational flexibility that grid operators increasingly need, including with regards to how gas generators are asked to operate, to name a few. These tools work in different timelines, and we need to roll up our sleeves today and start talking about the very specific things we can do. In addition, I mentioned that while the conference notice didn't focus on this, no reliability discussion that we might have this year is complete without addressing failures of our energy system to withstand extreme cold winter events, as Chairman Phillips mentioned. And this is a risk that has just become so painfully clear over the last several years. The joint FERC-NERC report, which has got a lot of positive feedback, so thanks again to staff at both agencies for that work already, positive feedback, provides a lot of great specific insight into what happened in the storm, along with recommendations. Even just yesterday, when the NERC winter, or whatever day, Reliability Week is overwhelming me with new information, the NERC winter assessment is focused on prolonged, widespread cold snaps due to generation outages, fuel vulnerability, extreme demand. This is the ultimate challenge, so I hope we will spend some time talking about this today. This is a chief, if not the chief concern, I think, that this commission faces right now, especially as relates to the thermal fuel and operations supply chain. And so thank you all. I had one more thing I wanted to mention, sorry. I want to highlight that the Office of Public Participation is outside to answer questions. Gaps in reliable service affect disadvantaged communities the most, especially in extreme weather, whether it's from cost or more dire impacts. Our conversation today will be incomplete without the consideration of energy and environmental justice issues and equity, and we must take extra care to ensure we consider how our adaptation strategies will impact consumer needs and costs. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow is the 248th birthday of the U.S. Marine Corps, so happy birthday, U.S. Marine Corps, to all my fellow Marines, past and present, Semper Fi. Mr. Ortiz said that reliability is a very complicated issue, and it is. We can get into so much nuance, so much detail. We can go down so many rabbit holes about this issue that you can really get lost for a week. And I'm sure we'll hear a lot of details today, and it's important and timely that we do that. But I think the public needs to know, in a simple way, what problems that we're facing and the central challenge that we're facing. And I think what comes through absolutely clear from all the reports from NERC that they've been putting out, certainly since I got to FERC last 2.5 years and before that as the state commissioner. What comes through from all the reports from FERC and what comes through from the reports and the warnings from the RTOs and also in the non-RTO areas is actually fairly simple and fairly understandable. And that is, if you think about two lines on a chart, and one line is demand for power, known as load in the lingo, okay? And don't go into a grocery store and tell them you're worried about load, but we talk about that. We talk that way. But demand for power, and that line's going up. And it may go up astronomically if electrify everything takes place. You know, you electrify the transportation sector, you electrify the home heating sector. If you electrify everything, okay, that load curve is going to just really skyrocket. So that line's going up. The other line is the supply of power that's needed to serve load. And that line ain't going up, or it's certainly not going up nearly as rapidly. We're hearing from the RTOs that when you're looking at loss of resources in waves, particularly dispatchable resources, that line's going down. So the arithmetic doesn't work, and that's the fundamental issue. And there's a lot of reasons for that. There's a lot of detail we can get into, and I'm sure we will. But fundamentally, that's what we're facing in America, is we're facing a load curve, a demand curve, which is going up and maybe astronomically, and we're not building the supply or retaining the existing supply of all different types that will be there when needed, when called upon during peak times. So that's the fundamental issue I think that we're facing, and there's a myriad of details that we can get into about why that's taking place, but I think that's the fundamental issue. And with that, I'm really glad we're having this conference, and Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. David.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. We will now begin the first panel of the day with a presentation from James Robb, President and Chief Executive Officer of the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. Mr. Robb will discuss the findings, conclusions, and recommendations from NERC's annual State of Reliability Report and other key NERC studies. Mr. Robb.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always one of the events that we look forward to at NERC, and I also want to take a moment and acknowledge Commissioner Christie and Commissioner Danley for their military service to our country. We have a lot of vets at NERC, and the sector has a lot of vets in it as well, so it's a very important holiday for the electric group. David originally asked me to take about 25, 30 minutes to walk through every nuanced detail of these reports. You'll be glad to know I'm not going to do that. I did babble on a bit last year, but I'm going to try to keep my remarks fairly short this year because there are really kind of four things that I want to highlight from our written testimony to set the table for today's conversation. And those risk areas are the integration of IBRs and the issues that we're focused on there. Gas-electric coordination, which is emerging as one of the most important reliability issues that we have to get our heads around. Extreme weather and how the grid needs to prepare itself for dealing with these increasingly extreme events, as Commissioner Clements said. And then the issues around growth that Commissioner Christie raised, because I think they are very, very important as we look at the future of the grid. Let me start by just acknowledging the success of the bulk power system as kind of reflected in our State of Reliability report we published last summer. It shows very clearly that the grid, as we define reliability, is performing exceptionally well. Misoperations rates are down, transmission availability is up, human error is down, vegetation management programs are effective. From the compliance space, we see an increasing number of self-reports. Most of the violations that are uncovered are of fairly low risk, so entities are taking this very, very seriously, and they have the controls they need to stay in compliance with the standards. So I think the ERO model works, and it's been proven to work, and we should celebrate that. The environment that we're operating in right now is incredibly complex. I've described it as hyper-complex in a number of forums, and if you've read our risk report, you'll see the risk areas that we're largely focused on. And what's paradoxical is that although the bulk power system is performing exceptionally well, as Commissioner Clements points out, all of our reliability assessments show an expansion of risk both geographically and severity of the risk to customers of energy shortfalls. That's largely due to grid transformation, as Commissioner Christie highlighted. And IBRs play a really important role here. And IBRs are inverter-based resources, wind and solar. Incredibly exciting technologies and playing an increasingly fundamental role in the ability of the grid to generate energy to serve customers. They do come, however, with real issues that we need to have our eyes open to. We talked a lot initially around the variability of energy production and the uncertainty at any moment in time of energy production out of these resources. We are increasingly focused on the performance of the resource as they interconnect to the grid. Resources that were once 5 to 10% of the grid have very different impacts than when they're 30, 40, 50% of the grid. So we really have to pay attention to the things we've talked about around ride-through, making sure that they're properly modeled and integrated onto the grid. We very much appreciate the order from the last open meeting to help us prioritize and help industry prioritize advancing the IBR strategy and ensure that we're addressing these both through the guidelines that we initiated in 2018, all of the lessons learned from the various events, and then the work we have underway on standards and that FERC has taken on through the interconnection agreements. So we thank you for that and appreciate the support. I want to turn and talk a little bit about gas, which is probably the one risk that I have focused most of my attention on since I joined NERC, and I've threatened the industry that my retirement is gated by fully addressing these issues. So if that's not motivation to get this solved, I don't know what is. We talked a little bit about the Elliott report, a very, very sobering report. I remember when I talked to former Commissioner Glick about doing that assessment, I scratched my head saying, I wonder what we're going to learn that we haven't already learned. And boy, we unpacked a lot with our joint team's efforts in that area. The scale of the generation that was taken offline, totally unprecedented, largely due to freezing issues, a lot of them related to fuel supply. The performance of the gas system, particularly as it relates to even the LDC system, which is the core mission of the natural gas sector, the bullet that New York City dodged from the collapsing pressure in the pipelines demanded some very heroic actions out of Consolidated Edison to keep gas in the pipelines, to keep pilot lights lit, and not let a disaster that would have far exceeded the 2003 blackout occur. So we're very thankful for that, but we also note that that was largely because the weather warmed up on Christmas Day. And had that cold front persisted one more day, we would have been in a real world of hurt in the Northeast. I want to acknowledge the work that NASB took on last summer, or over the last year and a half. It was published last summer around the Gas Electric Harmonization Forum, and particularly the work of the sponsors of that effort, Pat Woods, Sue Tierney, and Bob Gee. It's a terrific report and really lays out in Technicolor what needs to happen in gas, and we need to push that as hard as we can. I want to acknowledge EPSA, INGA, and NGSA. You'll hear from them later on this panel. They've gotten their heads together to work on some of the commercial issues between the gas and power sector. I think that's terrific. We also have to be very thoughtful about the performance of the gas system, and that brings us into the question around mandatory standards for performance and the formation of a gas reliability organization, which I'm on record as is the chairman of absolutely supporting wherever that lies within our structure. Gas, of course, leads us into the extreme weather questions. And we're committed to addressing that both through the FERC directives that we've received, as well as committing to follow the Elliott recommendations around the work, at least that's in our bailiwick. I've already had a conversation with NASB around the recommendations for them, and they're already on it. This is a multi-tentacled problem. It's a very hard problem. It's one we've been collaborating with a number of agencies, including EPRI, to really start to understand what extreme weather could look like in the future. But we're on it, and we're committed to addressing that. And then I want to close by just highlighting some of the issues around electrification. The industry right now is very challenged just with our use of known technology, with the rise in data centers, which are creating very, very large loads. The rise of AI is incredibly energy-intensive technology. EV growth, we've all read that we're now at the point where 5 to 10% of all new vehicles sold are electric, which means that that's kind of the pivot point for mass adoption. So if you think of the charging infrastructure we're going to need for that, and then state policies around residential heating, shifting that to heat pumps. This is a sector that hasn't grown materially in the last 20 years because of all of our focus on energy efficiency and appliance turnover and the like. And we're now looking at growth prospects of maybe 50, 100, 150% over the next 10 to 20 years. And this is a country that hasn't proven its ability to develop infrastructure to support that. So we're going to need to figure out how to get transmission built. We're going to have to figure out how to speed the development of new resources onto the grid. And importantly, we need to figure out how to retain the stuff that we have to meet any of these policy objectives. And with that, I'll turn it over to my fellow panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Robb, for your presentation and for setting the stage for this morning's panel. We will now move on to our remaining panelists. I will introduce each panelist and give them an opportunity to provide brief opening remarks, again, of no longer than 2 minutes. Materials not covered in ensuing discussions can be filed in docket number 8023-9 by way of the Commission's e-library system, as I mentioned before. After opening remarks, the Commissioners will lead a question and answer session. The panelists are Nancy Baggett, Senior Vice President, Electric Power Supply Association; Adrian Collins, Senior Vice President for Power Delivery, Southern Company, speaking on behalf of the Edison Electric Institute; Andrew Dressel, Director of Risk, Compliance, and Security at Guidehouse; Patricia Jagtiani, Executive Vice President, National Gas Supply Association; Jennifer Curran, Senior Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer, Mid-Continent Independent System Operator; Abram Klein, Managing Partner, Appian Way Energy Partners; Robert Bradish, Senior Vice President, Regulated Infrastructure Investment Planning, American Electric Power; and Pam Sporberg, Director of Transmission and Market Services, Portland General Electric. I remind each panelist to please unmute their microphones by pressing the small gray button adjacent to the base of the microphone prior to speaking, and to mute their microphone after they finish. Thank you very much. First, Ms. Baggett.
Hi, thanks so much. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, and all of the FERC staff in the room. I don't know what it means, but my phone.
Your microphone is muted.
Exactly. EPSA is the National Trade Association representing America's competitive power suppliers, generators, and marketers that invest in, develop, own, and operate facilities using all types of technologies and rely almost entirely on competitive market structures to support their facilities and their businesses. Regardless of market or business approach, the reliable delivery of power is job one for all of us. I think we're all here to acknowledge that. For this panel, I submitted a statement that focuses entirely on question 6 posed to this panel, which addresses the gas-electric coordination issues and the NASB report from their forum that took place over the past year. I participated in every NASB meeting. I have been participating in all of the NERC Electric Gas Working Group meetings and PJM's Electric Gas Coordination Senior Task Force. Just by the fact that I can say that, you know that I've attended the meetings. But as actually Jim pointed out, the most insight I've received recently was from a series of meetings that we've had with the gas producers and the pipelines right after Winter Storm Elliott. It came sort of so closely on the heels of Uri that we really wanted to sit at the table and look at what operationally happened, and so what are the at least quick fixes for some of that, if there are any. They're not going to be easy, I think we all know, but also longer term approaches, and also how to address those issues without disturbing what is an extremely functional market and coordination between two systems nearly every other day of the year, most days of the year. So we've submitted a paper that will be in the record. I'm sure it will be posted. It's also going to be available on our individual websites over the, probably today, knowing that it was going to be released here. It identifies the challenges that we saw sitting down together, and also lists out recommended strategies for mitigating some of those issues. At a really high level, though, a priority for EPSA is that that improvements utilize market-based mechanisms. Again, this really looks toward not interfering or impairing the normally functioning market. It holds well for gas electric issues, which function well during normal times as well. And we probably need to look at some pricing issues.
Thank you, Ms. Baggett. We'll move on. And
I know, it's very hard to do this in 2
There's
minutes.
a lot to talk about.
And I was just talking about one question.
That's right. All right, very good. Ms. Collins.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Adrienne Collins, Senior Vice President for Power Delivery at Southern Company. And on behalf of EEI and EEI members, thank you for the opportunity to have a forum to discuss reliability, resilience, and security of the bulk power system. The reliability of our nation's bulk power system has never been more critical given the challenges facing it today, ranging from unprecedented load growth in different parts of the country to extreme weather, to a rapidly changing resource mix, to resource and energy adequacy concerns, to supply chain constraints, to state and federal rules, to permitting delays, and many other issues. I want to briefly highlight a few items in my comments that will help us ensure that we continue providing reliable, affordable, and clean energy while ensuring the grid is best to meet these challenges. First, we must ensure that we have adequate supply of electric energy. This means ensuring resource adequacy through more generation assets, including renewables, advanced nuclear, and the potential for increased natural gas generation by some member companies to promote system reliability and support additional renewable resources during this transition. We need policy solutions to recognize this reality and give energy companies the flexibility that we need to build essential energy infrastructure. This also includes the need for more transmission development in certain parts of the country to achieve our shared vision of a clean energy future. We must ensure that transmission policy investments are needs-based, anchored in sound transmission planning principles, and do not burden the customers that do not benefit from them. Next, we must continue strong utility cooperation and collaboration to maximize the benefits of our collective knowledge, resources, and assets within our footprints. EEI members have a proven track record of working together to solve these challenges that are facing the grid. At the same time, we must broaden our partnerships and collaborations among stakeholders that includes distribution, transmission owners and operators, federal and state policy makers, regulators, the electric, gas, and telecommunications sectors, and between industry, national labs, and our large power users. Additionally, we must prioritize the risks that we face in terms of grid reliability and align our efforts so that we can effectuate the shared desire for greater system reliability and resilience. Finally, we must always keep our fundamentals as our North Star. We have an obligation to serve our customers and maintain system reliability, security within our state and federal frameworks, while also ensuring that energy is clean and affordable for our customers. Our grid is facing unprecedented challenges, and it's imperative that our legal, political, and regulatory structures create an operational landscapes that allow EEI member companies to achieve these goals. I look forward to continue to contribute in this timely and worthwhile discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Collins. Mr. Dressel.
Good morning. Thank you, Commission, for providing me the opportunity to speak with this panel on these vital topics. My name is Andy Dressel. I'm a director at Guidehouse in their cybersecurity and compliance practice. I come before you today with a unique perspective on several of the topics before this panel. I'm an attorney that worked at both NERC and WEC, and have been a consultant primarily focused on reliability and security for over a decade, supporting utilities and power providers across the U.S. and Canada. I've also worked extensively on utility wildfire mitigation efforts, developing and evaluating wildfire mitigation plans, an assignment I was initially given due to my prior work and studies in forestry. Before I begin, like FERC staff, I must state that this presentation reflects my views and my views only, and not that of Guidehouse. Wildfires were not always associated with power reliability or grid resiliency. Over the last several years, however, we have faced a reckoning as we witness a confluence of factors that has led to tragic power system-involved conflagrations. Many of the factors contributing to these wildfires are outside of the industry's control. Nevertheless, we can reduce ignitions and modify the impact of fire on power system reliability. These fires and the legal, regulatory, planning, and operational responses have significantly impacted operations and costs, including BPS reliability. Additionally, the aftermath of these events has dramatically impacted the financial strength of the firms found liable. These effects were first felt in California and the West, but are now or will soon be felt across North America. From a reliability perspective, wildfires can negatively impact reliability in a number of ways, some of which might not be so obvious. The obvious is that public safety power shutoffs, or PSPS, also known as proactive de-energization, can occur on either distribution or transmission lines to protect public safety, protect firefighter lives, evacuation route safety, or protect equipment. Fast trip settings and disabling reclosers can lead to more outages from contacts. Transfer capability and transmission capacity could be reduced to prevent faulting through smoky or ionized air. Solar generation may be reduced due to smoke, as we saw this summer with the Canadian wildfires. Also, there might be a reduction in maintenance activities during red flag warning days or no-touch days, may cause forced outages. Related to other topics, wildfires were the initiating events for faulting that led to several of the inverter-based resource voltage frequency ride-through and cessation problems, first documented by NERC with the Blue Cut fire in 2016.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dressel. We'll move
Thank you.
on. Thank you. Pardon. Ms. Yagtiani.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for inviting NGSA to speak and for me to speak on the Natural Gas Supply Association's behalf this morning. NGSA takes reliability issues very seriously, and like EPSA, we've been very active in various venues that are associated with improving gas-electric coordination. As the resource mix changes, we must look at whether the natural gas infrastructure relied upon to balance the grid will be sufficient to accommodate new usage patterns to support increased levels of variable energy resources. NGSA has been working closely with NERC to build support for efforts to get a study underway that would shine a light on regional vulnerabilities. And I think we're making significant progress in that area, and I would like to thank Jim Robb and his team for that. Thank you. Winter Storm Elliott demonstrated that advanced planning makes a big difference in the ability of generators to procure gas during critical events, when pipeline capabilities to provide flexibility beyond their tariff is limited and gas markets are tight. The FERC NERC report issued 2 days ago shows that on a peak day, 30% of gas fuel outages, or 5% of the total outages on a megawatt basis, were attributable to physical gas industry issues that led to an inability to meet contractual commitments, while 70% of those fuel issues were market-related interruptible contract issues. I think it's within that 70% that you're going to find where those problems are with gas-electric coordination. Similarly, PJM's analysis showed that nearly 90% of peak day outages were associated with units that had not been able to commit in the day ahead market. Through the recent storm challenges, both Uri and Elliott, we have uncovered some basic conflicts through our conversations with the generators that exist between gas and power markets that have previously been glossed over because on most days these conflicts create very few issues. So I won't reiterate the Reliability Alliance document that was filed that Nancy has discussed, but we really encourage the Commission to give these proposals serious consideration. Many of these proposals, several of these proposals and topics are also recommendations within the NASB forum.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Yaghiani. Ms. Curran.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jennifer Curran. I'm a Senior Vice President at MISO with oversight of our system planning, operations, and compliance functions. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about the critical topic of reliability. Reliability is job one at MISO. Our voluntary members expect it, and the millions of customers in our region depend on it. The reliability imperative is the term we use at MISO to talk about the complex and urgent challenges that MISO, its states, and its members must work together to address. You have Claire Moeller's testimony in front of you, and I would particularly emphasize the concern we have about the pace of retirements, outpacing our collective ability to replace the reliability attributes we need, not just in extreme weather, as we've talked about, and I'm sure we'll talk about quite a bit, but also in day-to-day operations as we become more and more dependent on weather-dependent resources. In response to the reliability imperative, MISO is engaged in a broad range of priorities to meet member goals to transform the transmission grid, our market, and operations. The Commission, and certainly Commission staff, is well aware of those, as the amount of filings and changes we are making is surpassing anything I have seen in my almost 2 decades at MISO. Everything from transmission cost allocation to market pricing to queue reform to resource accreditation, and there's more to come. We're also focused on the important issue that's sometimes hidden of ensuring our internal systems are capable of implementing all this change. But as much work as that represents, it's only a portion of what could be done to support reliability, sustainability, and market efficiency. So I'll conclude by saying that as MISO and as an industry, we need to ensure that we are laser focused on the matters that move the ball the most with respect to reliability, and ensure we're not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good as we collectively tackle the challenges in front of us. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Curran, for your brief remarks. Mr. Klein.
I'm not going to do nearly as well. So thanks for the opportunity to participate here today. I'm Abram Klein with Appian Way Energy Partners, and I'm also representing the Energy Trading Institute. I'm going to focus my comments solely on the issue of coordination management of interregional transmission flows during emergency conditions. And this issue is often framed and thought about in terms of just the economic benefits and savings from market efficiency in terms of interregional coordination and using the transmission network effectively. But actually the recent storms have demonstrated that optimizing real-time interregional transmission coordination is a reliability imperative, and it actually represents pretty low-hanging fruit in terms of the reliability benefits to the network relative to the cost. Recent storms have demonstrated, first, that interregional flows can be critical when a reliability event occurs, and second, that the process of managing interregional flows between reliability coordinators can be much improved. And third, we're very concerned that the existing protocols for interregional congestion management, particularly the TLR system, or transmission line loading relief, has a potential to put the grid at risk, causing widespread cascading outages. And this can happen if one reliability coordinator to manage congestion on his own system ends up curtailing external transactions, and then this leads to a daisy chain of reliability events as and worsens the crisis. So with respect to recommendations on interregional coordination, I think it would help if there was clearer guidance for the reliability coordinators regarding what lengths they should go to help their neighbors in a crisis versus protecting their own operating reserves. Second, there's a real wide discrepancy in terms of the quality of coordination between different reliability coordinators. You know, PJM and MISO have a JOA. They've been working together for a long time. Some neighbors don't have agreements with each other, and other agreements may not be as strong. So I think it would be a good idea for FERC to ask the reliability coordinators to take a look at that. And then with respect to congestion management, as I said, you know, the TLR system is a very blunt and inefficient tool for managing congestion during reliability events. In RTO markets, the TLRs are used only as a last resort, and economic dispatch internal to the RTO is prioritized to maximum extent possible.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Klein. Mr. Bradish.
Good morning, Chairman Phillips and commissioners and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this reliability technical conference to address the transformation of the bulk power system. I'll start with saying AEP supports the Commission's continued focus on reliability as its top priority. To ensure success, the place to start is transmission planning. Specifically, AEP urges the Commission to prioritize enhancing long-term and interregional planning. Transmission development has simply not kept pace with the needs of today's system. Longer asset planning time horizons and reasonable expansion of future planning scenarios will better account for generation retirements, changing weather patterns, increased electrification, and extended project lead times. To the extent feasible, regional transmission facilities should be evaluated through a multi-value analysis including all types of benefits, reliability, economic, public policy, to account for the true costs and benefits of transmission projects. To ensure the most cost-effective transmission is selected and built, planners need to focus outwardly on the planning needs of neighboring regions. Actionable interregional planning will facilitate access to resources in a cost-effective way and bolster reliability and resilience during extreme weather events. To address resource adequacy issues, AP urges the Commission to further streamline interconnection procedures. Load-serving entities with reliability obligations must have the ability to prioritize the interconnection of needed generation capacity in the interconnection process. There also needs to be efficient processes for replacing generation that is retiring. The Commission should require all regions to permit generator replacement evaluation outside the interconnection queue. There are a couple other key elements that the Commission should consider to bolster reliability and resilience. First, there needs to be a shift from planning for capacity on peak in the form of planning reserve margins to energy adequacy, where we consider the need at all times for sufficient energy. All generation sources have energy limits and physical constraints, and these limits and constraints need to be accurately accounted for in seasonal and long-term planning assessments. New and innovative approaches to enhance current planning practices and provide more comprehensive and integrated view of the energy system needs to be developed to address these challenges. Second, increased demand due to electrification and other technology advancements, such as artificial intelligence, will likely increase the magnitude and duration of needed reliability services. The planning function needs to be fully integrated to design the grid of the future. Nonetheless, these issues cannot be fully recognized and addressed by simply focusing on bulk electric system. As a result, NERC, balancing authorities, transmission owners, load-serving entities, and states will have to play a role in identifying the right policies, standards, requirements, incentives.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bradish.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Ms. Sporberg.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me here to speak today. I'm going to talk about Portland General Electric's the steps we're taking to address reliability concerns, and I am also here at the invitation of Americans for a Clean Energy Grid, a diverse coalition of stakeholders united in supporting policies to affordably and reliably build out high-capacity transmission systems. Our country's bulk power system is undergoing significant changes, including an evolving generation mixture. While many of the challenges facing the grid are new, transmission's role in ensuring reliability is not. An integrated transmission system has long been an essential part of the nation's reliability equation. As the frequency of extreme weather events has increased, there is a clear reliability value of transmission in building out a resilient grid that can reach resources beyond the weather event. For example, during the 2021 heat dome event, where it reached 115 degrees in Portland, Oregon, the Pacific Northwest was able to leverage transmission connectivity to California and the desert Southwest, importing hundreds of megawatts of energy when it was needed the most. Transmission is also a key dimension of resource adequacy, not to supplant generation, but rather to ensure that generation is deliverable to the loads where it is needed. The Western Resource Adequacy Program recognizes the unique role of transmission and deliverability of reliability resources to support resource adequacy, allowing peak electricity demand to be met with less generating capacity over a broad geographic footprint. For example, again, during the 2021 heat dome, long-distance transmission lines allowed grid operations to maintain reliability in the Pacific Northwest, as that event was isolated to Oregon and Washington and British Columbia, enabling imports from California and other areas of the West that were not experiencing extreme temperatures. Similarly, this last summer, we had sufficient generation capacity where transmission deliverability was really the challenge in getting those generating assets to load. Again, emphasizing the need to look at both transmission and generation to support resource adequacy. PGE, along with many other utilities in the Northwest, is at the opening stages of a massive effort to transition our energy mixture to a renewable and carbon-free resources, which will typically be remote from PGE's service territory in Oregon's Willamette Valley. PGE is deeply concerned about the lack of transmission availability, as interconnecting the reliable and clean resources needed to meet both large load growth projections and state decarbonization requirements will require delivery via third-party transmission systems to reach our Willamette Valley loads.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sportberg. We'll look forward to further discussion of all these interesting topics. I now turn it over to the chairman and commissioners for a question and answer session.
Thank you, David, and thank you to the speakers. You did an excellent job of keeping us. We're ahead of schedule. Do I know how much time I have? I don't want to be. I'm rolling. No, thank you again.
You have until 11, sir.
Thank you. See how smart this man is? So I agree with a lot of what has been said today. And Jim, from the top, you said that the ERO model is working. And I tend to agree with that. I think that there are opportunities, of course, for us to improve, to address, some of the vulnerabilities that are on the system. And I really want to just dive right in and start with you on a question about resource adequacy and energy adequacy in particular. NERC's assessments have focused on reserve margin traditionally, keeping that top of mind. But there's been an ongoing discussion about energy adequacy and how that impacts the risk to customers and consumers. Can you tell me, is NERC looking at energy adequacy and what initiatives you might have going?
Yeah, spot on, Mr. Chairman. The notion of a reserve margin is an increasingly antiquated notion. Capacity is important, but it's no longer sufficient, particularly given the change in the fuel mix that we have. So we've been on this for a while, and we currently have standards under development which will address energy adequacy as opposed to capacity adequacy. The first round of those is focusing on energy adequacy in the operating time frame, so day ahead and within the next year. The first round of those requirements are out for ballot at the end of this month, and we hope to be presenting those to the Commission for approval in the first half of next year. The broader question around longer-term planning around energy adequacy is also a topic we have a SAR prepared on, a lot of technical work. We plan to stand up that drafting team as soon as we get the operating work completed. So we're on the topic. We think it's absolutely essential. As Bob said, right, this whole notion of shifting the planning mindset around energy and away from capacity is really fundamental to the 21st century grid we're building.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. And we at FERC will be paying careful attention to those reliability standards and the SAR as it moves through your standards development process. I want to turn now to Ms. Collins from EEI, staying with sort of the idea of energy and resource adequacy. You talk, and NERC has talked about this, and about the risk, the reliability crisis risk that we have, and it's growing in the country. I think what's important to this discussion, and we're going to have some state regulators with us and policymakers later in the day, is the role that the states play in all of this discussion. Can you tell me a little bit about, your thoughts on how important state policymakers and regulators are to this discussion, and what, if anything, EEI has done to work with or collaborate with state policymakers?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Chairman Phillips. So regards to working with the states, let me start off with the integrated resource plan, right? Being able to identify all those different aspects of what's going on within a geographical area, starting from what's happening from our customers, the amount of load growth that's going on, through distribution, transmission, and the generation needs, right? So the state's involvement and engagement to ensure that we have the generation assets needed to be able to have that coordinated planning, to be able to do exactly what Commissioner Christie said, right? Making sure that you've got enough generation to be able to serve the load that you've got. A key aspect in terms of working with the state is also being able to ensure that we've got the essential reliability services with that changing resource mix, right? As decisions are being made with regards to the traditional resources that are already in place, making sure that we continue to have the right balance that provides those essential reliability services as we're integrating new renewables onto the system, right? And as we talked about, that we've identified that there are some challenges associated with some inverter-based resources that we're able to have the time necessary to, as we're integrating those into the system, that we're able to work through those challenges so that we can make sure that we are providing reliable and affordable energy to our customers. And so in terms of EEI, yes, we engage with NARUC commissioners, and we do that on a state-by-state basis, sharing, here's the difference in geographical differences. Here are the differences in our designs, and so we need to ensure that there is flexibility in the policies such that we aren't having, that we have technology neutral and that we have the flexibility to provide the services to our customers. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't stress the importance to how we should demystify the area of reliability, especially when it comes to our state regulators. And I think that educate every opportunity that we have. I was a state regulator, and I worked in the reliability industry, and it dumbfounded me. And so I just want to encourage EEI to continue its efforts to work with our state colleagues. I want to turn to MISO for a minute. Ms. Curran, you have the pleasure to represent Ms. Moeller's testimony here today. But in the testimony, there was something that really caught my attention, and it was a quote about prudence over pace will ensure power flows, grid reliability is maintained, and that public support grows. This idea of prudence over pace, could you unpack that a little bit for me?
Absolutely, and not nearly as eloquently, I'm sure, as Claire Moeller could talk about prudence over pace. But what I will say is that the pace today is rapid. As an industry, and thinking about MISO members specifically, very focused on the goals of sustainability while also maintaining reliability and affordability. So the focus to date has been on the pace. How fast can we go? And we've made quite a bit of progress on decarbonization, there's no doubt. The prudence comes in really back to this reliability question. That's the power flowing part of the equation. As we continue to transition our resource mix, really without a clear plan for how we're going to maintain reliability, and I use kind of the collective we in that case, we run the risk of outages. And so to ensure that we can continue support for the path that we're on with respect to sustainability, maintaining that reliability, keeping those lights on for the millions of customers that we all serve is critical.
Thank you. I want to zoom out a little bit and ask like a general question for the panel. We've all talked about how the electric grid is undergoing its most significant changes in a century. How should reliability oversight adapt to this change? Any thoughts that you might have? I guess, and just to zoom in a little bit more,
Sure.
The question is the existing reliability oversight model, is it flexible enough? Is it agile enough to address this transition that we're seeing across the industry? Please, Ms. Beckett.
Since my mic is already on, Yeah, I mean, certainly it is. We have a very sophisticated system and a very sophisticated regulators. I think, though, one of the things that is pointed out by NERC's recent risk report, though, is the development of policies that are intended to achieve certain goals and are not necessarily including or looking at the impact on reliability. So that's a role in which we need the reliability regulators to really perhaps step in and ensure that those connections are being made. I think the afternoon is probably going to get into quite a bit of those issues, but it's at both state and regional levels. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that is, the agility is there. I think it is identifying those places where the reliability oversight is really important. I think the shift also to energy adequacy is really important, and it's going to require a concurrent look at probably changing our planning parameters and how both either the metric or the approach utilized, and whether or not that can be something that differs on a regional level or needs to be sort of a nationalized approach, so that there are, particularly as events occur over wider and wider regions, you may need to look to NERC, has addressed this in many of their reports, most recent reports, for guidance on developing and updating the types of planning, forecasting, and parameters that are being developed and utilized, because sort of regardless of market or market mechanisms, what you are you will meet what you are planning for. So I think that's probably an important role for regulators.
Rob, you have something to say about that?
I might. Most of the time I'm talking with people, I'm talking about issues out on the grid and so on and so forth, but you just hit the number one thing that I spend my time on in terms of leading the organization and managing the organization, which is how do we speed our processes up to be consistent with the pace of change that the industry is experiencing. We have submitted to FERC, and I won't go into it because I'll probably get into an ex parte issue here, but we've submitted changes to our rules of procedure and standards process manual, which we think will provide some structural help in speeding our regulatory response to changes up. We also are constantly looking at operational ways we can accelerate the steps in our standards development process. We believe the standards process we have is exceptional in terms of the level of engagement that we have with industry, and the beauty of it is that when the standard is agreed, it's not litigated, right? It's already agreed, right? And that's an issue with most other regulatory agencies. But speed and agility is the number one conversation I have with my staff and my board, and we're committed to continuing to find ways to move things along faster, prioritizing the recent order on IBRs, real shot in the arm for our ability to prioritize effort and attention on those very, very important issues. And I think the more we stay aligned on priorities and you can kind of help motivate industry and help guide us, the better.
Well, thank you. I can tell you, having been in some of those standard drafting rooms, you're doing God's work when you address these issues. So we thank you. We thank you for your attention to the speed and the pace. It is an issue. It's something that we have to do. Our people who are trying to hurt the reliability of our grid, they don't take a break, and they're moving at lightning speed pace. Our regulations have to keep up, and so I thank you for your focus on that. I want to ask, I could ask every one of you a question. I will give you an opportunity, Mr. Klein, please, if you want to comment.
Yeah, so not much, because I was also going to say the speed is important. I think the only other thing that I would observe that we should just be aware of is the implication. As we go with the speed, we are going to lose the luxury that we've had in the past of having that widespread agreement on all of these things. And I think that's a reality we confront just as MISO. And I think as regulators, it's a reality that we have in front of us, that speed is going to show a little more dissent, and that's just what we have in front of us.
Please, go on down.
I was just real quick. One of the ways that we can adapt how we think about reliability is including more demand response into the equation. There's a lot of policy emphasis on demand response, but we're not seeing it from the market side and the integration of demand response into the market. So one of the biggest investments in resiliency would be if demand would just voluntarily respond as market signals were dictating, and if you had a lot more, the grid would be much more resilient. And I think there has been a lot of push towards demand response, but I think it's off track.
Mr. Brown.
Just a couple more items to highlight. I did have comments in my pre-filed comments about this issue. Two things. One is we think that we really need to evaluate kind of the existing reliability functions, go back and take a holistic look at those, including the definition of bulk electric system. Because of the changing nature of the players, it may be worthwhile to go back and take a hard look at that definition. And then the other piece of this is around the new players and especially the large loads, right? Today we have, on our system, we have loads that want to connect just to our transmission system across our footprint equal to over 10% of the total U.S. connected load today. I mean, it's huge numbers, and these players are large. They're 2, 3 gigawatt large loads. These things are bigger than the generators today. You know, the big generators are slowly retiring, going away. These things have an ability to have a tremendous impact on the performance of the grid in many different ways. And so I think it's reasonable for us to go back and take a hard look at them as new players and what, if anything, we need to do from our standards perspective to bring them into the conversation a little bit more. A lot of it's around what Abram said about, you know, it's demand response. They want to engage, but we actually had some of them ask us, right, do you mind if we ramp our facilities up and down? And our answer to them was, yes, we do. What are you thinking there, right? What do you want to do in that case? You know, everybody, I think a lot of us remember the time when we saw the bridge, the wind vibrations made a bridge eventually tear itself apart, right? Because it hit a resonant frequency. We had an event a few years ago on the grid. Small generator in Florida ended up oscillating against generators up in North Dakota. This was a 200 megawatt oscillation. A 2 gigawatt oscillation starts happening. I don't know, what kind of cyber protections do these organizations have? Can cyber, threats get in there and start moving their loads around? So I think there's reasonable concern around things like that we need us to go back and take a hard look at what we're doing from this perspective. And I do think there is flexibility in the current system to accommodate that.
I really appreciate your comments. You know, that was one of my questions. Increasingly, when I speak to leaders across the country, CEOs, they talk about the load and the increasing load. And Jim, you talked about this a little bit with data centers, AI, EVs. We're going to have to grapple with this issue. And so I thank you for raising that objective. Look, I'm going to have one more quick question, and then I've got to let my colleagues, I kind of like this issue a little bit, but maybe I'll get another round. I want to turn to Mr. Dressel before I do. You wanted to weigh in on this question, but I wanted to talk about wildfire mitigation as well, if you could address. You say in your comments that most wildfire mitigation plans help improve or impact reliability in a positive way. Can you explain that a little more to us?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we often think about reliability or wildfires as a reliability concern, and they are, especially as, there can be direct impacts from the fires or from public safety power shutoffs. What we also seen is the mitigation efforts driven by the states have really helped reliability and resiliency. So there's grid hardening efforts, and they could be things such as undergrounding and covered conductor, which is not that frequent on the bulk power system, but also line spacers and vibration dampers, and that prevents line slap, phase-to-phase faulting. Risk assessments and mapping, knowing where to efficiently spend your capital and how to devise your operational strategies. Increased vegetation management. As we all know, the history of NERC and how much vegetation management played a role there. Stronger poles and cross arms. We're seeing more ductile iron poles, carbon fiber cross arms, and in the southeast we see the concrete poles, the monopoles. Better asset management and inspection. We identify issues before they become problems. And here's another area where technology is really driving the way. We have LiDAR, we have drone inspections, infrared, and AI. And closely associated with that is improved data management to know where your problems might exist. improve situational awareness, the use of remote cameras and weather stations, improved storm preparedness, increased automation, and all of this. One of the other issues, we see it in the gas electric, we need better coordination, but on the wildfire issue, coordination also helps us have better relationships with our public safety agencies, water and gas utilities, emergency response preparedness, and that helps with your customers as well. You need better customer outreach so that you know where your medical baseline customers are, what lines or circuits might impact telecommunications, gas, water, and other critical infrastructure. And lastly, I'll just say that WEC has been tracking a lot of the outages at the bulk power system level from their BAs and TOPs, and metrics and data really helps us understand the nature of the problem and how we can address it. So that might be something that other regions might want to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dressel. It's interesting. It's not an issue we talk about a lot here at FERC, wildfires, but it is an extreme weather event, and I think as we see the increasing impact of climate change on our climate and weather, this will no longer just be a West Coast or California issue. It's going to be an issue in Texas. It'll be an issue in MISO. It'll be an issue across the South and other places in the country. So I thank you for your work and expertise on this issue. I will now turn it over to my colleagues, Commissioner Danley, for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to begin with MISO, I forget what the name of the document was from January, the reliability imperative response or whatever. There was a fairly clear declaration that the pace of retirements has been putting the system into jeopardy because there has not been sufficient backfill, right? And in his written testimony, Claire had a very on-brand, phlegmatic, but nevertheless chilling comment that should that problem not be fixed, or if we don't plan for it appropriately, we don't mitigate the consequence of these retirements, that the system operators are going to regrettably have to make sure that demand meets supply, right? Little bit paraphrastic expression, but it's clear what he's saying, which is you turn the lights off, right? The system has a benefit, which is that ultimately there's as much demand response as there is load, right? You can just turn it off, right? And then it will be balanced again. That is a pretty stark warning. And the question I have is, given the fact that you have cited this problem, how is it that MISO in particular is managing the retirement rate?
Yeah, so directly and indirectly, I will say, to be frank, there is much of this that is completely out of our control.
Oh, I know. This is part of the problem you're facing.
Yeah, which is why the message.
I'm not blaming MISO. I'm saying you have a part to play, and how are you mitigating
That's
it?
correct. Which is so part one is delivering the message as clearly as we can, and I would say not just MISO, working with our neighbors, particularly PJM and SPP, who over potentially different time frames, but are facing the exact same challenge.
They are, but I wasn't going to ask you about their systems. I thought that was.
That's okay.
I didn't think that was
I won't
sporting.
talk in detail, but this is obviously not a unique to MISO problem. There are things we are working on around the edges without getting into too much detail because some may be in front of you as we think about our processes around unit retirement. The other place that we have engaged that maybe not where we have not historically engaged as much is at the EPA. So we did provide some significant feedback related to
the Good Neighbor Rule.
The Good Neighbor Rule. Yeah, because I do think that one of the things we can do is help policymakers understand the reliability tie and the implications of the decisions that are made. So at the moment, that is where we're really focused on the retirement side. Loud message, working where we can in our tariff, talking to policymakers. And then, of course, we're working hard on the other side of the equation, which is how do we find additional resources to build the gap, and how do we incent those through our market products, our accreditation rules, and that type of thing.
I mean, one of the problems is you're operating a system that has, it's not even like, let's say, PJM with a clear market mechanism. There's a bunch of different, in your footprint, a bunch of different jurisdictions, all of which are following their own policies and doing whatever it is they want to, which is their privilege under the FPA, obviously, when it comes to resources. But given that, and the fact that there are not just the states as jurisdictions, but the feds are changing all of the regulatory regimes, how is it that you are able to credibly plan for the future, given the fact that you have multiple different jurisdictions following different policies and federal policy changing everything, not to mention, you know, the consequence of incentives and tax credits and the like?
So maybe two answers to that question. So one, to be frank, we rely a lot on scenario planning, right? The one thing we know, because of all of those things you named and more, we don't know exactly how this future is going to play out. So we do a great deal of work looking at, if path A happens, here's what it looks like. If path B happens, here's what it looks like. So an example might be, if we take all of the plans that everybody is saying, how does this look? What are the impacts? What are the impacts to reliability? What are the transmission needs? What are the market implications? What if it happened differently? What if we went slower? How might that happen? The other place goes to, I think, a question that Chair Phillips asked earlier, is one of the places that we have really focused is on alignment with our state regulators. So the organization of MISO states as a collective is very aware and focused on this issue, that while they individually as states may have different goals, collectively we share the need to ensure we have a reliable system into the future. And so they are highly engaged with us on these questions to try to drive solutions that work not just for them, but for the region.
Right. Do you have an optimistic outlook that you're going to, and now I'm using the collective you, right? You used the collective we earlier, this is the collective you. Do you have optimism that you, plural, are going to manage the retirement rates or not?
I think there's more that's needed. The reason we say it so loud is because it doesn't seem to be slowing down. So,
it doesn't
so I'm
appear-
not sure optimistic would be my current feeling.
It doesn't appear to me that the process is orderly. Do you agree with that? Because it seems like there are surprises and there are more units retiring than expected, which again, I really am not blaming you. This is not, I'm not trying to give anybody a drubbing here. That'll come in a second.
So I would say maybe less than that it's not orderly. I would say it's certainly incomplete. And so kind of two examples for that. So one, there are real issues around confidentiality, market, by which I mean like stock market and other, kind of impacts that put very real constraints on what, when, and how companies can give us kind of certain information about retirements, right? So I think there's some very real, I'll call them kind of existential restrictions that could potentially be overcome in the context of confidentiality, but that's one of the issues that I see that's out there. The other issue that's out there that is much thornier and gets back into the question about kind of these different jurisdictions and issues is, at least from a who has the responsibility for retirement, nobody has really the responsibility for, is this retirement going to cause a resource adequacy problem? The states, to some degree, have it through their IRP processes. That's a little bit lagging. MISO does not have it, and I'm not sure is the right place for it to be. There's huge cost decisions that go with keeping things on versus building new things. So when I see kind of the thorniest part of this puzzle as we look at it, we keep coming back to this. Nobody really has the authority to keep something on for resource adequacy today in a timeline that's aligned with when the retirement decisions are made. So that's that's the gap.
I mean, because at least in the case of MISO, there is a little bit clearer demarcation of responsibility with this than there are in other, but you're saying it's the cyclical quality of the IRPs in the states that are not
I think
really,
of a time disconnect.
The problem. I mean, this you inherited this process, but okay.
Yeah, it's iterative, so you have a time disconnect.
Yeah. Okay, and then so one other question, Mr. Raub a moment ago and I don't remember the exact quote, but said something, I thought it was rather pithy, that America is not proven, or the nation has not proven itself able to build infrastructure. Given a lot of the policies that have been implemented and that the various regulatory authorities are looking toward implementing, virtually all of them, if they are going to occur as conceived of, it seems to me, it would require a truly dramatic build out of infrastructure, both for natural gas transmission and for electric transmission. When you imagine these scenarios, when you're planning them, do you believe that there is going to be a lot of transmission built in a short enough timeline?
I was nodding along till your second part of the question.
Yes.
So I do believe, unevenly, but I can use MISO as an example, we are building transmission. Our transmission owners, our members are building transmission. Our states are supporting the transmission. There is a clear understanding that that need is there. I am less involved with, but also less optimistic on the gas infrastructure side.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what I said about transmission is not true across the country.
Right. Yeah, I can tell you for a fact that it's not. You can only answer for yourself, though. So
Yeah.
Mr. Robb.
But the speed is a concern because transmission takes a long time to build.
Well, in fact, actually going to AEP really quickly, how long does it take you to go from first having the thought of building a transmission line, and I realize this is almost like how long is a piece of string, but generally speaking, you have the idea, you're like, I got a great idea, let's put a thing right over here. From that moment of inspiration to energizing it, how long does that usually take?
5 to 10 years.
5 to 10 years. Yeah.
So we're behind.
Yeah. So, Mr. Robb, the point about infrastructure build out is really fundamental to this, and you have a broader view, obviously, or at least you can speak with, authoritatively on a larger footprint than MISO's. Can you just talk about infrastructure challenges for a minute?
I'd rather talk about béarnaise sauce, but
I'm sure.
no,
Yeah.
it's a real problem, and we are seeing smaller transmission projects get built and so forth, but the kind of transmission we're going to need are going to be large scale, multi-state projects, and those have proven to be very, very vexing. The best case example I can think of is the SunZia project in the desert Southwest. 17 years, to answer your previous question, 17 years from the initial development to getting the last construction permit. That's a 2-state line in a common area. If you start thinking about stringing lines from New Mexico, Arizona, right, multi-state to get solar power unlocked and delivered to the Midwest, lines from the Midwest to the East Coast to deliver wind power, developing all the offshore infrastructure that's going to be, or the onshore infrastructure is going to be required to enable offshore wind. I mean, these are projects that are not going to happen very, very quickly under our current construct. So that construct is going to need to change.
The failure being where, in your opinion?
In the siting and permitting process.
Okay, because I just want to make sure it's not, I think we probably are not, I don't think we've necessarily, on our end, gotten the rates right for transmission service, but the inducements are not what you're saying the main problem is.
So
I just want to be clear on that one.
No, I
right,
think
because our powers are mostly around
no,
the tariffs,
it's
right?
a great question. Look, there's no question that particularly with multi-state, multi-jurisdictional projects, that cost allocation is going to be a massive fight.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't want to underplay that, but I think even if you get that solved, the ability to get the construction permits and the siting authority is going to be a challenge.
So my concern here is that the plans to shunt power around to mitigate reliability problems, and this is going to be my last couple of questions, so I want to give other people a chance, but the idea that you can avoid, the consequences of relying upon weather-dependent resources in Region A by getting power from Region B, crossing a lot of state lines like we're talking about, is really a little bit of a false hope given the challenges of permitting. And I'm not saying that it doesn't help. I'm saying that it feels, and this is just the zeitgeist that I'm reporting on here, that there is a lot more emphasis on that as a plan than certainly if I were planning the system I would put on it. And the part of the problem here is that we have regulatory burdens that are in place that make it very difficult for utilities to either invest the money in the pre-existing generators that they have, or to have faith that they can actually get lines built, or any infrastructure for that matter, gas too. And I'm just curious what your thoughts about specifically about the regulatory paradigm are, that is, for generators, emissions and the pressures that they face from EPA and the like,
Well,
and the states too.
well, there's no question that there are a lot of headwinds on building any of this infrastructure and retaining the infrastructure that we have, whether it's related to the EPA rules around emissions, the siting and permitting, the cost allocation issues, and so forth we thought about. I agree with you. There is no single panacea that's going to solve this problem. We need to be looking at infrastructure development holistically, right? In terms of, cost allocation, where should the lines go? How do they get permitted? How do they get sited? How do you handle those communities that are impacted? All of those things are part of a soup that need to come together. The challenge we have is that as in everything in the energy sector, we have a lot of very focused single issue advocates that will push on one of those without
And some
getting the
single
whole.
issue commissioners, yeah.
Could be, could be. And I think the other thing around transmission, right, because we're obviously spending a lot of time looking at transmission right now, is, transmission, like batteries, aren't generating resources, right? They're geographical displacement mechanisms, right? So you still have to focus on whether the generation is going to be there in the energy supply. So you need to think about that as well, because just stringing a bunch of transmission lines, if there's not resource on the other end of it, it's going to be a colossal waste of money, right? So it's a very multifaceted problem, and they all need to be thought through and worked through at the same time.
So you guys came out in 2015 or 16 with a report about the sort of environmental regulation outlook. You know what I'm talking about? I don't remember the title of it.
That was before my time,
Well,
but
I
I'm
know,
aware of it. But yeah.
Do you have any plan to do anything like that similarly?
So we.
And if you did, how long would it take to write it?
So, in my time frame, we have not taken a look strictly at an environmental policy and evaluated it. What we have chosen to do is to look at the implications of the policies and what that means in terms of what the utilities are telling us about retirement decisions and so forth. And these are all very kind of unit-specific, local-specific issues. What NERC can do very compellingly is to aggregate that at the system level and say, broadly speaking, does this work? Right? So if you look at our the long-term reliability assessment we'll be publishing in a few weeks, you'll see the starting impact of the 111D rules on retirements and what that means for reliability outlooks going forward. So we do assess them indirectly through that process. They are reflected in our reliability assessments. So I think we've got the issue covered in a way that's appropriate for the purview that we have.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's Commissioner Danley has done a good job of pulling out the concern, right? We all have a lot of concern about the future of the grid. That's been the job of regulators for quite some time. But we're not focusing on the solutions. Kind of this conversation seems to have had this false premise that there's nothing short of interregional transmission that can help us do what the transmission system regulatory process has always done, which is to facilitate the changes happening in the market in a way that is reliable and affordable. So I just want to mention a few things that come to mind for me. I mean, I know that MISO, I know that PJM, and I think a couple other RTOs have pointed specifically to the need for accelerated deployment of the resources in the interconnection queue as part of the solution to the problem. Sure, it's not replacing thermal for thermal, but even the grid operators have said that's number one action we can do. Number two, get more use out of our existing system, grid enhancing technologies. The Brattle Group has suggested we can put twice as much renewable energy on the system today as exists without any new major transmission investment if we optimize some subset of those technologies on the system today. The next one, and I want to be careful not to get into ex parte, is reform to retirement planning. We have processes in place. Units have retired for generations, and they will continue to do so. It is not the case that every single unit that is going to retire, many of them for economic reasons, because they're losing out in the marketplace, are critical to resource adequacy. Some of them are. And we need to be really sure that those stay on and provide the services the system needs. Another one is market signals. That's not something that has to go slow. We can quickly, and I'm seeing in the RTO regions, stakeholders and the grid operators changing the market rules to start to properly accredit resources and to start to think about the signals we need to send. So I think there's a lot we can do, and I want to spend our time talking about what some of those solution sets are. I think my first question is for Mr. Klein, Mr. Bradish, and Ms. Sporborg. You all mentioned transmission as, you know, the bigger prize in your comments, a most important thing. And of course, it's all long time frame, right? We need to get started on those things right now. But Mr. Klein, you suggested, and you said a little bit about this in your opening, that there's things you can do on regional and interregional transmission coordination without even building new transmission. You talked about joint operating agreements. I'm interested if you could expound on that a little bit. Also, you know, especially you mentioned PJM and MISOs. What about RTO to non-RTO and non-RTO to non-RTO regions? Are those still useful and do they exist among other coordination? And then to Ms. Sporberg and Mr. Bradish, if you could expound a little bit more on the opportunity that this interregional transmission brings and the near-term things we have to be doing now related to that longer-term investment.
Yeah, I think that's a terrific question. The focus of my comments is we should be able to use the existing transmission grid as effectively as we possibly can. And, you know, whether we build zero transmission in the next 10 years or we build double the transmission grid, there's still the opportunity there to really more effectively use that. And what we've seen when RTO regions have integrated, the actual amount of transmission usage, the ATC across the system, has always gone up a lot. And when regions do have better coordination with each other, they are able to move a lot of power. I'm not an expert on the non-RTO regions are not as transparent around this issue. I think the concern that I have in my testimony is that there can be times when the curtailing of non-firm exports in external regions is prioritized over redispatch of internal native load resources. So you could have a resource internally on a constraint. You could move it 50 megawatts, and that's equivalent to 500 or 1,000 megawatts of curtailments externally. And if you were to have that occur when one of the neighboring regions is close to the edge, it could result in these kind of cascading things. So I do think there would be, it would be something I think interesting for NERC to look at, as is this potentially a reliability issue, and also the possibly in post-technical conference comments, whether the reliability coordinators might address the extent to which they redispatch their own system, what the priority is for redispatching their own resources versus curtailing using TLR in those things. And then one more quick thing, which is that generation and transmission are substitutes in terms of so there is the possibility. I mean, I would hope we would get more generation to the extent that we need it, built closer to load and at load, so that we don't necessarily have to have these and I'm in favor of building more transmission, but it is hard. We all know that. So probably there is some degree to which generation does need to be built closer to load in general. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just touch on a couple of things. So if I understand, kind of your focus is what can we do now as we try to figure out how we're going to build out the larger transmission system. So one of the things we did talk about was certainly making sure we're fully utilizing what we have today, and so generation retirement and being able to, basically remove the generator that's being retiring, plugging in a new resource at that same location should be something we have to be able to move forward with pretty quickly. That's, again, making sure we're taking full advantage of that infrastructure that exists today to support the generator that's retiring. You mentioned grid enhancing technology. So we've been actively involved in looking at lots of different grid enhancing technologies. I think, I participated in a technical conference a few years back on grid enhancing technologies, and our position on that is that we've tried just about every technology that's ever been invented, and many of them are still on our system. So we're absolutely interested in what opportunities might be there. We are actively engaged with others in terms of figuring out, are there, some of the newer, more granular type technologies that are out there today, power flow control devices, stuff that might help us. The Brattle report you referenced, we're familiar with. If you can optimize the transmission system directly around where if it's a local constraint, around where the wind farms are at, you can certainly help with congestion and curtailments in that situation. So we're actively studying those types of situations also to see what we can do. We've been using temperature adjusted ratings for many years, long before the requirement came out that others need to step up and use those. We've been using those, so we do adjust our ratings for ambient temperature and have been for some time. One of the particular challenging areas where we think grid enhancing technologies might help us is actually in ERCOT. They have a proliferation of new generation, IBR-based generation that's causing a whole other issue for us. But the ERCOT's stuck. They're stuck in a situation where they have a resource requirement, so they need to move quickly. But the analysis you need to do to make sure that devices that are IBR-based don't create problems takes time. And so there's a natural tension there. So they're trying to move them forward almost in a, connect and manage situation, which creates then things they call generic transmission constraints. And so we're trying to figure out ways we can use GETS to help manage some of those things, in addition to building out the longer term infrastructure there too. So we're actively engaged in looking at those things. We do think there's value there, but it's very situational.
Thanks. Ms. Warburg?
Thank you for the question. And so PGE is doing everything we can to enhance some of the grid enabling technologies, as well as leverage distribution-sided resources to get the maximum value for our system. Our IRP has at least 25% of our capacity in 2030 coming from our distribution-sided resources, including demand response, distributed solar, solar plus storage, and other types of distribution-sided technologies. However, even with those investments, as well as the dynamic line ratings and other grid enhancing technologies that will let us get every ounce out of the existing system possible, as a urban compact utility, we do not have as much room in our service territory to site generation close to our loads. And to meet our 2030 decarbonization targets, we will need to leverage long distance transmission lines across multiple balancing authorities in the West in order to deliver the kinds of robust, high capacity resources needed to meet those targets. So I think there's an all of the above solution. There isn't just one answer here. It is looking holistically at what can we do to get the maximum value of our system today, as well as how do we plan for 2030 or 2040. My colleagues noted 5 to 10 year planning horizons for new transmission. I think in the West we are looking at 18 or years for some new lines. And so that means that even as we are getting the value out of the system today, those are our short-term opportunities. And to really meet our 2040 objectives, we have to start planning today in order to start the planning process and the permitting process needed for us to deliver on those opportunities.
Thanks. Mr. Dressel, I was going to ask you later about GETS, but since we've covered that, did you have anything that you wanted to add? I think I read about it in your statement.
Yes, so one of the things that has been helping on wildfire mitigation has been GETS. There are several grid enhancing technologies that can detect line sway, sag from temperature, and other things that can predict, or not predict, but catch decreasing conditions before they're otherwise would be identified by grid operators. So I think there's, a lot of these things that we see have multi-values that, provide resiliency and reliability benefits.
Thank you. I appreciated Chairman Phillips' question on energy adequacy, and I just wanted to pick up on that as my last question to the group. Particularly during these challenging weather events, we're seeing issues across regions. Regions are not sitting around and waiting for FERC to take action. I'm curious if you have thoughts on what FERC should be doing related to the the reality that what we're thinking about now and what we will be thinking about very primarily going forward is this energy adequacy question. So anyone who didn't get the chance to weigh in before, perhaps.
Hi. Just to mention an issue that I think is somewhat supplemental, but then again, an integral part of energy adequacy is not to forget that there are going to be new usage patterns and maybe unexpected use of pipeline infrastructure that will need to be thought about well in advance as well, in the same way that transmission is thought about, to ensure that we're not left in a vulnerable position when it comes to ramping up and down suddenly in real time, and that we're ready and equipped to manage that.
Thank you.
May I? So one of the things that has come very clear to us, right, is we've talked a lot about the shift away from reserve margin thinking and all that kind of stuff to energy adequacy, and I think people are starting to accept that. Right, one of the challenges I think the states and everyone has is that all of our reliability constructs and design basis are based on this kind of 1 in 10, event frequency, and that's embedded in kind of how we thought about reserve margin. So there's a need to kind of just break that construct. Other places are ahead, and there's a lot of innovation going on around the country in terms of the RTOs looking at this question and trying to ask the question, what should the design basis be? So one of the things we're planning to do on this issue is to convene the RCs, the planning authorities, and some international partners, particularly Australia, who's ahead of this on this issue, to really think through how have other people thought, how frequently can we tolerate an interruption, how long can that interruption be, and how much energy can go unserved, right? Because once we have that, then we can start designing the system around that, but there's no real agreement as to what that new design basis is. So I think that's one of the bits of wood that we're going to try and chop on this, and I think as we kind of get more insight into this, we can partner with FERC to start to drive, and NERC to start to drive more awareness around what a 21st century reliability standard ought to be. It's not what we've had.
How long do you think, and how much consensus do you think you need to be able to move forward with that?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. But I do know most every state commissioner that I've talked with and the staff and the leadership at NERC are all in agreement, right, that this is kind of the problem that they have, right, is to think through this new reliability standard. We collaborated with NERC in building their most recent reliability resource adequacy guide for their commissioners. We'll be talking about it next week in Palm Springs with them. So I think there's a lot of appetite for this, and like I said, we're seeing positive movements in places like Texas, in starting to get some proposals out on the table, and we want to catalyze that and build that and evangelize that.
Thanks. Do you have time to answer? Check it out.
David, can we move into our break time, because we want to make sure Commissioner Christie has enough time to ask as well. So I just want to make sure.
We're scheduled to close this panel at 11, sir.
Okay, please.
Oh, great. Okay. We can finish it up, and then Commissioner Christie.
So I'll be very quick. I think with respect to what the commission can do, we appreciate the leadership of NERC on this issue, and we'll be working on it as well. I think let's not hold for a comprehensive solution. I think that MISO and Texas and others are working on this, and so speaking for MISO, as we are prepared with what we think a good answer is, we want to move that forward with urgency. So this is one where we may need to let some regional solutions play out to accomplish our speed objective.
Thanks.
I'll say one thing that I heard from Mr. Robb was that maybe we could focus more on energy adequacy and less on reserve adequacy, so maybe the commission would not have so many proceedings before it on capacity markets, and that would be nice. But on a serious point, getting the prices right, it's really important as we think about these additional reserve adequacy that we don't forget the market, and if there are additional reserve products, that those don't end up resulting in excess commitments that actually suppress the real-time prices, because that really creates a problem for the market signals going forward. Bill Hogan always says, get the prices right in the real-time market and things will follow from that. And I think FERC's focus on price formation over the last several years there's more work to be done, but this particular issue is important to also consider the price formation aspects of that so that we get the right incentives to continue the benefits of the competitive market.
Thanks.
Just wanted to add just one more aspect to this. Certainly supportive of all the efforts from NERC in this area. One other area where we have a bit of a surrogate is the N-1 notion, right? And so today, transmission planning looks to the future, and they look under peak load scenarios, and they do an N-1, and that's a surrogate to capture a lot of things, right, underneath all that, right? Lots of different things. The system, obviously, maybe it's not obvious. The system is never in an N-1 situation. It's always N-many. And so, yet we plan with an N-1. So as we move forward into an energy adequacy, I would make the argument that we also need to refine our transmission planning standards too, to accommodate that. So you're moving away from N-1 always assumes there's a generator there behind that. The generator has the energy that it's going to need to fill in behind. We even put in operating procedures, if we can, to avoid building new facilities if the N-1 shows a problem. All that, I think, needs to be rethought also as we move into this space. So it's
Thank you. I'm
a
going
little bit different.
Noted and Ms. Collins to finish.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements, and I will be brief. I would just say that in terms of resource adequacy and energy adequacy, that both are really vital to the reliability, both from an energy and a capacity standpoint. I think especially as we're going through the transition that we got to keep both of those in mind, and especially at the current pace of change. In your opening comments, you referenced around adaptation, and I think that's something before the commission as proceedings are brought to you, that pace of which things and having the flexibility. In my written comments, I submitted an example of, within a Southern Company example, where Georgia Power has seen the load growth from our initial filing in 2022, that there was expected 400 megawatts of additional load growth by 2030. And back to the unprecedented growth rate, we filed an updated IRP because that load growth is at 6,600. So that adaptation for us to be able to go back and update an IRP. So I would just say thank you for the pace that the commission is dealing with matters before you, and understand that given the unprecedented change and the pace of the transformation in advance for the things that are going to come your way.
Thanks. Thank you.
Commissioner Christie.
I have two basic questions. I want to ask them of Ms. Curran. And first, Ms. Curran, I wanted to say to John Bear and Claire Moeller and yourself, I really admire you guys. You all have been extremely straightforward, honest about the problems that you're facing in MISO, and the reasons for the problems and the solutions for the problems. So I just admire your all straightforwardness, and it's refreshing. And the statement of Mr. Moeller, which you made your own as a witness, continues in that regard, and he talks about the rapid loss of dispatchable resources that you're seeing in MISO, and the reserve margins getting very, very low. So let me ask you this. Are the reasons for this loss, this wave of dispatchable resources that you're losing in MISO, which is lowering your reserve margins and putting the system on flashing red? Let me offer you three reasons and tell me which one of these are the bigger problem, the lesser problem, the mix, and what is driving this. One, of course, would be market design. Is it MISO's market design that's the problem? Is it, and you don't need to get into slope versus vertical demand curve, but I mean, is it market design driving these units to retire? Is it state policies that are driving these units to retire? Is it EPA regs that are driving these units to retire? None of the above, all of the above. What's the mix that's driving these retirements that John Bear and Mr. Moeller and yourself have been very clear is a problem?
Yeah, so I would say it is all of the above in part because there's certainly some relationship between those things, right? So things like EPA regulations or even state policies can have change your economic evaluation depending on what you might need to do to, say, keep a unit running for a longer period of time. So I think we see that as well. I would say the biggest pressure that I see seems to come from the, I'll kind of roll the policy and regulation piece together. I think that's probably the bigger chunk of it, that there is a high, and I would not argue with focus, that it's a good focus on sustainability. And I think that leads sometimes to some decisions to close units sooner than we might otherwise want to do so.
Well, let me follow up on that and ask about the Chairman asked you about the role of the states, and I want to ask you about the role of the states. MISO, both north and south, is in contrast, say, to PJM and the eastern RTOs. MISO has always been an RTO where most of the states are still on a unrestructured, vertically integrated IRP type process, I think with the exception of Illinois. So what is the role of the states, and what are you telling the states? You know, I mean, it seems like the states for many years, I've been told in MISO, I don't come out of MISO, PJM, but in MISO, because you have a residual capacity market, states have often used the residual capacity market, which had a lot of really cheap legacy resources. The states have told their utilities, go get it there first. It's been really cheap, and it has been historically cheap, and now it's all gone. What are you telling your states that are mostly IRP driven that they need to do in terms of making sure that there is sufficient resources to serve their load that they're responsible for? What is MISO's role in telling those states where things are going and what you need to do as states in these IRP processes?
Sure. So I think our role, as we see it first and foremost, is to provide that information. So, you know, with respect to states telling people to buy from the market or not, my guess is some do, some don't, right? Different states have different policies. But I think the states in MISO, and that includes Illinois, collectively have looked to MISO to provide the impact of the collective of their individual state decisions. And so we spend a great deal of time in partnership with our organization of MISO states talking about what analysis is needed, providing that analysis, providing that insight, and then talking about the so whats. I think how it manifests in terms of what do they need for their resource plans, the path is slightly less direct than that. So the conversation is, here is the shortfall we see in the market as a whole. Here is what we need. And so we talk about that and are increasingly talking about that in terms of attributes. What are the things we need for the system to operate? First and foremost, energy adequacy is the one we are talking about the most today. Then we partner with those states and the other members of MISO to develop the products, market products, tariff rules, whatever it is, to incent that so that those same decision makers in the states have the information they need to make those individual decisions for their states. We don't need everybody to have everything we need, but collectively, we need to have these attributes on the system, and we need to have market functions work so that we don't have cross-subsidization, so that we have the right signals to incent the right resources. So that's really how we go about it.
All right, I don't need more.
Do you have any follow-up questions, sir?
I don't have any more
Okay,
questions.
very good. I'll defer to my colleague, Eric Vandenberg from the Office of Electric Reliability.
Thank you, David. Eric Vandenberg. I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of Electric Reliability. Thank you all for being here today. Did want to have one follow-up question building off Ms. Curran, your statement just a minute ago about attributes. I know for a long time we've used the word essential reliability services to kind of describe this basket of attributes that are essential for running the system. I know MISO has been leading the way in terms of refining that and really defining those with more precision. I think you guys have come up with 6 very specific attributes that you've defined as key reliability attributes. And so just wanted to see if you could talk a little bit more about that process and kind of where you guys are going those attributes, and then also interested to hear from others on the panel if they have a reaction to that work, if they think that's helpful, and if that's work that could be expanded elsewhere in the country. Thank you.
Sure, and one of the things I will start with saying, one of the things we've done is we've kind of moved from this term essential reliability services to attributes, because I think what we're talking about when we look at what's essential in the future, I think we're talking about a list that's a little broader than we might say from a technical perspective, what we've historically called essential reliability attributes. So to the question of the uncertain future, we have taken a look at how we think things are going to play out, how quickly we're going to see those impacts, and we have taken a list and continue to narrow it down. And in fact, I think we're currently at 3 that we have identified as really the most important. First and foremost, as I said, is this question of energy adequacy. Energy adequacy is a challenge we face, not just during extreme weather events, but all the time. So that one's here, we think. The second one we look at is ramp. We have in our market, we have products already to incent ramp. The question is, are they sufficient? And do we need to think differently about how we do those to incent the right resources to come in the IRPs that can provide that ramp capability? Those really show up on kind of the market and accreditation side. The third one we've really talked about is voltage stability. And that is one that I think will take a little different tack, right? So that is a question about what kind of requirements, I think, do we need to put into our planning processes, potentially into interconnection, contracts, and the like. As we go forward, we're going to continue to monitor how the situation is changing, and we may need to reprioritize. So there's many others out there that I think are important, but these are the 3 that really, for MISO, we've identified as having the most urgent need.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other folks have perspectives on that?
Thank you for the question. I agree. I think we need to be able to leverage the full capabilities of the new resources, such as the automatic generation control, frequency response, ramping, voltage regulation. I do think we need to look at it from the perspective that the capabilities that are needed may be different based on system design, regional differences. Therefore, I think that we need to be able to explore, we need to determine what is the standardization for uniform adoption around those items, but having that flexibility to utilize them as needed in the different areas. And there is a consortium, the Universal Inoperability for Grid Forming Inverters is an example of where researchers, industry stakeholders, and system operators are coming together to work through that. So I think part of that is just giving the time for us to take a look at that, but then again, having the flexibility to utilize that. And again, pulling from a Southern Company example here, there was a comment with regards to putting these into the interconnection agreements. We have done that with solar for self-builds and PPAs within the Southern Company footprint that have been successful, that provide that ramping and the voltage regulation.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. And thank you to all of our panelists. We really appreciate you coming here to participate in the technical conference and for the terrific discussion over the past couple of hours. We have reached the end of the time for this panel, so I'd like to note that we will now take a 13-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:10 for a discussion of cybersecurity and the SIP standards. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Prior to getting started with the second panel, I want to thank the OER team as well as the team throughout the commission that has put together the technical conference, and the AV team that is helping to live stream the conference. It's a tremendous amount of work to put one of these conferences together, and we thank them for the hard work and what is hopefully will be a long, relaxing weekend. Let's get started on the next panel, entitled SIP Reliability Standards and the Evolving Grid. I'll introduce each panelist and give them an opportunity to provide opening remarks. As before, I ask each panelist to limit their remarks to no longer than 2 minutes to make this a little bit more friendly this time. I have a yellow card and a red card, and I will raise the yellow card at 2 minutes and ask you to please finish up your remarks within a few seconds, and then after which we will move on to the next panelist. Again, materials not covered in ensuing discussions can be filed in docket number AD 23-9 by way of the Commission's e-library system. After opening remarks, we'll begin with a question and answer session led by the Commission. The panelists are Manny Cancel, where's Manny? There's Manny. Senior Vice President and CEO of the EISAC, Jonathan Tubb, Director, Industrial Cybersecurity North America of Siemens Energy, Rudolph Powell, Vice President, Information and Cybersecurity Services, ISO New England, Joseph Mosher, Portfolio Manager, EDF Renewables, Jason Blake, President and CEO of CERC, Scott Aronson, Vice President, Security and Preparedness of EEI, and Maggie Powell, Security Assurance, Power and Utility Sector, Amazon Web Services. Please go ahead, Mr. Cancel.
Thank you. And thanks for having me here, and I appreciate the privilege to participate on the panel. Let me remember to put the microphone on. So I'll jump right in. As you know, the threat landscape is unprecedented, presenting challenges that are increasingly difficult to detect and protect against. The electricity sector is under constant attack by nation states and organized criminals. We see billions of attempts a day to survey our networks, identify vulnerabilities or gaps in protection, steal credentials or data, or exact a ransom. Amongst the most critical threats we face come from nation states. The 2023 Worldwide Threat Assessment, published by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, asserts that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea possess the ability to disrupt critical infrastructure in the United States. This point isn't subject to debate, and as I indicated, the EISAC and the electricity sector see evidence of this every day. Geopolitical tensions continue to provide the backdrop to a complex threat landscape. China poses a threat to critical infrastructure and continues to demonstrate increasing sophistication and adaptive techniques to gain access to networks and conduct espionage. And we recently witnessed this in the recent Volt Typhoon campaign, which targeted critical infrastructure here in the United States. In addition, the EISAC recently shared information regarding an attack on an Asian power utility that's been going on since February of 2023, again, further demonstrating China's capabilities. And we continue to assess with high confidence that China will continue to target critical infrastructure here in the U.S. to grow their knowledge and identify access points for future use. Russia also remains a top cyber threat as it refines and employs its espionage, influence, and attack capabilities. And the ISAC similarly continues to identify Russian-linked scanning in our information technology and operation technology systems, and searching for security gaps. And this is particularly important as the war in Ukraine drags on and as Moscow continues to promote disinformation and to deter additional support for Ukraine. Vulnerabilities in enterprise software platforms, continue to pose a really increasingly very tough challenge, overwhelming challenge, arguably. And these are vulnerabilities in software platforms that are used pervasively across the electricity industry. They are coming at an alarming and overwhelming pace, as I mentioned. The National Vulnerability Database, that's NVD, that is maintained by the National Institutes of Standards for Technology, is on pace to record over 27,000 vulnerabilities in 2023. Many of them are critical. That's a 25% increase from 2022. And if you do the math quickly, that is 74 vulnerabilities a day, almost impossible to respond to.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Cancel. All right, we'll move now on to Scott Aronson from EEI.
Mr. Ortiz, I can't even say hello in 2 minutes, so be gentle. Hey, good morning, Chairman Phillips, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Scott Aronson. I serve as EEI's Senior Vice President for Security and Preparedness. EEI is the trade association representing all of the nation's investor-owned electric companies. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about the changing energy grid and what it means for security and resilience of the nation's most critical infrastructure. As has been noted throughout the morning, the grid is changing and it's growing. These changes aren't inherently good or bad. They are inevitable. They are happening because technology is evolving and because customers' expectations are changing. That said, with these changes and an environment with growing geopolitical risk, just-in-time supply chains being threatened, cyber and physical attacks targeting critical infrastructure, extreme weather becoming more frequent and more impactful, the attack surface and stakes are changing too. To address these issues, EEI and its members have embarked on an initiative called Securing the Grid of the Future. This effort recognizes that thank you so much. Recognizes, good things come to people who ask. This effort recognizes that new and distributed resources can provide resilience, but only if they themselves are resilient. As we consider the changes that are coming, we must ensure that policies, regulations, investments, R&D, and engineering decisions prioritize the security, resilience, and availability of these new technologies and the ever-evolving grid. That means new grid technologies need strong cyber hygiene, secure manufacturing processes, and general resilience and reliability so that they can be depended on to enable the grid of the future. As distribution assets become more impactful to the bulk electric system, I would point you to the DOE NERC effort to develop baselines for security of distribution assets. While the current effort is in draft form, it represents the beginning of an important conversation on how best to ensure states maintain a role as economic regulators who understand the risk profile and risk tolerance of their citizens, but also for input from federal stakeholders to ensure we are developing common baseline expectations for these new grid participants and their technologies to support national security. So we really do, as we said before, the grid is changing and it's growing. So we really do need an all-of-the-above strategy in terms of both fuel and infrastructure to meet this growing demand and to ensure American competitiveness and security. In addition to addressing third-party risk and availability of material and equipment to grow and modernize the grid, there are other imperatives. Specifically, critical electric infrastructure information, or CEII, must be protected. We understand the importance of sharing data to support decisions by regulators and those who are helping to build this new grid, but locking down all of our systems on the front end while leaving a potential backdoor open for anyone who is granted access to sensitive information about grid operations, such as the information found in FERC Form 715, poses a challenge. So given the current cyber threat landscape, we believe it's time to reevaluate the policies and procedures that currently govern the release of CEII. With that, EEI and its members are excited to work with you all, and I look forward to your questions.
All right.
Just under the wire.
Thank you, Mr. Aronson. Mr. Blake.
Thank you. And again, this is not my strength, compressed time. So what I would like to say is that, well, first of all, it's an honor to be here. So thank you, Chairman, thank you, Commissioners, thank you, FERC staff, and my peers on the panel here. There's no question that the threats are real, and they are unrelenting. You've heard that already. And then I think with this topic here that we're dealing with today, with IBRs, it's also interesting to see how the attack surface is expanding, right? When you think about it from a pure numbers perspective, you'll have a larger, coal plant retiring that may be 300, 800 megawatts, and obviously what's coming online, just from a sheer number perspective of devices, it's more, right? They tend to be smaller plants. From the wind and the solar. In addition to that, there's also, they're more digitized. They need additional tools to perform their functions, their performance. All good, because this is where I feel very comfortable and confident as we move into the future, is that the cybersecurity standards provide a very strong base to ensure and drive the security as these devices come online. My privilege today is to come here as boots on the ground, and kind of share with you what we're seeing out there as we are utilizing our monitoring and enforcement tools and ensuring that there is compliance with the SIP standards and what we're seeing. And within my written remarks, I have shared some common themes that we have observed that have been challenges or that we foresee could be challenges as entities continue to rapidly add, buy, sell assets and bring them online, and or newer entities that are previously not registered are connecting. And those themes are, first of all, workforce. As you can imagine, we're talking about volume of work, so we need the people. Oh, no. Workforce. Second, supply chain is something we need to be very mindful of. The third would be disassociation. And when I say that, just think security by design. Don't bolt on security. And fourth is over-reliance on vendors. So those are the themes. I'm more than happy to talk about all of the good work we have done to help mitigate and partner with industry to address those issues, both from a standards perspective and also prospectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. Mr. Mosher.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and share my thoughts with the Commission about the NERC Critical Infrastructure Protection Standards and the evolving grid. Technological advancements will continue to provide us and our companies with the option of adopting them into our everyday lives, making them easier, safer, and less expensive. As written, the current NERC CIP standards do not provide clear guidance on how applicable entities can implement new technology that varies from the memorialized reliability standards. Attempts to incorporate newer technology into the NERC CIP standards can be painful and time-consuming. Let me provide an example. Since 2016, industry and regulatory leaders have wrestled with how to include and map virtualization into NERC CIP environments. What changes can we make to allow for early adoption of newer technologies that could reduce the risks and costs associated with maintaining the grid? There are other technologies, such as cloud computing, that would provide significant cost, security, and reliability benefits that cannot be fully leveraged. The import of our agility is intensified when you also consider the new generating resources that have connected to the electric grid in the last several years. The ease and rate at which smaller generators, such as PV solar, wind, battery storage, and others, can connect to the grid has multiplied not only the number of generators, but also the vendors used to support this new infrastructure. In many cases, these new or adapting security and SCADA vendors do not fully support on-prem solutions and instead require a full or partial cloud implementation, potentially making the generator owner non-compliant with NERC CIP. This trend has increased over the past several years and will only get worse. As many companies move toward a public-facing cloud, we are left with fewer internal and external resources able to support on-prem environments. This increases the risk and length of time needed to restore systems when we do experience failure. As technology changes and improves, industry and regulatory leaders must act to allow for quicker and fuller adoption of supportive technology. This will help even the playing field when protecting the most critical infrastructure from bad actors not limited by regulatory frameworks and guidelines. The purpose of my comments is not to advocate for the adoption of a particular technology, but to emphasize the import of adopting current and future technologies that could assist the grid's secure and reliable operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Mr. Powell.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Rudy Powell. I'm the Vice President of Information and Cybersecurity Services at ISO New England, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Commission today. Energy entities are high-value targets, and ISO New England has a strong focus on meeting this challenge. Using multiple intelligence sources, active training exercise, and other simulations, our cybersecurity staff is updated on current threat trends and ready to respond to an incident. But in order to be successful, cybersecurity staff must have proper visibility into applications and networks. Traditional log monitoring and malware detection is insufficient in the face of modern threats. Thus, ISO New England has augmented its traditional security tools with machine learning-enabled endpoint detection backed by world-class threat hunters, and similar tools for application performance monitoring that aids with anomaly detection. Unfortunately, these tools cannot be used for several ISO New England systems, including some of the most important ones. ISO New England has an intranet where employees can access information such as the cafeteria menu. The intranet is afforded all of the enhanced cybersecurity protections mentioned earlier. However, our energy management system for the New England grid cannot be afforded those same protections. The reason is that those protections require cloud-enabled services, which would not allow us to comply with the current CIP standards. While this comparison may be extreme, it illustrates the challenges that entities like ISO New England face when trying to maintain cybersecurity while complying with CIP. To address this issue, After working with a broad cross-section of energy entities, including some of my fellow panelists, ISO New England co-submitted a standards authorization request to NERC with the hope that the standards can be revised to allow the use of cloud-based services. Despite the broad support and a positive reception from both NERC and NPCC, the SIP revision process will take years. Our industry is currently behind in leveraging cloud technologies to improve the security and reliability of its critical assets, whether it is artificial intelligence, quantum computing, or the next disruptive technology. The industry will again be at a disadvantage unless it adapts. Without a doubt, cyber criminals will not be hindered in using advanced technology to further their aims. Therefore, the energy industry must assess the ramifications of the SIP standards on disruptive technologies sooner, reduce the time spent to make revisions, or create a process for compliance exceptions within the SIP reliability standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. On to you, Ms. Powell.
Hello, Commissioners, Chairman Phillips, and staff. Thank you so much for affording me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Maggie Powell. I'm a Principal Industry Security Specialist at Amazon Web Services. I support security and compliance for the energy and utility sectors. I joined AWS after working for a number of years for a large investor-owned utility. Among my roles in the industry included covering NERC compliance, including participating on SIP drafting teams, so I know what it's like to sit on a team. And my most recent role, industry role, I headed up security operations for the real-time systems, so I know what it's like to be awake at night over security issues. Again, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. We have submitted a longer written statement in response to the questions, but in opening, I'd like to highlight some important themes about security, reliability, and compliance, and how cloud technologies can be part of the solutions. Utilities recognize that the cloud can play a pivotal role in advancing digital transformation. Those that embrace the cloud enable their mission-critical applications to operate reliably and securely in the cloud and provide greater benefits to customers. However, as already stated, the current NERC SIP standards are a barrier to cloud adoption for many SIP-regulated use cases, including those that are critical to the security of the bulk electric system. Modifications are required to allow utilities to appropriately use cloud technology. From a security perspective, the electric sector is facing increases in the number and sophistication of cyber attacks, which is driving utilities around the world to shift to technologies like cloud technology, where security can be built into everything organizations do, and to better manage the pace and volume of cyber threat information, indicators of compromise, and alerts that continue to rise in ICS environments, and to reduce or eliminate human errors. Cloud technologies are key in augmenting security teams' abilities with increased visualization, automation, and resilience. As well, the operational demands of decarbonization, decentralization, and digitalization translate to a more than 100 times increase in data volumes to reliably operating the grid, making compute capacity essential. Cloud offers opportunities to gather instructive information from this data and create value for applications such as predictive maintenance, outage management, power flow analysis, and other operational applications. Given all these changes, there is an urgency to address the NERC SIP barrier and allow entities the option to use cloud technologies, and to answer some of the imminent risks to entities, such as whether entities can compliantly use cloud technology for even other revision projects like around internal network security monitoring, whether low-impact renewable generations that are currently using cloud technologies compliantly can continue to do so to fit with their growth plans, and whether entities can continue to use vendor solutions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Powell.
Thanks very much.
Okay, moving on to you, Mr. Tubb.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Tubb, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to the Commission today regarding both evolving threats to the bulk electric system, as well as a means to address them through the critical infrastructure protection standards. It's been my privilege to watch the industry evolve over these last 14 years, beginning with the enforcement of SIP version 3 back in 2009, a time when the prevailing mentality that an air gap would remove all risk was widely accepted. Throughout today, where we're starting to see implementation of robust risk management frameworks, as well as tailored operational technology-focused security controls. Throughout this transition, the electric industry has witnessed an equally rapid evolution of adversarial tactics and the constant cat and mouse game that is cybersecurity. It's imperative that regulation is able to adapt to this changing threat landscape. Throughout today's conversation, I want to focus on three major areas that I believe should inform regulation. The first is the changing threat landscape, as I already mentioned. While we are concerned with nation-state actors and do appreciate the work that the ISAC is doing, from a day-to-day basis, we're finding simple threat actors achieving resounding success through relatively simple malware campaigns, ransomware campaigns. While those impacts are largely limited to business systems, we've observed instances where uncertainty around the state of OT systems following a cyber event has led to business decisions to discontinue operations. Improving visibility into operations, I think, will be key to addressing that risk. The second area that I want to touch on follows advancement of technology and operations. The lines between traditional business systems and industrial systems is beginning to blur, if not completely evaporate. The upside of this, obviously, is that organizations can operate more efficiently by taking advantage of this technology. They're able to scale systems into things like cloud technology, remote operations, asset performance solutions. However, the implementation of this technology introduces a more complex attack surface that is more likely to be susceptible to traditional IT threats. Regulation shouldn't preclude these technologies, as it will be key to scaling our more resilient grid as distributed resources become the norm. Rather, regulation should address these unique challenges those systems and platforms bring. Finally, as an industry, we should not lose sight of the basics. Understanding risk begins by understanding what you have. Collecting and maintaining an asset inventory is still a largely manual effort for control system components down at or below level 2 of the Purdue model. Configuration change management is still relegated to vendor-specific solutions. Traditional vulnerability management concepts are a significant challenge in environments where downtime cannot be tolerated, and reliability is the name of the game. So implementing effective and scalable cybersecurity program elements is still a challenge. Industry and vendors must come together to address these shared risks when it comes to maintaining our critical infrastructure. I look forward to exploring these concepts throughout the panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tubb, and thanks to all of our panelists for their opening remarks. We'll now go on to a question and answer session led by the Commission, starting with Commissioner Christie. Okay, very good. Commissioner Clement.
Thank you for the take-up. I wasn't totally processed because I didn't think it was my turn yet, but I have a lot of questions. One is, okay, I know what I'm going to talk about here. Let's talk about the cloud computing barriers. The reason, can you all specify a little bit more about the reasons they can't satisfy the SIP standards? And is there any specific barrier that FERC can take on now, or is the process happening at NERC? Should we be watching that and letting it play out? Thanks.
So the biggest issue is whenever you even not to get too into the weeds, but you have no matter what type of infrastructure you're dealing with on the cyber side, there needs to be a point where you identify where electronic access is going and coming from, right? Also, same thing with physical access. And so that's the biggest piece. So if you're looking at just data, there are changes that are going into effect January of next year that will greatly reduce this burden, because you're mostly dealing with critical information. There have been restrictions preventing that going into the cloud, but when you're dealing with the continued convergence of IT and OT systems where you have cloud infrastructure that could impact the real-time operations of a site, of a generation or transmission site, that's where you have there's very specific guidelines that are drawn up in the NERC SIP standards that require you to identify that, like the electronic equipment and the physical equipment, and that's where you have the burden, because you are responsible for making sure that that infrastructure is physically and electronically secured.
In a simplified way, the SIP standard is an asset-based standard, right? So in cloud computing, you don't necessarily know for all of your systems or services necessarily what asset it's running on from a physical point of view. And as well, in a shared responsibility model like the cloud, who is administrating those assets, which are core pieces of the SIP standards. Certainly as far as for assisting with this burden, obviously we all mentioned the SAR that we have written that had broad support, certainly helping with the priority of that. It has provisions so that it can be written in a way that some of these more urgent needs can be addressed earlier, and the larger endeavors such as running critical assets in the cloud themselves in the cloud can be in a separate phase. But certainly some assistance with the priority with that would be helpful, for sure.
Need some volume there. So to comment on the existing standards, they were written without contemplating virtualization. They were written before cloud was really a thing. And so they are very device-centric. But to call out a few things that I noted in the SAR that I think are very thoughtful, because the industry is taking action and trying to move this forward. But there's two things that are called out. First of all, to take very much a risk-based and risk assessment approach to it, to enable entities to be able to assess risks based on facts and circumstances of their operations, and also identify the most appropriate mitigations, but further to iterate on those, so that can evolve as risks change. The other aspect of it is it dives in a little deeper in looking at third-party security assurance certifications and the role that they can play in the SIP environment. And the very real importance of those is that, especially when it comes to cloud, think of programs like FedRAMP or SOC or ISO programs. Those are continuous monitoring programs. They come with their own audits, and they're conducted by cloud security experts. So you're aligning an expertise in assessing third-party technologies that then entities can recognize and focus their efforts on securing the points of their services and their operations that are really within their purview.
Thanks. And is there a set of standards around which those third-party security assistance providers operate? Is that a shared perspective?
In terms of?
In terms of what they're monitoring for, how they're monitoring, what their view of how the risk allocation should be and is.
Well, there certainly is. There certainly are mappings of controls. I mean, many of them have kind of a universe of controls that are the good housekeeping of security, and any differences can be kind of mapped across the various certification programs that exist. I think that is one aspect that the drafting team will need to look at, and NERC will need to look at in determining perhaps which certifications fit their needs, and hopefully would be flexibility to fit with the entity's needs as well.
Thank you.
So my personal opinion, having sat on the NERC drafting team during the development of the version 5 standards, is there is some allowance in the current standards for some aspects of cloud technology or cloud computing. However, many organizations at the time established a compliance program simply prohibiting those because they may not have had the maturity at the time to address those type of concerns, or weren't forward-looking enough because the technology had just not come to the forefront at the time. So I believe establishing some type of technical guidance for best practices in this area, as well as the adoption of the July 2023 SAR, will be paramount to this. But as an OEM, I have a slightly different perspective on why this is necessary. And it's largely due to the shift in the types of resources that are out there. Traditionally, generation was made up of large monolithic infrastructure. So designing cybersecurity into those systems represented a really minimal cost in the initial capital investment for that resource. However, as our resource mix begins to become smaller and more distributed, that percentage expenditure on cybersecurity is obviously becoming more significant per unit. Mm-hmm. From the perspective, again, of an OEM, I'm seeing a demand in our market, which is at odds to implement lighter weight and scalable solutions, but not allowing for it due to compliance risk. So one of the only ways to accomplish a positive outcome here is much like we're seeing a more distributed resource mix, is to also make cybersecurity or physical security solutions more distributed. Again, taking advantage of these type of remote or cloud or virtual technologies, I think is the key to do that. So, you know, this is a call for both industry and regulation to have to account for that in order to meet our all common objectives.
Thanks, that's really helpful perspective. I have a second question, and I think Mr. Blake and Mr. Aronson, you both brought it up, maybe Mr. Mosher. So when we're thinking about IVRs and cyber, you know, FERC just issued Order 901 on, which nobody knew it was that number, so if you don't know, don't feel bad. I just found out like the other day. But on ride-through performance requirements, right? But we didn't, I don't think we thought or included in the direction to NERC any cyber aspects related to IVR. So I'm curious if you have a perspective on, you know, I know there's IEEE efforts, there's, you know, other conversations happening. Is there a role for FERC to be playing on that front right now?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the order. Very helpful. And back to what Jim said earlier, helping prioritize and shine a light on areas that we have underway and saying that this is somewhere to really rally the troops around and focus is incredibly powerful and helpful, so thank you. Within that order, I believe that there were some language, but I could be misremembering, but that did hint on the importance of considering those implications. That could have also been my notes writing, so I want to be careful there. But to that point, that is part of discussions that are underway as we are evaluating the new IVRs that are coming in with the new registration requirements and thresholds. And some of the things that we were looking at within that order, the natural next step is, okay, so with IVRs, what are some of the standards that make sense in the SIP space to ensure that those assets are secure? So that effort is, I think we're calling that phase 2. We're going to hit the main stuff with the modeling and that type of information first, and then move to that second.
Great.
Sure.
Okay, I have more questions, but should I keep going or? Okay. Another thing I've been thinking about is, you know, we had conversation on the previous panel about the entry of new flexible loads or just new big loads. But I'm thinking in this context, the question would be on the flexible ones, is there any way we should be thinking about cyber standards related to whether it be data centers or, you know, industrial facilities or you name it coming in online? Is there anything new or evolving related to the cyber risk that these new loads present?
I'll take a shot at that. I won't say that it's necessarily exclusive to cyber. I think understanding their flexibility and capabilities to address the growing demand that we're going to see, we've been talking about it sort of throughout the morning. Depending who you listen to, my general philosophy is probably 3x plus over the next decade is what we're going to need as far as demand. We've underestimated electric vehicle adoption all through its life cycle so far. I think we are only on the beginning of understanding how much AI is going to require data and data center growth. So as we look at those, and then other industrial loads and C&I and on, I think as we look at those from an availability standpoint to meet the growing demand across the economy, we need to think about making sure they're available when we need them. That does come with a cyber and reliability component to it, and I think we have to make sure that they have the flexibility that we think they do and are interconnected with the broader ecosystem. I view the energy grid of North America as a platform that is going to, I said it in my opening statement, that we're going to need all of the above. We have a resource adequacy challenge, enough fuel to meet the growing demand. We have, I've heard it, energy adequacy, energy assurance, enough infrastructure to meet that demand. And I think we need to think about some of these incoming loads as a way to bolster the reliability of the broader grid.
So that's an interesting question. As far as cyber standards, you know, no one has more, desire to keep the sites up and running than the owners, right? So we want to make sure they're producing, we're making money. I will say some of the biggest risks that I'm seeing is as you're having the new influx of generators that are coming into the grid, you're having folks who are not familiar with the regulatory landscape that they now have to comply with, right? And so that is a significant risk. I do think that when you have the new IBR standards and the registrations that are going to, come through that, then it's a matter of making sure all the new folks that are now going to have to register and be compliant with the NERC standards period, making sure that they have the ability to implement the newest and greatest technology, particularly with those new resources, because as I mentioned earlier, there are not only just new generator owners, but also new software vendors that are supporting those new generator owners, and that could pose a significant risk.
Thank you. And my last question was on the security by design issue, which Mr. Blake and Mr. Tubb maybe somewhere when we got down the road. Are the OEMs or the engineers baking this in now? Are there barriers from a regulatory perspective or encouragement from a regulatory perspective that we should be doing? And can you talk about what those barriers look like?
Yeah, I'll hop in on that one. So Siemens Energy obviously is in a unique position, both as a supplier of critical infrastructure as well as a provider of cybersecurity solutions and services. So, internally we're dedicated to maintaining, industry best practices. We do have our ISO 27001 certification, and we do have an obligation to identify deficiencies in the products that we supply. So we maintain a product cert clearinghouse in order to inform our customers of any deficiencies or vulnerabilities in the systems we provide. There are requirements obviously existing in SIP 13 that would put an obligation on us to provide that to our customers. Beginning with the implementation of SIP 13, right, we found ourselves in a position where we were negotiating with our customers through contracts. There was not a two-way conversation, right? It's you shall comply. I'd like to recognize, again, the EISAC for their vendor affiliate program that has provided us a platform to communicate more effectively to our customers to address threats and risks. And I believe that's a critical step in ensuring secure operations of the U.S. grid. I'd also like to extend that to acknowledge FERC Order 887, which is establishing internal networks monitoring security requirements. And specifically why I want to highlight this is as a vendor and an OEM, my philosophy is that the most important aspect of qualifying a system from a security perspective is validating its operations. Philosophically speaking, in an operational technology space, a cybersecurity event, the outcome of it is no different than a misoperation, a misconfiguration, or an equipment failure. So by pushing the industry to adopt visibility into their systems, I believe it's the first step into establishing effective controls around monitoring the actual state of process and process control. I think that is going to be a key enabler for both industry and the vendors that support them. I would also like to ask the Commission to evaluate some of the work being done by the Department of Energy around cyber-informed engineering and how it may apply to this space. I think that there's activities that as an OEM we need to do before commissioning equipment and then after. And I think with the FERC Order 887 and again the work that the DOE is doing on cyber-informed engineering, that we can get there.
Thank you.
I'm going?
You go I'll go next.
Great. Yeah, I thought that was a tremendous answer on the importance of SIP 13 supply chain. When I was speaking about security by design in my comments, I was going from a little bit of a different angle. I thought the Commission might appreciate hearing kind of what we're seeing out in the field as these new entities are coming online, just from a kind of a broader picture of trying to make sure that their programs are in fact secure. Where we've seen great success, we've also seen certain entities have some challenge, and then also on top of that, we anticipate certain entities, especially the newer entrants coming online. And the challenge that we're speaking to is where an entity, I'll say it, the best way is that they bolt on compliance as an afterthought. Mm-hmm. So their program is really built around just their ceiling is, I'm going to be compliant. And as a result, it creates an inability to be innovative or knowing that, I'm trying to say this clearly, but that security is the objective, not compliance. Compliance is the byproduct of achieving that. So, and that's why we use the term disassociation, but I think it sounds a little psychedelic. So I think, security by design is better, but that tends to be the theme. And what we do about it, we've been incredibly proactive, reaching out to entities that are coming online. We've set up committees for our smaller outfits, which tend to be the ones that are the new entrants that are rolling on. We also do workshops in numerous forms to make sure people understand the importance of secure operations. And I think the supply chain within the standard is a wonderful example as well.
Is the interconnection, just one follow-up, Ms. Collins earlier was talking about how Southern Company requires some sort of IBR standard satisfaction as part of interconnecting. Is that soon enough to allow for that by design step instead of the bolt-on, or does it need to come earlier or differently?
Yeah, well, I think that's an important step. I think the more that we can get in front of it with education and outreach and training is essential, and I think the more that we can push that understanding out is essential. So it's a hard question to answer, but it's one of those things because some entities are coming in fully baked and ready to go. It's the challenges you have with some that are more of just trying to get connected as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I want to give credit to some of the suppliers. Some of the suppliers are absolutely making security a priority, and I think for them it's a competitive advantage, right? If you want to be a part of this broader grid that is so critical to national security and the health and safety of communities, you've got to be at least this tall to ride this ride, and they get that. I do think with the increasing adoption of IBRs, of more aggregators, things that were traditionally of grid-enhancing technologies, as you referred to in the previous panel, I think all of these things are changing the threat landscape, and there are absolutely well-established, sophisticated suppliers who are providing those things with security by design. I think, given the demand for growth, you are going to get fewer, or you're going to get some of those entities that are maybe less secure. And looking at security, as Mr. Blake just said, is sort of a check-the-box exercise, as opposed to truly being a part of this broader ecosystem. And so I think education is part of it. I think CIP 13 is a part of it. And I think we need to continue to prioritize it as owner-operators ourselves, as Ms. Collins said in the last panel. I'll throw one other consideration out there for you. So I recently bought a new washer-dryer, and it's internet-enabled for some reason. And that poses, think about some cycling of concentration risk in one company that has enabled this. Maybe 1 million people across the United States have it. You start cycling those things on and off because of a vulnerability in a consumer-grade device. We have a problem on a more national scale. And so these are things that I think we need to be considering, not just as owners-operators, but as we look at consumer-grade devices as well.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Danley.
So I hadn't actually planned to get into this, but Commissioner Clemence's questions made me wonder about this. So, Mr. Blake, I completely understand the idea that when you're deploying brand new IBR assets or anything that's coming online for the first time, it makes sense to have the security mechanisms integrated from the beginning and have that be part of the thinking. But this problem with what you're calling security by design, I would think that because the utility system writ large is a legacy system upon which we fall on, right? We're not designing it all from whole cloth. And on top of that, the fact that the threats are emergent at all times, that there's necessarily going to be a little bit of that bolting on in every regime, right? Am I wrong about that?
Yes, and maybe I need to clarify a bit. I'm talking about you need to establish the CIP standards as your foundation that you build upon.
I did misunderstand you then.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you. So the next question I have is, so I every time we're in an oversight hearing or people ask me about what more authorities does FERC need for cyber, I always express a certain amount of skepticism that we're the correct institution to be responding to what I just described as really emergent threats, right? We're a multi-member body. We're by necessity somewhat apart from the rest of the executive branch. And of course, other agencies have their role to play, and I'm not talking about that. I wonder if, and I have no quarrel with using NERC standards to set these minimum mandatory requirements. That's all well and good. But I wonder if the reluctance to be as forward-thinking as you can be when you are actually responsible for your generation assets or the like. Could that be because we are insufficiently compensating? I mean, is this a tariff problem as opposed to a NERC standards problem? And I throw that question open to everybody. After 9/11, and Joe, McClellan, didn't we issue an order for physical security? Yeah, okay, all right. So we have had at times in the past actions that we've taken in order to identify discrete problems and set specific regimes. And I'm not advocating this, I'm just curious, is this really a NERC standard problem or is it a compensation one? And I'm curious if you have thoughts about this. I don't have my mind made up on it, I just want to know what people think. Don't all talk at once.
I'll speak to that again from the perspective of an OEM and what I'm seeing in the market. I agree with you. I'm not sure that this is a regulatory type issue. I do think that we are, again, as a supplier, being incentivized to meet cybersecurity objectives, right? So I have established fleet cybersecurity standards with large power generation organizations to ensure that all control systems we deliver meet a pre-configured set of those organizations' security standards. We do incorporate security by design, meeting IEC 62443 standards. And of course, the result of that is we're seeing people vote with their pocketbooks that we are an OEM or a vendor that meets their cybersecurity standards. So while you do have a minimum level of security through the CIP 13 supply chain requirements, if I can show a differentiation in the market, right, that's an advantage for my customers. And that is where we fall.
So I'll answer it this way. Compensation for investments is always important, and so is affordability for customers, and so and value for the American taxpayer. And so I do think that there are. I think you framed it exactly right. The CIP standards are a foundational level of security, and they are important. I said before, security can't be check the box. All right, I did X, Y, and Z, I'm secure. No, you're complacent, and you've telegraphed what your defenses are. So I think having that foundational level of security is incredibly important. I'll put it a different way. I use this sort of as a rhetorical device all the time. If you tell me I got to put a 10-foot fence around everything, great. The adversary brings a 12-foot ladder. So let's not pretend that we are creating this impenetrable security by investing only in cyber. I think looking at the ability to operate degraded, I think more redundancy and resiliency, I think thinking holistically about the system, not against defending against cyber attacks that, to your point, are constantly evolving. So baking it in, yeah, we can bake in some good hygiene, but eventually we're going to have to adapt to what the adversary is doing. We've got to think broader about, again, redundancy, resiliency, ability to recover, more spare equipment, and things like that.
Anyone else?
Yeah, if I
Sorry,
could
I
offer.
didn't see your card up
No,
there.
that's okay. If I could offer a little bit too. I appreciate the question because it's asking the deeper question of what are the incentives? Are there incentives other than just?
I mean, knowing the fact that the liability could be potentially catastrophic, and it's difficult to actuarially determine what the likelihood is going to be, it's a hard one to determine how you want to slice it. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have an expression that certainly it is about the technology, and the thing that technology brings is new ways to do things, and cloud technology does afford a capability to make it much easier to build security in by design and standardize processes, but it's not only about the technology. It is also about the culture and about what other drivers do exist in internalizing security and building it in both technically and operationally. And it is a differentiator. As Jonathan said, I mean, we are seeing that across a lot of our partners, that security is a big differentiator. Customers are looking at it very closely. CIP 13, we applaud the efforts that has taken to help promote the sophistication of risk assessment and diving deeper into what the security requirements are necessary for the entities. And we continue, the role of NATF and others that are helping to work with industry to kind of raise that bar and look closer and demand more security, not just at a compliance level.
I guess I have one last question. When we talk about risks from supply chain, I struggle to understand how exactly it is you can assess the correct level of certainty that you want to have. I mean, because unless you were to do something like take a random sample of every one of the integrated circuits that come along and then forensically deconstruct them to see what their actual logic is, that is obviously quite an undertaking, and I'm using that as a ridiculous example. How do you think about the level of certainty that is necessary to feel, if not safe, at least, that you've done your due diligence, that you're not exposing yourself to something that is very likely there? And I realize that's open-ended, but I'm trying mostly just to get a sense of what people think of that. It seems like a daunting challenge to me.
I'll start, and thank you for the question. So first off, there is no 100% certainty that you'll ever achieve from the supply chain perspective. And I think it's where it's a combination of all the defenses that we have, standards, all the technologies that we use to protect our networks, the technologies that we use to detect what's going on our networks, is what helps to provide a more reasonable level of certainty. And I think that's where investment needs to continue to go, right? So we clearly need to continue to work with, and somebody mentioned the vendor affiliate program that we recently started at the ISAC. The whole purpose of that program was to engage the vendor community because they take security very seriously, and we can learn from them. So what are those things that we should do to sort of move these forward? But working with them to sort of understand what is in their systems to give us that level of certainty that you're referring to, and then what are the other tools that we use to help, again, protect our networks.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think I'm going to have a part of the answer you're going to like and some you might not like so much. But before I get into that, I just want to comment. I agree 100% with Manny as far as adding to your monitoring. And then my other colleague about the 12-foot ladder. We don't talk, I think, enough about basically response and recovery, right? Recovery because it's a real thing that if some nation state is really out for ISO New England or some other entity, it's likely that they'll get in. So back to the supply chain, there's the contractual piece that we've done with SIP 13, which is extremely helpful, and it's, again, like many of the SIP standards, it's a credible floor. And it's really helped us a lot choose vendors that have these good hygiene practices like Siemens and others. But the part that you're not going to like is that there is what you're kind of hinting at, this sort of uncertainty. There's no real standards on a software bill of materials. So if we're going from a software product, vendors with market power can kind of answer it how they choose to answer it. Some smaller vendors can answer inadequately because that's the best that they can do. So there's no standards as to when you're asking a vendor what they include in their products for an accurate assessment of your risk and liabilities for third-party libraries or whatnot. There's no consistency there. And then to the further end is, and I think you touched upon it, is I know with SIP 13 I need to ask my vendors about their practices. But how deep do I need to go? Do I need to ask my vendors' vendors and their vendors? There's not that sort of certainty in that area, even for ourselves. We know what is best practice.
So yeah, you can't. I mean, basically, what you're saying is you can't measure the problem because there is no standard yardstick, and you wouldn't even know where to go applying it to measure it because you don't know how deep to go down the rabbit hole.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And so the other thing
You're right.
I'd
I
add,
don't like that answer, but it's yeah.
It's a real answer, and it's daunting. I think it's been fighting with me all day. Doesn't want me to talk either. There are 55,000 substations in North America at the bulk electric system level. There are thousands of large generating units. There are hundreds of control centers. With that comes an element of redundancy and biodiversity. And I think I've used the phrase concentration risk before when talking about washer dryers and one company that makes these. But I think that can be true of a lot of the things that we're talking about here. So another one of my turns of phrase, I think I used it here once and it's been quoted back to me a bunch, is you protect diamonds like diamonds and you protect pencils like pencils. Mm-hmm. And the diamonds in this case are those things that must run. We absolutely need, and we can kind of run through what those are. Everything else can be redundant. We have more of it. We have the ability to not concentrate that risk in one set of manufacturers. And so if a manufacturer of a particular component is owned at the silicon level, as you mentioned, like all the way down to the chipset, first of all, that's the purview of nation states. We've got bigger problems. Second, even if that were to happen, we have more redundancy and resiliency and the ability to keep the system operational. And I think that's the way we need to be thinking about it, as opposed to trying to lock every door and protect every facility as though it was the most important thing. Understand what's must run, protect it accordingly, continue to share information and understand the vendors, have the baseline of regulations. All of that is a good holistic way to approach a really daunting issue of the broad supply chain security.
A purposeful economy of effort for those things that matter.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Very good. Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, do we have another answer? Do you mind? I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, to echo that, Siemens Energy has customers in North America, hundreds of them, that address their SIP 13 requirements through contractual obligations, system certifications, vendor questionnaires. We are large enough an organization that we can provide SBOMs in standard formats. However, we have thousands of products, tens of thousands of sub-suppliers. We have to maintain our own supply chain risk management concepts. And we've stood up an entire organization to do that. It's an industrial cybersecurity officer concept to address those topics on a per product basis. However, I believe still one of the largest and unsolved risks is exactly what was being articulated here, which just trying to understand the scale, both in terms of exposure and then how to effectively control it, is difficult. I am encouraged to see the efforts underway by NATF, hopefully to provide practical steps to addressing this challenge. But I would like to point out, to steal the dissociation, I'm going to say deduplication, the amount of information that I'm providing to the industry that is identical, that is being used in different ways and maybe not effectively, does not allow me as a provider of services to scale effectively. And what I mean by that is I can answer the same question, you know, provided through vendor questionnaires 100 different ways depending on the context. So, you know, as we're going through the supply chain risk assessment and I start funneling down through all my suppliers and sub-suppliers and then give an answer back to the industry, I'm afraid we're ending up in a situation of the telephone game.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. You know, it's an interesting prospect to have to sit back and sort of watch the play develop and see all the questions you wrote down be asked. But it's helpful at the same time because I get a chance, instead of batting lead, to sort of learn from the discussion, and then do try to ask a question that adds value to the discussion. What I want to do is sort of take a step back and first acknowledge, Mr. Blake, your point about cybersecurity posture is the objective, right? It's not check the box. I agree with that. You want to have, Ms. Powell, a culture of compliance. It starts from the top, it goes all the way down, and you want to make sure that you protect against your weakest link. That's how you manage your cyber program. What I want to talk about, though, is the cybersecurity, the SIP standards that we have. And there's been a little bit of disagreement on the panel of whether or not we have the foundation that we need to protect the system as it transitions to more distributed energy resources. Some people say, I've heard, that the floor is there, the bones are there, it's how you implement it. And I've heard other people say, well, we need to change the system, it's not right, high, medium, low, this isn't the appropriate structure to move forward for this new era. And I'm in particular concerned about coordinated attacks in particular. Are there any gaps in our current standards to protect us from coordinated attacks? So I know that's a big question. I want to throw that out there, and I'd love to hear any reaction or responses that you have. Ms. Powell?
Sure. I mean, I would echo that the bones are good, But I don't think many would argue in my industry that if all you're doing is meeting the SIP standards, to my colleague's point, is you're not doing enough. You're probably failing if that's all you're doing. You know, I think what we had mentioned earlier as far as adapting faster, without being a broken record, you know, as Maggie was saying, is that there are good people on these standard committees, and they are doing good work. And you know, certainly the highlighted VMware change to it, I don't think anybody is more frustrated than the people on those committees for not getting that forward. But we have to either adapt that process or have a separate group looking out sooner to newer technologies, disruptive technologies. You know, if, for say, we had a group that was, you know, more on the cutting edge and looking at it before people adapted, you know, on a whole scale cloud technologies, you know, not even on the cutting edge. You know, if somebody was doing this 5 years ago when it was pervasive in other industries, we'd be in a better place now. So, you know, something with the process has to change, but I would echo that the bones are good.
Mr. Blake.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the question. So I think the first thing I always think of when I hear the gap question, because that's one of the ones I'm always asking internally, because, you know, you have some sleepless nights, is to always remember that the standards are set up as a defense in depth type approach, right? So there may be a weaker part over here, but it's being covered in other areas. But to the point, we need to keep up, right? So I don't think anyone disagrees with the need to increase the pace of addressing certain of these issues through the standards process. Jim mentioned earlier about a thing I think I'm not allowed to talk about, to OGC, right? So that effort has been taken by NERC. Then also, I think even at the NERC board level, they've restructured to put more focus and emphasis on the standards process by the way that they've done their committees, realigned one specific committee to do just that. And the only other thing I would add, you know, when it comes to, I understand the cloud emerging, the technologies there. Yeah, I do. I think there's an immense amount of benefit in looking that direction. The thing I think that you see that I do value greatly about the standards process is that it is a deliberative process. Again, setting aside the pace, but it is important that it's a deliberative process because you're talking about our nation's backbone. And these are complicated decisions where you're moving something, in layman's terms, off-prem, right? And you're creating more reliance on someone else achieving objectives. And that doesn't mean it's a bad idea. It could mean it's a great idea. But we need to understand when we do all of these things, have we deeply thought about all of the potential unintended consequences? And that's what I think the standards process does so well, is because the education, the evaluation, and discussion to come up to a solution in that space. So,
thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that is a very good question. I appreciate it. And I agree, you know, I mean, I was, you know, Mr. Robb, his comments from earlier today, I was very comforted and pleased to hear his comments. I think, you know, we can't ignore the fact that the NERC reliability standards have propelled the industry much further in making sure the grid is secure. The issue, and I think, you know, as Mr. Powell said, the bones I feel like are good. It's sometimes when you look at specific, so if we have a new technology that exists within the existing box of the reliability standards, it's fantastic. We don't have any problem. We can implement it today. The issue is if there is a gray area of does this new technology fall within a defined box that we have set ourselves in, many companies will choose not to act for risk and fear of being deemed non-compliant with the reliability standards. And so they choose not to act, but to leverage some older and decaying technologies that will be obsolete soon when other companies don't. So that's kind of those are my thoughts. I think we can make a lot of improvements. How can we be more nimble and agile to to make sure there is a path forward so more of the conservative companies can adopt this newer technology.
I'm turning to Ms. Powell. I want to add a little twist to the question for you. I mean, we talked a lot about cloud computing here today, and this is something I've been talking about. I spoke at a Cloud for Computing conference like 10 years ago. What would you say to regulators like me, and especially my state colleagues, who have some concern about cloud computing, that they're nervous about, they don't understand it. They think that it may add more risk, not address the risk to their systems. What do you say to them?
Yeah, this is a big part of my job, is actually out there educating folks about what cloud technology is really all about, and how it really works, and how it's different than on-prem. Because without a doubt, I mean, that what is known very well is how your on-prem systems operate, how they're secured. I see them, I can hug them, you know, they're there. There's that understanding. So it is a process. And we have seen a dramatic uptick in the level of sophistication in the questions. There's definitely learning going on, and I think it's done in the context of these very questions that have been raised today, of like, you know, industry has these challenges, both operationally and security. What is the universe out there that we can use to help address these? So we're now getting down to conversations that really look at what are those risks that you're trying to address? How can cloud help address those risks? And actually, Jonathan mentioned earlier, the traditional approach has been very much a monolithic approach. And so that's part of the conversation too. It does get complex, because when you start looking at all the elements of IT-OT convergence, OT systems look a lot more like IT systems than they ever have before in the past. So trying to understand what that looks like, what the implications of that are, who are the stakeholders that really need to weigh in on that. All OT systems are not alike. They vary by what functions are that they perform, and they vary by their operational requirements. Cloud technologies are not all the same. You know, we talk a lot about a regional data center as kind of our default understanding, that it's somebody else owns your data center. But when you really dive into what is the difference between a cloud data center versus an on-prem data center, the differences are notable. At a cloud data center, there is no identification of where certain data resides on which server. The data is anonymized and ephemeral, and offers a great deal of layers of protection. No personnel that works in a cloud data center, at least at AWS, can see or use any of the data that resides within that data center. Likewise, just the resiliency. You know, when you take a traditional on-prem setup, traditionally there's a primary data center and a backup data center. The resiliency that the infrastructure available through cloud offers the capability to have things running in multiple data centers that are very geographically dispersed, so that if there is a failure of a server or even of a data center, customers won't see any change because the failover is so seamless. So anyway, that's probably a long-winded answer, but it really is that the opportunity to dive in and to educate. And we have, we have spoken at NERC. We have tried to be available. We've done training with NERC. We have great allies at NERC in trying to climb that learning curve and continue to evolve that base of knowledge. And once there is that base of knowledge, I do think that will inform how regulatory language and the requirement language is developed. And I do think that there are some advantages to the way that NERC is structured, in that it does get the input from those that are in the field. It goes, you know, it's a unique situation, but those that actually are responsible for performing and managing those systems are in the room defining what that language should be.
So I saw a lot of head nodding when you were talking. Anyone have a different opinion? Should we be more concerned about cloud computing than traditional computing resources being used at the utility level? Okay, all right. Mr. Aronson, you said something in your opening remarks that caught my attention. You talked about CEII, Critical Energy Infrastructure Information. can you talk a little bit more? You got cut off.
He's doing his job. He did great.
Can you talk a little bit more about what changes you think might be necessary to how we handle this critical information?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Look, the fact that there is a designation of critical electric infrastructure information is incredibly helpful, and there's others. There's PCII, and there's defense critical information and defense critical electric infrastructure. So all of this, there's at least sort of a naming convention out there and an understanding that some of this information, the way I've thought about it, just to make it real simple terms, there's some information that we'll always share. Okay, people need to know this in order to be able to design systems or regulate or what have you, great. There is some information that we will never share because it is so sensitive that it has real impact on grid operations and would really give the adversary an advantage in trying to create an attack against some of this most critical infrastructure. And then there's other information that we'll share on occasion with the right controls. And certain state commissions have done a great job with having reading rooms. They have sunshine laws. They've got all sorts of protections. And so come in, we'll tell you everything you need to know so that you can make informed decisions as regulators, and then we'll take our information and go home, and it's not subject to those sorts of investigations or disclosures. With respect to Form 715 specifically here at FERC, I think one of the challenges is anybody who asks for information and signs a disclosure and says, I won't share this with anybody else, effectively gets it. And that, to me, seems like a really flipped way to be treating some of the most critical information that we have as operators and that you all take on as regulators. And so I think there's a way to address that achieves your goals of getting the information that you need and that allows people from the outside who do have a need to know in order to design better mousetraps to help us operate the grid can have access to that information too, but just not everybody who, and we know our adversaries are leveraging America's openness, and we need to be cognizant of that.
You raise an excellent point, and I know I certainly, and I know the Commission, we don't ever want to be the point of failure when you talk about protecting information. So I'd like to have a follow-up conversation with you to learn more about what we can do to protect that information.
Appreciate it.
Look, you guys are the best in the business when it comes to talking about these issues. You've covered so much ground. I could ask questions for the sake of asking questions, but I won't. I'll just thank you for appearing. I thank you for your candid answers, and I look forward to working with all of you as well going forward. That's what I have, David.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners, for the questions and answers. We have a few minutes left before the end of the panel. In that vein, I'd like to turn to Joe McClellan, the Director of the Office of Energy Infrastructure Security, to ask a question or two if we have time.
Yeah, thank you, David. Actually, I have three, but we'll probably just have time for one. So I'll direct this question at Manny, but I'll say anyone that wants to jump in, please feel free to do so. So considering emerging threats, so we have current threats, we have emerging threats under the categories of supply chain, insider threat, malware. But what about the new threats like artificial intelligence and quantum computing? What should we be doing? What can we do together? And I think those topics represent an excellent examples of where government and industry should probably be closely coordinating on these topics. So what can we do? What should we be doing at this time in anticipation of those threats fully materializing?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Joe. And I don't think it's very different than the conversations that we've had about virtualization and cloud. We've got to get ahead of it, right? These technologies, these emerging technologies provide tremendous benefits, but with any new technology, there's risks. So we need to assess the risks as it relates to not only the legacy grid, but the new grid as well, too. AI in particular, when we think about the opportunities from AI in the security context, how it could help us identify threats more quickly, I think could be a game changer, right? We also have to think about misinformation that could be spread by AI. But, suffice to say, I think learning from what we've done with virtualization and cloud and trying to get ahead of this so we can enable and facilitate the adoption of these technologies in a positive way is the opportunity that's in front of us.
I'll jump in on this. So with AI and quantum and machine learning, we're seeing a lot of new and interesting risks to, with the ability to, mis and disinformation, the ability to mimic people. We're getting what were, sophisticated phishing attacks. These are sophisticated phishing attacks on steroids. So I think Manny said something incredibly important. This is absolutely where industry and government need to be working collaboratively. One of the things we've been talking about grid growth because of, just keeps turning off on me, sick of my voice too. Because of AI, we have grid growth. Like, that's terrific. It is to America's national security interests and America's competitive advantage that we enable AI in an effective and a sort of thoughtful way here. We have to grow out that infrastructure. We have to support it with electricity and infrastructure to support it. But that is going to be part of how we continue to defend ourselves as a nation. And the last thing I'll say is with respect to quantum, when we get to kind of quantum at scale, which depending who you listen to is a few years or a few decades away, but somewhere in between, we do need to understand that that is going to completely obviate our traditional security regimes. And so this goes back to you cannot protect everything from everything all of the time. We have to think about the ability to operate degraded. We have to think about the ability to operate without digital overlay in some cases. And that's something I don't want to lose, that capability of.
Any other comments on that? Just to your last point, Scott, I will say that quantum computing is already changing the way we do business today for encryption. So there are new encryption standards. The old transmissions that were encrypted, that were under the old standard, those are vulnerable. And so it's never too early to start on these types of threats. Recognizing the time, I'll yield back, David, because I saw the yellow card and perhaps the red is on your face. Thank you.
This isn't a congressional hearing, but we have reached the end of our time for this panel. So I do want to thank all the panelists for joining us today. It's been a really interesting discussion, both in this panel regarding cybersecurity and the prior panel regarding the changing resource mix. We will now take a 45-minute break for lunch. And those of you who are watching online, please remember to subscribe and like to our FERC YouTube channel. We'll resume at 1:15.
Where are you headed, Manny?
Welcome to our afternoon session. We have 3 panels this afternoon. You thought the morning was interesting. The afternoon will be, I think, equally so. My name is Deepak Ramlachan. I'm the Director of the Division of Engineering and Logistics in the Office of Electric Reliability. Our afternoon panels will focus on the potential electric reliability implications of EPA's proposed action in EPA Docket OAR 2023-0072, entitled New Source Performance Standards for Greenhouse Gas Emissions from New and Reconstructed Electric Generating Units, and Emission Guidelines for Greenhouse Gas Emissions from Existing Electric Generating Units. The first panel will be a discussion among the Commission and EPA staff. Joining us today are Mr. Joseph Goffman. He is the Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator for the Office of Air and Radiation at EPA, and Mr. Tomas Carbonell, Deputy Assistant Administrator for Stationary Sources, and they are accompanied today by EPA staff Stephanie Grumet. Megan Greenfield is not at the table, and Kevin Culligan, along with Mikhail Adiamantiadis. They will provide an overview of the proposed rule and highlight specific issues relevant to the reliable planning and operation of the bulk power system. Before hearing from our panelists, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It won't surprise anyone here in this room that I'm going to start with electric reliability. Simply put, ensuring reliability is and always must be job one for this commission. That is the lens through which I intend to approach this afternoon's discussion. That means, among other things, that the resources needed to reliably, responsibly, and affordably operate the grid must be there today, tomorrow, and in the long term, including during the severe weather events that can no longer be called unusual or unanticipated, and the over decades-long future that is addressed in the proposed rule. For half a century, EPA has set and enforced the emission standards that apply to every power plant in the nation. We remind ourselves again at the outset of this conference that our piece of the electric power puzzle is defined by the Federal Power Act. We do not build, certificate, or authorize the construction or retirement of power resources. That responsibility lies with the states. We also do not have the authority to second-guess EPA's regulatory choices. Instead, our goal with this technical conference is to better understand how these rules may affect resources and the grid going forward, acknowledging that predicting the future in the energy sector decades in advance has always been a fraught task. Now, during a period of rapid changes in technology, weather conditions, economics, and the law, that task has become even more difficult. Our job is to consider tools available to us under the statutory mandate to accommodate this very fluid new environment and to address reliably the new rules of the road that are being created by the states and by EPA. In this regard, the industry stakeholders and state regulators who are here today are our partners in continuing the evolution of the nation's energy and environmental future. With that in mind, I want to welcome Joe Goffman, the Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator for the Office of Air and Radiation at our sister agency, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Joe's depth of experience with the Clean Air Act is nearly unparalleled, and we are fortunate to have him and his team here today to talk about this important matter. That is enough for me now. I'll have more to say later, and I'll turn it to my colleagues if they have any brief opening remarks.
No, nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Christie.
Back to you, Deepa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panelists, we're ready for you. Mr. Goffman, a reminder, red means your mic is live, so remember to turn it on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, let me start by thanking you for pointing out that I should turn my mic on. Second, let me thank you for pronouncing Misha's last name. And third, thank you for saying absolutely every single word in the title of this proposal so that you don't have to listen to me do it again, so I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have this discussion with you and your colleagues. And I'd certainly like to greet Commissioner Clements and Commissioner Danley and Commissioner Christie, and actually wish Commissioner Christie happy Veterans Day, and thank Commissioner Danley and Commissioner Clements and Commissioner, all four of you really, for taking time to talk to us a few months ago and in a couple of cases earlier this week. And we'll do everything we can to lay out what's a very complicated picture of what we're trying to accomplish, which includes what you all are trying to accomplish, as is also the case with your colleagues in balancing authorities and system operators focused on grid reliability. Let's start with the first things first from an EPA perspective. The proposed carbon pollution standards are, in fact, crucial to addressing the urgent need to reduce climate destabilizing carbon dioxide pollution from the power sector. And an important part of the agency's broader efforts to address the multiple health and environmental impacts of the power sector while supporting the continued delivery of reliable and affordable electricity. I want to highlight two or three key principles that are sort of the organizing principles of our overall approach to this and other power sector rulemakings and to today's discussion. First, I want to start by embracing the central topic of today's conference and of this afternoon's agenda, which is ensuring that our nation's electricity system continues to reliably deliver affordable energy to businesses and households. And in that vein, I would like to recognize FERC and you, Chairman Phillips, as well as your colleagues, for the Commission's own ongoing efforts to support the reliability of the grid, including FERC's recent work to address extreme cold weather preparedness, the Commission's much-anticipated Order 2023 on improvements to generator interconnection procedures, and the Commission's grid reliability guidelines for inverter-based resources. Those are just two or three examples that we are following in your efforts to maintain grid and enhance, actually, grid reliability. Now, in EPA's own decades of work to address air pollution in the power sector, we have committed ourselves to designing and implementing regulations to serve the public's dual needs of healthful air quality and reliable and affordable electricity. That work continues through the proposal we are examining here today to set standards and guidelines for power sector CO2 emissions, a proposal that we tried to structure so that it provided the features and flexibilities instrumental to ensuring reliability as pollution reductions are achieved. Second, in issuing the proposal, we also embraced not only the imperative of EPA's mission to protect public health and the environment, but also the priorities set by President Biden and by Congress through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. Fossil fuel-fired power plants are the nation's second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. They emit approximately 20% of our nation's total CO2 and did so at least in 2021 alone. These emissions are helping fuel an escalating climate crisis that is already having devastating impacts on Americans across the country in the form of extreme heat, wildfires, floods, and rising sea levels. And many of these impacts are falling hardest on our most vulnerable communities and communities of color. In fact, NOAA estimated that extreme weather events in 2022 caused more than $165 billion in damages from hurricanes, tornadoes, flooding, droughts, wildfires, and winter storms. And as everyone here knows, many of these impacts also have direct and adverse consequences for the reliability of the electric grid itself. So reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the power sector, which is the object of the proposal we're discussing today, is an essential part of combating the climate crisis and mitigating these impacts. Acting under its responsibility to address significant sources of air pollution under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act, EPA issued the proposal for new and existing fossil fuel-fired power plants in May of this year. And we built it on extensive outreach to and engagement with a broad range of stakeholders, including power companies representing a broad cross-section of the industry. EPA projects the proposal would have significant benefits, reducing CO2 emissions from the power sector by at least 617 million metric tons through 2042, above and beyond reductions anticipated under other policies, and yielding significant health benefits, including, for example, 1,300 premature deaths avoided in 2030 alone. Meanwhile, through the passage of historic bills like the BIL and the IRA, Congress has affirmed a set of urgent priorities allied to the urgent task of reducing pollution by providing an unprecedented $369 billion in incentives and investments to provide a glide path toward a clean, low-carbon energy future. The carbon pollution standards proposal builds on these incentives and investments, including in CCS and clean hydrogen, and supports their uptake while reinforcing and actualizing the clean energy policy signals sent by Congress. Finally, we enthusiastically embrace the process of engagement that today's conference exemplifies. We appreciate hearing from the members of the Commission and from Commission staff, as well as the various experts and stakeholders who are participating in today's panels. Over many decades of successfully regulating air pollution from the power sector, EPA has found that this kind of engagement is instrumental in helping us craft well-designed policies that protect public health while enabling power companies to keep the lights on. And as I'll discuss today, today's meeting is part of an ongoing and comprehensive effort by EPA to ensure that we are listening to and incorporating input from a variety of stakeholders with expertise in and responsibility for maintaining reliability. To provide the Commission with information helpful not just to today's discussion and conference, but also to your own consideration going forward, I'm going to turn to a few topics related to the proposed rule specifically. I want to talk about how EPA is continuing to engage with a range of counterparts, experts, and stakeholders on reliability issues, including the Department of Energy, the Commission, commissioners and staff yourselves, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, regional transmission organizations, and independent system operators, as well as with individual power companies and balancing authorities across the nation. We're committed to continuing that engagement over the coming weeks and months so that we can ensure that we arrive at a final rule for reducing climate pollution from the power sector that is effective, that's workable, and is fully compatible with maintaining reliable and affordable electricity. I'm confident that we will achieve these goals simply because we have an extensive track record in addressing other forms of pollution from the power sector, engaging in sustained interaction with experts including especially those responsible for maintaining the reliability system, and achieving significant reductions from the power sector. For example, we'll cite the mercury and air toxic standards, which not only achieve significant pollution reduction, but had built into the rule at final specific suggestions and approaches that were suggested to us or presented to us by a group of RTOs and ISOs. And as recently as this year, when we finalized the Good Neighbor Plan, we included there specific features, flexibilities, compliance, timeline adjustments, and other devices that were brought to us by our counterparts in the electricity grid. And I guess I would say that through the work that we did over the years on rules like the Good Neighbor Plan and MATS, we learned how to learn from experts such as yourselves, as well as from system operators and balancing authorities. And we're continuing to learn based on those lessons, not just up until this point, but we anticipate, in fact, we're committed to continuing that learning going forward as we finalize the carbon pollution standards. I want to get to a couple of details about the proposal that I think are the most effective way of showing first what we think we've learned from the most recent round of engagement running up to the proposal, what we're in the process of engaging on as we look at all the comments that were submitted and our follow-up discussions with commenters, and which we think will provide the building blocks of a final rule that will achieve the dual commitment that I referred to, which is workable, successful pollution reduction while maintaining a reliable source of electricity. So let me go through what we consider to be, for the moment at least, the 6 key features that of addressing reliability built into the proposals. The first is that, well, we didn't take a one-size-fits-all approach. We varied the requirements applicable to the different categories of covered fossil fuel plants based on their utilization profile, or if you will, their role or their differential roles in the electricity system, imposing the most ambitious requirements on those plants that were or are destined to run the longest and or the hardest, and imposing less stringent requirements on plants that are run only intermittently or have retirement on their horizon. But that's only just the basics for setting a flexible regime. Let me just name 5 or 6 additional features. We intend with this proposal, and we'll certainly consolidate this at final, is to provide ample lead time for compliance. As proposed, the compliance deadlines in this rule do not take effect until 2030 for existing coal-fired power plants. And for the subset of natural gas-fired power plants that are subject to standards based on CCS or low GHG hydrogen, compliance would not be required until 2032 or 2035. A second feature is what we consider to be a flexible architecture for gas units. The proposal would apply less stringent standards to units that are operated less frequently and allow units to move among different tiers of compliance requirements depending on how much they need to run. We think this provides considerable flexibility for power companies to build and operate gas-fired combustion turbines that are needed for reliability purposes. A third feature is the use of subcategories in the design of the standards for existing coal units. Based on contributions and discussions and input from industry, EPA proposed that only the minority of coal-fired power plants that intend to operate until 2040 or beyond would be subject to standards based on CCS. Plants that are intended to or destined to retire closer in time would be subject to standards based on routine maintenance and not be required to invest in additional controls. A fourth feature of flexibility is actually inherent in the state planning process that Section 111D of the Clean Air Act authorizes. States are the ones who have the authority to examine the remaining useful life of a unit and develop source-specific considerations which may result in less stringent standards of performance or longer compliance schedules. A fifth feature that we propose is for units that are subject to a standard of performance based on their utilization, operations that take place during reliability events would not be counted for purposes of determining compliance. And then finally, we adopted an approach that is included in the mercury and air toxic standards. Here we proposed a transparent mechanism for exercising enforcement discretion in situations when compliance is not achievable within the requisite time frame and the operation of a unit is needed for reliability. As proposed, the emissions guidelines for existing steam electric generating units and gas-fired combustion turbines will be implemented by the states, and it is they who will work with the owners and operators of these existing sources, as well as with the public and other stakeholders, in a planning process that will help states determine how to take advantage of the flexibilities across the universe of affected sources and, among other things, anticipate potential contingencies. We've already started down the road of participating in our own efforts as allies of counterparts and partner entities to address reliability. Earlier this year, in March, in fact, EPA Administrator Michael Regan and Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm issued a joint memorandum of understanding to provide a framework for interagency cooperation and consultation on electric sector resource adequacy and reliability. The MOU outlines activities to monitor and share information to support the continued reliability of the electric system, including regular outreach and consultation with FERC, with NERC, and other reliability electricity grid-focused entities. In May of this year, under the auspices of the MOU, DOE, with FERC staff in attendance, met with NERC as well as with representatives of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners and several individual state PUCs in order to review reliability concerns and identify the challenges that they were facing. And in September, again under the auspices of the MOU, we met with members of the RTO-ISO Council to review similar topics. We are undertaking extensive reliability-focused outreach specific to the proposal. And following the end of the comment period for this proposal, we initiated conversations with 23 grid operators and balancing authorities engaged in our rulemaking docket. We have had numerous productive meetings with these stakeholders over the course of the last few months, which have helped us to deepen our understanding of the comments that we've received on reliability issues and to continue to learn more about reliability challenges arising in diverse regions of the country. I want to thank personally everybody here today who answered our call and met with the EPA team as part of this vitally important reliability-specific outreach, which will certainly not conclude here. In fact, I like to think about us as being maybe in the 5th inning of this process. We haven't even gone to the bullpen yet. So there's a lot of work that we still understand that we must do on the path to finalizing these rules. and we are committed to engage with reliability stakeholders as we develop the final rule. We plan continued engagement with FERC staff, lucky you, with grid operators, balancing authorities, and reliability institutions to guarantee that we have detailed and up-to-date information on the reliability implications of the proposed rule. Moreover, we, as regulators of air pollution, have multiple tools at our disposal to ensure that the rule will help reduce emissions leading to some of the most extreme weather events, and will do so without impairing the ability of grid operators to ensure the reliability of the bulk power system. We look forward to continued engagement, beginning with our responding to questions during the balance of this panel, and hearing your thoughts, concerns, and most importantly, your advice on what kind of follow-up we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goffman. Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to you and the Commission for follow-up.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Goffman, for your testimony here today and for being here again. You know, you touched on this briefly during your testimony, and I appreciate and I applaud you for your commitment to continuous engagement, especially on reliability of the proposed rule going forward. But could you tell me a little bit more about what reliability assessment you did in preparation and preparing for this proposed rule?
Thanks for asking that question. I'm afraid that I may give you an answer that takes as long as my prepared statement because of EPA's understanding of what reliability is, which is every bit as much as a process, and for us, a learning experience in terms of what we need to do to support that process. So formally, in the proposal, we started out, and I think we described it in some detail. In the proposal, we started out by doing what we call a resource adequacy assessment. And we do that for the sake of determining at a first pass whether or not what we're asking the power sector to do is too much. In other words, whether it's going to exceed the capacity of the power sector to maintain generation. The reason we do that analysis is actually to feed back to ourselves whether we need to change the standards for some of the affected sources or extend compliance timelines. And I think you'll see in the proposal itself a discussion of a series of steps we took once we did that resource adequacy analysis. We made some changes in the compliance timelines that we proposed. I believe, if I remember correctly, we also asked for comment on alternative approaches that would reinforce or fortify any determined ultimate conclusion that the requirements were commensurate with our resource, our determination that the proposal or the requirements or the timelines didn't undercut resource adequacy. We did a technical support analysis or put together a technical support document that reflected our own dispatch modeling of the proposed rules, and we also continued consultation with FERC staff and DOE staff and others. And since this is a proposal and not a final rule, in many ways our approach was to sort of set the stage for the kind of ongoing inquiry we need to continue to do to finalize something that works to meet what I described as the dual objectives, effective emissions reductions and the comfortable maintenance of a reliable supply of affordable electricity. So in a way, what we refer to as our reliability analysis, or really a resource adequacy analysis, was to create a framework for further discussion. I'll say one more thing, at least, which is that we understand that the that a main nutrient, or if you will, the lifeblood of reliability maintenance, is planning, and then applying plans to changes that might need to be made in the sector. I happened to be lucky enough to catch Commissioner Danley yesterday afternoon, who reminded me that a lot of the measures that reliability entities and system operators identify require lead time. And so we're going to focus on that and feed back into the final rule changes that we might need to make to provide either time flexibility or requirement flexibility in order to accommodate, for example, that lead time, so that reliability entities can respond to their planning and identify measures that need to be taken.
So what I'm hearing from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you saw this as a framework that was put forward. You're having this discussion, ongoing engagement, and that you're open to hearing feedback and implementing that in the final rule.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we put the mercury and air toxic standards final action together and the Good Neighbor Plan final action together, the real kind of lived experience of the professional experts who are to my left and to my right and in large numbers back at headquarters was that reliability is a process, and for the purposes of what we need to know and do when we do pollution regulation is that we have to be in dialogue. And and we were doing our best in the proposal to try to structure that dialogue.
That's helpful, and I think that's fair. Another question that's come up a number of times I've seen it is, how does the proposed rule take into consideration that there are technologies that a lot of people question whether or not they are broadly available or they've reached some type of commercial class mass use? How does it take into consideration that it may take longer for these technologies to get to scale than anticipated? How do you respond to that?
I think there.
Microphone.
It's a little bit like looking at the question through a prism, because different, there's a multiple answers that are kind of true at the same time. At one level, the first question we have to answer is, what's the best technology available for reducing a specific pollutant? That's answered in terms of how effective it is at reducing pollution, how much it costs, how workable it is. What we do once we answer that question and identify technologies, in this case, CCS for larger, longer-lived, more heavily used facilities, we then turn that into a standard. And then it is handed off, if you will, to the states to figure out how to meet that standard, looking not just specifically at the technology that we identified as answering the best system of emission reduction question, but any number of other compliance options that reduce pollution so that, if you will, the state can meet its overall reduction obligation, or more specifically, can define requirements for individual sources so that they have a choice as to how to meet their reduction obligation. Now, we're doing this in the context where the technologies we proposed met the best system of emission reduction test are also being significantly supported through a toolbox that Congress put into use through the Inflation Reduction Act. So utilities have and states have the benefit of federal support in the form of various incentives and investments in the specific technologies that we identified. In this case, CCS and low GHG hydrogen, and a number of other clean energy technologies that utilities may choose to or prefer to avail themselves of by way of meeting their overall, emission reduction requirement. So the answer is technologies that we said are BSER, Best System of Emission Reduction, are getting a lot of help and a lot of investment from congressional legislation. And other technologies that might or are on the menu of compliance options are also getting significant support as well. So from the perspective of the state or the utility, there's a lot of choice.
Well, thank you. I know that the Department of Energy has invested a lot in some of these resources. It seems like there's an announcement almost every other day of some type of investment. And I'm sure that there will be more discussion on this issue, especially around the two technologies that you mentioned. I want to shift gears a little bit. You mentioned in your opening that when you considered the Good Neighbor Rule, you met with the RTOs, ISOs, got feedback from them, and incorporated that feedback back into the rule. We have here 4 ISOs and RTOs, PJM, MISO, ERCOT, and SPP. They provided pretty specific recommendations to address potential reliability concerns. I'll read a little bit about them here. One, a subcategory of reliability needed generators that would need to stay in operation even if they fail to meet a standard. So basically provide a list of, these are the generators that we just have to have. Establishing a regulatory check-in to monitor whether the rules, timelines, and deadlines are being met. So if these technologies are slipping, they're not coming on as quickly as we think they should or would, then you would get an opportunity to get that feedback and adjust your rule. And the last one here, I have these, I can use them. Providing for interstate allowance trading for flexibility. Can I just get your general reaction to these very specific proposals that have been put on the table, if you have any reaction?
This was in the context of the Good Neighbor Plan, or just for this?
That's for this rule that we're discussing today.
Okay. The reason I asked is that this sounds, this sounds a lot like I like the discussions we had when we went from proposal to final with the Good Neighbor Plan. At a first pass, and without the benefit of thinking about it and talking to my expert colleagues, those all sound like ideas like we're going to get 2 shots at the system, or the rule is going to get 2 shots at addressing and adopting those ideas. We could easily find ourselves, after further discussion, incorporating them in options we give states for how they can meet their requirements. And then, of course, the second shot is at the level of the states themselves. One of the things that we are hearing a lot about since the proposal is that states and utilities and system operators would like to know a lot more than what we actually put in the proposal about what options they have to adopt so-called flexibility mechanisms. And that can include, averaging emissions over multiple sources, or even trading emissions allowances under an emissions budget. The Clean Air Act already gives states the authority to look at individual units, look at their remaining useful life, and other factors which would allow the states to conclude that individual units need to be put on either a different schedule or be required to meet different requirements. So those we can, if you will, capture those ideas in at the federal level and at the state level. Now, it just so happens that before the end of this month, if all goes according to plan, we ourselves are going to be going to a meeting that's being hosted in Valley Forge by PJM, where I'm confident, in fact now I'm going to insist that we get our own chance to talk to the ISO as an RTOs to really process those ideas.
Thank you. Very glad to hear that you're going to Valley Forge and meeting with PJM. I'll stop right there. I want to make sure we leave enough time for my colleagues, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Danley.
Thank you. So we had a nice chat yesterday, and I outlined what my concerns were about the way the markets would have to respond to a rule of this scope and the consequences for it. And the basic point that you had raised before, that you rely in part upon the track record of having set these standards in the past, I don't believe it's fully applicable. And so I'm going to recite a little bit of what you and I talked about, but that's for the benefit of everybody here. The situation we find ourselves in now is one in which vast swaths of territory in America have their power provided to them by the wholesale markets. And the wholesale markets have, in large measure, taken over the responsibility for resource adequacy that had historically been that of the states. So in the old days, when you had vertically integrated utilities under the watchful eye of the state PUC, they would get a standard of some kind, some regulatory burden put on them, and it didn't really matter what kind. It could have been labor, employee, it doesn't make any difference. They would implement those requirements that were imposed upon them. Then they would go to their PUC and get recovery for the costs that they incurred for them. We are in a different situation now in which we no longer have in the markets, well, all of the markets are different, and so I'm speaking in broad brushstrokes here, but markets like PJM, ISO, New England, they don't have the integrated resource plan mechanism in the same way that the vertically integrated states did in the old days to ensure resource adequacy. They don't have the same cost recovery mechanisms. And so one of the assumptions that was built into the rule is that, and I'm not going to get the wording exactly correct, or in the proposed rule, is that the rule assumed that between the balancing authorities, or RTOs, however you refer to them, and the states, that there would be orderly retirements. And I think that that is an assumption that probably bears a bit of reexamination. We heard at the earlier panel this morning, the first one, that in the case of MISO at any rate, and that's about the most vertically integrated old model of the markets we have, that they are not always aware when retirements are coming, and in part that's driven by the business interests of the companies that are running them. Sometimes there's even an allusion to requirements under securities law that make it impossible to share that information. And we also have the problem that some of these assets are not a matter of resource adequacy, which is what your TSD talked about, but instead they are a matter of reliability, which seems not to have been a subject that was independently examined in the aggregation of the record to date, right? There are resources that have attributes. This isn't just the number of megawatts, right? It's the attributes that are necessary to keep the system functioning. And when asked about whether these retirements were manageable, we learned earlier that it wasn't that easy to do it, and that even the RTO had trouble. And we've had reports from various RTOs, in fact, almost all of them, that they've had unexpected retirements at rates that they didn't anticipate. I also think that the likelihood that the IRA this is another assumption, that the IRA is actually going to get its full implementation is probably pretty low. We see that there are many people chasing the subsidies that are in the IRA, but if you look at the interconnection queues that are the gateway through which you have to go to get interconnection in order to grab hold of those revenue streams, it's harder to do than I think maybe people think. And the question, I guess, that I'm all leading to here is that given that we are in this different system where it's the market mechanism that procures capacity through market signals, and that itself has problems. We even have a market in ISO in England, which we were told at a technical hearing recently that the regulatory regime was such that they're unable to use market mechanisms to ensure resource adequacy. I don't know that the orderly retirement process is quite as robust as you may think. And so I'm just interested in hearing what your thoughts are on that.
Well, good. It feels like we're picking up exactly where we left
Yes.
off about 24 hours ago. I think you won't be surprised to hear me say now what I said when we talked yesterday, which is I look forward to continue to wonk out with you about this stuff, because we had this conversation, and it's not just wonkery, it's actually, you know, where the rubber meets the road in terms of the goal of delivering a reliable supply of affordable electricity. One of the things that, the question we were discussing was, did what we learned in 2011 when we designed MATS and then in 2012 and in subsequent years implemented it, you know, apply today? And I think, as you just did, you provided a lot of information in answer to that question as to how much the structure of the system had changed. That the way markets and other parts of the apparatus worked 12 years ago didn't necessarily apply now. And what I'd like to do is actually follow up on this discussion. You know, you've laid out a lot of issues that I think we are going to have to address in terms of how we account for potential retirements or the retirements that are either occurring or are projected. And I think we're going to take back as homework looking at some of the points you made just now and made when we talked yesterday. And a number of the points you raised yesterday and just now are also in our comment record. You know, a number, at least a plurality of commenters have raised these issues with us, and ultimately, I think what we're going to have to do is go back to the features that we proposed in terms of compliance timelines, the way we subcategorize facilities that have different functions, maybe in terms of the stringency, and provide more flexibility, perhaps, in order to accommodate these changes. You know, because this is very much a work in process, what I'm hearing is that the kinds of system management challenges that that system operators are facing, you know, are not quite the same as they were 5 or 10 years ago, and that the tools and information that they may have been able to rely on, say when we did MATS, may not be the same. And so we have to become more informed, more educated about that, and then figure out how to feed that back into the design of the final.
Yeah, the markets are always changing and the circumstances are different. So I have a ton more questions. I will hand it back to you. I want to say thank you, and I really do hope that we're going to keep talking, and I hope you come back again to discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Danley. Commissioner Clements?
Thank you, and thank you for being here and for that presentation. You know, I was reflecting as you're speaking, Commissioner Danley, and I think regardless of whether or not EPA takes action on a rule under 111, we face the challenges you laid out. We face the need for markets to evolve, to send the right signals, to provide resources with the revenue certainty, and to provide services we need, right? That's within FERC's jurisdiction, and is in need of change before we even get to this policy. Next steps on interconnection, implementation of the rule we've put out. That's, you know, within FERC's jurisdiction, and we need to keep going regardless of whether or not you will issue a rule. Retirement planning, adequate notification, which in the past may have been more orderly and easy, right? And thinking about what regions and utilities are required to do in anticipation of retirement. Those things are all within FERC's jurisdiction. And so we have the tools in the toolbox, and certainly the needs and the circumstances on the system have changed. And so we might need to evolve those tools and add more tools to them. Fortunately, over the last 2 decades, there's been a lot of growth, right, and understanding. So I'm pleased to kind of put that into perspective related to the role of the various agencies for implementing their missions. I wanted to follow up, Joe, on one thing you said in terms of this isn't your first rodeo. You've done this before with MATS and had, successful implementation without material reliability concerns on the grid. You've done this when the Clean Power Plan was proposed, appreciating it didn't get to final, the goals were met anyway, without material reliability concerns. And as Commissioner Janley said, of course, the circumstances are different now. Can you tell me a little bit about the lessons you learned on this coordination front, a little more specifically with other agencies, with stakeholders, with utilities, and what things are still relevant related to ensuring reliability and the piece that EPA has responsibility for?
Actually, thanks for the framing of the question and the question. I think we're learning that we're learning how much has changed in say since we did MATS, and in the same year we did something called the Cross-State Air Pollution Rule, which was quite different from MATS, but at different set of pollutants, but exactly the same sources. Very often EPA's rules are the center of attention, but they're never the center of the ultimate mechanism and system for ensuring reliability. So I'm going to sort of state what we learned in terms of the questions we still have to ask and get answers to. And I'll use, say, the Good Neighbor Plan as an example. The Good Neighbor Plan is like version 3 or 4 of an overall emissions budget and allowance trading system. And in the earlier rules that we did that used that device, we could rely on the inherent flexibility of sources being able to trade allowances or bank allowances in order to kind of, if you will, leave it to the system to make its own decisions about what was required to ensure reliability. Now we're learning what you and Commissioner Danley both pointed out, that the pace of retirement is different from what it was 5 or 10 years ago, and if you will, the friction in the system that I think you all are preoccupied with, which involves transmission and transmission queues, mean that we can't just set up say a market-based system and then sit back, or just assume in the case of 111D that states will choose to do that and sit back. We have to go back and look at the new conditions that are emerging and look at what tools we have as regulators, as air emissions regulators, to provide more flexibility, so that if states and system operators have to be more interventionistic, or if they're facing friction or gaps in information that they have to respond to more quickly, we have to adjust the menu of tools, or the flexibility tools in our toolbox to accommodate that. So, for example, you sat through my listing 5 or 6 features of this particular rule. Well, a couple of them were imported from MATS, but several of them, in terms of just how we define the fundamental obligations of different groups of sources, were intended to accommodate changes in the system that change the problem statement for system operators.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Is there anything FERC should be doing on this front? That you're asking us for feedback to you. Can you help us help you?
The most important thing, I certainly don't think we have quite the expertise that you would hope we have to tell you specifically what, quote, FERC should be doing. most important thing from EPA's perspective, and given our mutual mission here, is answer the phone when we call with the next round of questions that we're going to have. Again, as you know, I mean, I kind of see us between now and final as, you know, going through the circuit several different more times, looking at our record, looking at questions that commenters raised, going to the RTOs, the ISOs, the utilities, the balancing authorities, and then coming back to you and your staff to get your insights and feedback in terms of helping us interpret what we're hearing and how we can then translate that into the provisions of the final rule.
Thanks for that. I just had one more question. You spoke a little bit to this, but you did see there is a record now on this proposal, and as you mentioned, you're somewhere in the middle of the game. Are there any points so far related to concerns about reliability that stand out to you, or that you would note is top of mind right now?
I think a number of commenters have focused on the compliance timelines, particularly if, you know, again, at two levels. One, have we defined the best system of emission reduction in terms of technology and how quickly it can be applied? And then if states choose to base individual unit requirements on, say, CCS or hydrogen, how quickly can the supporting infrastructure be built out? And if projections about that turn out in the event to be wrong, are there adjustment mechanisms? That's a central feature. Again, the other, you know, sort of genre of feedback is, you know, that I'm sort of putting words in the mouths of various state commenters and some state regulators that Tomas and I met with out west a couple weeks ago, is they basically said, you know, you guys and other rulemakings have been very forthcoming about the options we as states have to include flexibility or market mechanisms in our state plans. You've been reticent in this proposal. Please engage with us more on that, because I think there's a lot of states now have experience doing air pollution control regulation using those mechanisms, and they have an appetite to understand how they might be applied again when they get the baton to implement the final rule. So those are two, you know, big categories. You know, there are other, you know, the comment record includes 3 or 4 other items that nicely set the agenda for us to go through in follow-up conversations, specifically around the overall practicality of the rule and reliability issues.
Great. That's helpful to understand. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Christie?
Yeah, Mr. Goffman, welcome, and I want to acknowledge you and I did talk, I guess, a year and a half ago. You called me up, and we had a nice Teams call. Hope it wasn't recorded. But appreciate the reach out.
Nevertheless, I remember every word you said.
Okay. Well, apparently it didn't have an effect. But
we're still trying, Commissioner Christie.
Yeah, well, but I appreciate your reach out. And as I recall, I think most of our conversation was about the cross-state ozone rule, not about this one, which was still in your eye of the beholder. But let me just ask a couple things. You use the analogy that right now you're from an APA standpoint, or you're in the 5th inning, and which is good to hear. I'm going to presume that since you're in the 5th inning, you would like the record of this proceeding today to be shipped to you to be part of that record, correct?
Sure, yes. Okay,
great. Because we got a lot of speakers coming up this afternoon, I think, are going to comment on it. Let me ask you about this, and this follows up on our conversation last summer. And you used another analogy or metaphor that you wanted a glide path to compliance. And to get that glide path to compliance, the generating units that are going to be affected by it, of course, have to get financing. they have to get financing. If they can't get financing, it's not going to be a glide path. It's going to be a nosedive from 50,000 feet. So let's talk about financing, because that's a big issue. About, you know, you can have timelines, you can have alternatives, you can have all this, but if the units can't get financing, they're going to shut down. Most of the units in America are, well, I'm not going to give a number on them, but many of them are in, as previous colleagues here have mentioned, they're in markets. And to get the ability to finance compliance costs, they've got to get revenues from the markets that they're in. Have you all analyzed how many gas, oil, and coal, but primarily gas and coal, units would be able to get financing from the market structures that we have, or else they would retire?
That's a really engaging question.
Because if they can't get financing, they're going to shut down. It's that simple.
I'm not sure that we specifically analyze the question in those terms. I think what we looked at, as my colleague was just reminding me, is the policy environment in which that would play out. And certainly what we focused on was the tax incentives that are already on the books and then were enhanced and extended under the Inflation Reduction Act. I think it would be an overstatement if I said we analyzed whether or not they could get financing, but we did point to some of the advantages that Congress was trying to create in the form of, say, tax incentives, to boost the prospects of financing.
Okay, well, I'd say that's a huge issue because, again, if a generating unit cannot get financing to comply, all your timelines don't matter. They're just going to shut down. The other way of financing is rate base. Have you analyzed how many units are in rate base and how they're going to get financing? Because they have to go to state regulators and get approval. Because, as we had this discussion, when they go to rate base, consumers are going to pay every nickel. So they got to go to state regulators and get approval. Have you done any analysis on the units in rate base? How many of them will be able to obtain financing?
I don't think we looked specifically at that question.
Okay. The energy mix right now in America is about 60% coal and gas. What do you foresee 10 years from the implementation of this, if this rule went into effect today? What would be the percentage of coal? Right now, it's 60% of our generating resources are coal and gas. What do you expect it would be in 10 years?
I actually think that somewhere in my notes is a specific answer to that question. I'll ask my colleagues if they can pull it up faster. We did do a couple of projections. One, a baseline projection, what the change would be without this rule, and then what kind of incremental impact the rule would have. What we projected, and I'm going to answer in qualitative terms because you probably don't want to watch me shuffle through my notes.
No, you shuffle all you want. I'm not kidding.
Well, if we stick with the fifth inning analogy, I hope you'd be open to our getting back to you with more specific information. But we saw that the impact of this rule as being modest at best in terms of relative to our baseline projection in terms of, say, retirements of coal capacity.
Modest?
Sorry?
Modest?
This rule, our baseline projection, this was relative to what we projected was, if you will, going to happen anyway.
How about relative to what exists right now, which is 60% of our capacity is coal or gas?
Relative to today? Do we have an answer to that?
Because that's what we have right now.
Yeah.
Okay, you can submit it if you can't get the number right now. Okay. All right, no further questions, but I'm sure we'll hear more.
Thank you to our panelists. We are a little bit over time. We're going to take a 5-minute break to change over the panels and see you back here hopefully sharply at 2:28. from various electric industry stakeholders. I will introduce the panelists and give them an opportunity to provide opening remarks of approximately 2 to 3 minutes. I'm not going to exact the same discipline quite as David did this morning, but it is important to stick to that timeline as closely as you can. Our panelists for panel 2 are Michael Bryson, Senior Vice President of Operations, PJM Interconnection. Susan Tierney, Senior Advisor, Analysis Group. Anthony Campbell, President and CEO, East Kentucky Power Cooperative, and speaking on behalf of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. We also have Emily Fisher, Executive Vice President, Clean Energy and General Counsel, EEI. Rick O'Connell, Executive Director, Grid Lab. Bobby Olson, Associate General Manager of Salt River Project, speaking today on behalf of the Large Public Power Council. And Michelle Bloodworth, President and CEO of America's Power. If it's okay with you, Chairman, we'll let the panelists begin. Okay, Mr. Bryson, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chairman Phillips, Commissioners. Thanks for inviting us. I will try to be brief since Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Danley made most of my points already. We are also at PJM experiencing this transition. As generation resources retire, we are, certainly concerned with reliability into the future. The rate of electricity demand is increasing in PJM. The pace of retirements, I think, is one of those things that, frankly, Commissioner Danley was concerned about the orderly retirements, that concept, and the pace of retirements and the orderly retirements is something that concerns me very much. We released a paper back in February about retirements, and we made a number of assumptions about retirements and came to a number of 40,000 megawatts between now and 2030. And we've already been wrong about that in a number, either faster retirements or retirements that we didn't even see on the table. We look at, certainly the impact of the IRA, which I appreciate has a lot of stimulus in there, but we also look at the Ørsted announcement about Ocean Wind 1 and Ocean Wind 2, 7,500 megawatts, which is supposed to be replacement megawatts. And so this balance between what's retiring and what is being replaced is something that concerns me very much from a reliability perspective. I learned a term this morning from Andre Porter at MISO, which I think is good, which is we need to match the pace of retirements with what contributions we're getting on the grid from a reliability perspective. I do agree we've been working closely with the EPA. We will continue to do that. We think it's important to get workable rules in here for reliability. I also will continue to provide resources from PJM's perspective. I know Commissioner Danley suggested that we have even more reliability analysis in part of this rule, and we intend to do that. I think one of the things is really thinking about some of the comments that were made is we do not have the same grid we had 5 or 10 years ago at the beginning of the MATS rule. Back at the beginning of the MATS rule, I was not that concerned about retiring units. We had a significant amount of margin. It's now a different system, and every retirement causes significance. So appreciate the opportunity here. Looking forward to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson.
There's a little button.
That little tiny gray button. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you today. I'm probably the oldest person on the panel, and I'm going to take that and run with it. A common theme that occurs when EPA issues proposals to control power plant emissions is that industry stakeholders raise concerns that the proposal, if adopted by EPA, would jeopardize system reliability and thus conflict with the industry's obligation to provide around-the-clock electricity service. Red flags were raised in 2010, 2011, again in 2013 to 2015 when EPA was considering emissions regulations of various pollutants. In each instance, I wrote reports highlighting the critical importance of the electric reliability and described the tools available to the industry to ensure that reliability was maintained. Some of these tools were designed into EPA's proposals then, and other tools are standard elements of the ever-evolving reliability Swiss Army knife CHAMP that has all of those tools that you can pull out and that you find new ones all the time. I am not meaning to make light of that metaphor. In each instance in the past dozen years, the industry and other stakeholders predictably stepped up to ensure that actual reliability was not compromised. Many stakeholders have commented that in light of the significant changes underway in the electric system, and I have crossed out talking about them because you've been talking about them all day, the stakeholders have commented that EPA's recent proposal errs for, among other reasons, by not allowing enough time for compliance. Although some of the particulars this time are different than in the past, there are reasons to be assured that this new EPA rule will not jeopardize electric system reliability. And I just finished a report that's available on my company's website on this topic. First, electric reliability institutions, tools, processes in place today actually are better than they were in those other instances. The system evolves, the institutions evolve, the tools evolve. And you know that NERC is on top of identifying reliability risks, recommending approaches to mitigate them, and working with all of the stakeholders, not to mention their overseer, in addressing those issues. Second, significant attention is already being paid by you, state regulators, reliability organizations, others, to address confounding circumstances, gas and electric coordination, cybersecurity, transitions in the generation portfolio, transmission expansion, all of the things that you've talked about today, including equity concerns. All of that needs to be addressed whether or not this particular rule or some variant of it goes into effect a decade from now. The grid has to remain fit for purpose for the changes ahead. And third, the EPA proposal has all of the elements that Administrator Goffman went through when he was here just a few minutes ago, and I won't repeat those. Unquestionably, regardless of the requirements that new gas plants and existing fossil units will have to do to comply with new greenhouse gas emission rules, the industry must take and is taking steps necessary in each month and year necessary to ensure reliability is maintained. Your turn. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the discussion of reliability impacts of EPA's proposed greenhouse gas rules. East Kentucky Power Cooperative is a not-for-profit generation and transmission electric utility in Winchester, Kentucky. We are owned and governed by 16 owner-member distribution cooperatives that serve more than 1 million Kentuckians. EKPC's mission is to safely generate and transmit reliable power at competitive rates. National Rural Electric Cooperative Association is a national trade association representing 900 not-for-profit local electric cooperatives and other rural electric utilities. EKPC and NRECA's overall position is that EPA's proposal is unlawful and unworkable. The only way that the proposed rule will not have detrimental effects on the electric reliability is for EPA to withdraw it. I'd like to briefly outline the elements of the proposed rule that will be disastrous for grid reliability and also suggest steps the Commission can take to mitigate the damage. EPA's proposal is not salvageable. The real question is whether reliability might be salvageable. First, even if we put aside the enormous cost involved, the proposed rule relies on CCS and clean hydrogen, neither of which are ready at levels and scales for a sound economy that requires certainty and not in all regions of the country. The infrastructure needed for both technologies is not now and will not be in place at the scale to meet EPA's deadlines. For instance, the developer of the Heartline Greenway CCS pipeline project, relied upon by the EPA in its analysis, recently canceled the project. Lost my place. Clean hydrogen is even further behind than CCS. Under the proposed rules, state plans are due in the summer of 2026. It is virtually impossible for operators to make permanent decisions to meet that timeline. They will be forced into either retirement of essential dispatchable coal units or curtailment of those units to capacity factors below 20% by 2032 and complete retirement by 2035. And curtailing the use of natural gas units to capacity factors below 20% starting in 2032. The disorderly retirement and elimination of baseload generation will leave the electricity grid with a significant deficit of dispatchable generation that cannot be replaced by intermittent resources, especially during a time of economic growth. EP has proposed several additional regulations that also threaten reliability. EPA's ozone transport rule, the steam effluent limitation guideline rule, and the CCR rule. The cumulative impact of all these will be devastating to grid reliability. Once the proposed rules go into effect, it will be too late, and the consequences to reliability will end up at FERC's doorstep. The Commission should direct the NERC to undertake assessments of the proposed rules' impact on reliability. EPA should include them in its regulatory impact analysis. EPA should also take its 2023 MOU with the Department of Energy on reliability seriously and engage the full Commission and others in re-examining the rules' impact on reliability. Finally, FERC should submit comments urging restraint as part of the OMB-ORIA upcoming review of the proposed rule. EKPC and NREC appreciate the Commission's time and attention to this crisis in the making, and reliability is too important to get this wrong. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Fisher. I'm glad you mentioned the 2 to 3 minutes because I was going to produce some receipts from my inbox that I was promised longer. But in the interest of time, I'm going to say thank you, skip the rest of the niceties, and cut to the chase. As was discussed this morning, the clean energy transition is already underway and has already resulted in significant greenhouse gas emissions reductions from the power sector, as EPA had recognized in the proposed rule. And at this time, more than 40% of our nation's electricity comes from clean, carbon-free sources. At the end of 2022, the last year for which we have complete data, the sector's emissions were as low as they were in 1984, and has also been noted we accomplished the goals of the Clean Power Plan, even though it was never implemented. Before EPA proposed the Section 111 rules that are at issue today, more than 50 EEI member companies had voluntarily committed to reduce their emissions, with more than 2/3 pledging to reduce their emissions to zero or net zero. EEI filed extensive comments both in the non-regulatory docket before this rule was proposed and in response to this proposal. We'll file those in this docket, and we're happy to answer questions at any time about the hopefully constructive suggestions we made about how to ensure that this rule can support an affordable, reliable, clean energy transition. As was evident this morning, regardless of any final EPA regulations addressing greenhouse gas emissions from new or existing fossil generating fleet, the clean energy transition is not going to be easy. Challenges do not mean, however, that this transition is impossible or that our larger goals about a resilient, equitable, affordable, clean energy future should change. What these challenges do mean, however, is that we all need to work across a myriad of stakeholders to solve them, be prepared for progress to be bumpy on occasion, and be willing to be as flexible as possible to preserve reliability. The investor-owned electric companies are committed to working with the Commission, EPA, state regulators, NERC, customers, environmental groups, and anybody else who'd like to come to the table to make this transition successful. As a preliminary matter, like many of the panelists here today, electric companies do have concerns about the adequate demonstration of CCS and hydrogen blending, which EPA has identified as the technical basis for the standards. Our member companies believe that these technologies are necessary for a resilient clean energy future because they will address resource adequacy and some dispatchability concerns. For this reason, many of our members are working on demonstration projects, often with IIJA funding, to help us prove out their performance and provide insights into their cost curves. What really gives us pause then is not the technologies themselves, but EPA's estimates about when they will perform at levels that will allow member companies to plan for compliance and assumptions that EPA has made about how quickly the necessary supporting infrastructure will be built out. Even if we gain more confidence in the performance of these technologies, it is not clear to us that the infrastructure that we will need to actually plan for compliance will be available in the timeframes that EPA has proposed. And that could lead units that will rely on these technologies to have to make some tough decisions, including closure to avoid penalties. However, to achieve our clean energy goals and emissions reductions goals, many electric companies do plan to continue to retire a number of remaining coal-based generation that they currently operate. EPA included voluntary closure subcategories in the proposed rule, which are things that we proposed in the non-regulatory docket last year. And we think that these have a real opportunity to reduce emissions and ensure that necessary capacity is available during the next decade. Rules that accelerate the closure of these units would compromise reliability, especially during critical peak periods. These subcategories aren't perfect. We've provided a lot of feedback on how they might work. We're happy to talk about them, but their inclusion in the final rule is necessary. As a final comment, I will say that one of the things that these retirement subcategories can do is help us bring order to the transition, and that if you are going to opt into these categories, these will have to be done in time for states to include them in plans. And that means after 2 years, we will have a very good sense of which rules are about to close. I have additional comments I'd be happy to address on existing natural gas standards, but I will leave it at this for now. Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow, Emily. Hi, I'm Rick O'Connell. Thanks for having me here. I'm the executive director of Grid Lab. My organization is a public interest organization with a focus on providing technical assistance to regulators with a real focus on reliability. The grid can absolutely be reliable under the proposed EPA rules, but we'll need to plan and take action to ensure grid reliability is maintained. I think the rules codify, like we just heard from Emily, what's already happening due to economic and policy forces. The retirement of aging coal plants and the introduction of new resources, primarily wind, solar, and battery storage. Over 2 terawatts of these resources are under development and in interconnection queues around the country in both organized and vertical markets. To maintain grid reliability, we need to ensure these resources enter service in the coming decade so they can provide energy capacity and grid services that will replace retiring coal and allow for larger gas plants to transition from energy resources to capacity resources. If we properly plan, we can bring on the right portfolio of new resources. I believe these rules will actually bolster reliability, and I think Emily commented on this a little, by providing regulatory certainty needed to effectively plan in a coordinated manner with actionable deadlines. We heard earlier from Jennifer and MISO that in the current environment, grid operators are unsure about what resources may retire, increasing uncertainty and making planning harder. The proposed rules have long timelines for enactment, giving states, utilities, and grid operators plenty of time to plan for the transition. So how can we be sure that a future grid without coal and with significant variable generation will be reliable? My organization has performed several detailed studies looking into how the U.S. can decarbonize the power system to 90% carbon-free, and the answer is straightforward. We deploy significant quantities of wind, solar, and battery storage, and couple this with existing carbon-free resources such as nuclear and hydro, and we use the existing gas fleet to provide balancing and capacity. In our work, gas provides just 10% of annual energy to the system, but remains a significant capacity and reliability resource. Similar studies have been done by NREL, Princeton, and many other planning entities. In fact, MISO's own futures used for transmission planning are very similar, retiring most of the coal and with gas running with single-digit capacity factors by 2040. We also heard earlier this morning about essential reliability services and attributes. I think that my sort of traditional definition of essential reliability services, things like inertia, or frequency response, regulation, operating reserves, voltage requirement. We believe strongly these services are critical, but the amount of these services is far less than the firm capacity of grids. So in addition, I think also grid-forming inverter-based resources can provide these services and can perform even better than traditional thermal resources. So the grid transition isn't going to affect the provision of ERS, and I think that's not going to impact. So I'll leave it at that. I think the Commission's already done several things that's going to enhance reliability. I think Order 2023, Order 896, Order 901 were all really important, and I think there's things that the Commission continue to do to ensure grid reliability as the transition continues. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Bobby Olson, and I am the Chief Planning Executive for the Salt River Project. I'm appearing today on behalf of the Large Public Power Council, which represents larger asset-owning members of the public power community, and on behalf of SRP, which serves more than 1 million electric customers in central Arizona and with approximately 9,500 megawatts of resources. SRP has embarked on an ambitious effort to reduce carbon in one of the fastest growing counties in the nation. To meet the projected load increase that we see of more than 35% by 2035, while also closing more than 2,600 megawatts of coal-fired generation, SRP plans to add more than 7,000 megawatts in new renewables, 2,500 megawatts of new storage, and 2,000 megawatts of new gas generation. By 2035, SRP will have increased its carbon-free energy delivered to our customers from about 30% today to nearly 75% by 2035. Two features of EPA's proposal pose significant concern for SRP because CCS and hydrogen are not likely to be available in the time frame EPA's rule contemplates. First, constraining the use of SRP's natural gas-fired generation to a 20% capacity factor for new and 50% for existing resources would severely hamper SRP's ability to serve load if we continue to see 3 to 4% annual load growth driven by high load factor services such as manufacturing and data centers. Second, SRP is committed to retire its coal-fired Coronado generating station by the end of 2032. Until then, Coronado will be critical to serving our load when triple-digit temperatures drive demand for more than a third of the year in Phoenix, well over the 20% that would be allowed underneath the proposed rule. SRP's studies also show that we may fall critically short of having the capacity needed to serve our load if we substantially restrict the ability to operate firm resources on our system. For these reasons, I strongly recommend that FERC call for NERC to study the reliability implications of EPA's proposal and hope that EPA consider NERC's analysis in its final rule. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to offer these opening comments, and I look forward to the discussion.
Hello, I'm Michelle Bloodworth. I'm President and CEO of America's Power, and I certainly want to thank the Commission for inviting me here today, but also for discussing this important project. I do want to make two things clear at the outset. First, we are opposed to the carbon rule because of its unrealistic compliance deadlines, the lack of adequately demonstrated infrastructure, as you've also heard from others, and the potential for undermining grid reliability. Second, the reliability impacts of EPA regulations should be properly analyzed and mitigated before this rule is finalized and implemented. There have been numerous warnings about a grid reliability crisis. Certainly yesterday, NERC in their winter reliability assessment showed large portions of the United States at risk of escalated blackouts going into this winter. Coal certainly provides many of the attributes during extreme weather and provided 47% of the increased demand in PJM. One of the primary reasons is the premature retirement of dispatchable resources, mostly coal. So far, more than 40% of the nation's coal fleet has been retired. Past EPA regulations certainly contributed to many of these retirements. However, despite clear warnings, an alarming number of coal-fired power plants continue to retire. And our concern is that people don't really understand the pace and how fast that number has escalated. Joe Goffman, I'll bring you the answer to his question. One of the Commissioner Christie asked him. Currently, the coal fleet today resides at about 188,000 megawatts. In 2011, it was 317,000 megawatts. According to EPA's own projections on the impact of the carbon rule, the coal fleet basically would stand in 2030 at 58 gigawatts. That's a reduction of 69% of the current capacity of the coal fleet today. In 2035, the coal fleet would virtually be eliminated. They are estimating only 12 gigawatts of coal would be left, which is a 94% reduction. The carbon rule certainly would undermine reliability by forcing the premature retirement of coal plants, but also the loss of essential reliability services, many of those that have been provided during periods of extreme weather, polar vortex, Uri, and many others. The carbon rule would basically put the entire coal fleet, 100,000 megawatts of units with many fuel secure and other essential reliability attributes at risk of prematurely retiring. We agree with Commissioner Danley that there has not been a proper analysis looking at the disorderly retirement of coal plants. NERC defines reliability as resource adequacy and operating reliability. In EPA's own analysis and information,
They have not done any credible analysis to look at the operating reliability. Can we get the power during periods of sudden extreme events or sudden disturbances? Can we get that power to load? That analysis is what concerns us the most, because many of these units, including gas and coal, provide those essential reliability services that MISO, PJM, and others have identified. As Tony Campbell mentioned from East Kentucky Power, the difference between when the MATS rule was implemented, yes, the markets have changed. We have 6 EPA rules. And so we don't think that EPA has properly analyzed if I'm an owner of a coal plant and if I'm complying with the good neighbor rule and I have to spend $100,000, I may decide to make that investment and make that investment so that coal plant stays open in 2026. However, if I'm looking at having to spend $1.5 billion to comply, if I want to keep my coal plant beyond date certain, I have to have that equipment installed by 2030. That's why we think these numbers and the time frame have been totally underestimated. We believe because the carbon rule is so flawed, we think there are severe limits to what can be done to avoid reliability problems. We do not think the existing tools are adequate. RMR agreements are meant to address temporary transmission security issues. They are not meant to address resource adequacy. Likewise, Section 202C orders by the Department of Energy, they are to temporarily suspend compliance retirements, and they're not an effective way of supporting reliability because these orders are intended to be last minute. If we have thousands and thousands of megawatts of coal plants that are going to retire in a very short time frame, we certainly think FERC needs to take the time to ensure that we understand and develop those tools before this rule is promulgated.
Ms. Bloodworth, for the
Thank
sake
you.
of time. Yep, thanks. Chairman, over to you and the commission for questions.
Thank you. And thank you all, panelists, witnesses, for their testimony. It's very illuminating. I'll start with you, Mr. Campbell. You do not mince words, sir.
No.
You use words like you use words like unlawful, unworkable, and unsalvageable. I take those charges very serious. And so we're here today to learn more. You were pretty crystal clear, though, in your reason why you think that. I want to give you an opportunity to say anything else that you couldn't say in 2 minutes about why it should be withdrawn. And then I'd like to hear from the other panelists any response they might have.
So first off, the technology is being developed, but it's not here. And the EPA's pointed to a few projects, but they're not scaled up and they're not online. So the time frame is way too short. I mean, if you think about it, it took us 100 years to get to where we are, the most reliable, dependable, affordable electric system in the world, and now we're trying to change it in 8 years. And that's just not going to work. We need more time to get to these new technologies that are being developed. Even if we went to nuclear, I mean, which we're looking at nuclear, small nuclear reactors are probably 20 or 25 years out. So we don't think it's workable. The other thing that we think it's not workable is, and we have one G&T up in North Dakota that is working on carbon capture and sequestration, but they've got a field underneath them about 10,000 feet to put the carbon. We've looked at our plants and we don't have to. That means we got to pipe it for a long way somewhere, and we can't even get natural gas lines ran, much less CO2 lines ran. So we just think it's unworkable now. They need to back up and say, hey, where we want to go, and then give a timeline that's reasonable.
Ms. Campbell for elaborating. We'll go to Mr. Olson.
Thank you very much. You know, when it comes to the concerns with the rules, one of the things that I would put forward is timeline is one of the most important aspects to it when it comes to the infrastructure and technology available to it. When you look at where SRP is located out in Arizona, I would refer you to the SunZia transmission line. It's a transmission line between New Mexico and Arizona. It's taken more than 16 years to get permitted. And I think I would use that as an example of where you have adequate investment, you have interest and desire by energy entities, but really just out in the West, we have a significant amount of federal land And that adds to the permitting requirements, the siting requirements to actually get infrastructure built. And so while we understand and appreciate the mission that EPA is trying to accomplish to it, we think it needs to be met with the practicality of trying to turn plans, no matter how ambitious, into reality and infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. When I think about the question, I think about, and we keep going back to it, it's a question of timing and magnitude. And I just look at a microcosm of, we just had Brandon Shores and Wagner over the last 6 months announce retirement in the Baltimore area. And there have been a lot of good proposals about other alternatives for that area, but all of them. Okay. Sorry.
Would you please refrain from talking?
Yes, I will, yeah. When I think about, when I think about retirements of huge magnitude retirements anywhere in the system, look at some of the ones that are coming up in Illinois and some of those replacement technologies, a timing and magnitude becomes the issue. And I think that's one of the problems, I think, with this rule, is we got to recognize that.
Ms. Fisher.
Thank you. I'm not going to comment on the lawfulness of the rule. I think that will be decided by others at a place maybe not so far from here, sometime next year in 2025. But I think in the near term, it behooves all of us to see if we can make this rule as workable as possible, so that the final rule, if we do have to implement it, is something that could actually serve dual purposes, which is support the clean energy transition and be reliable. And I think there are some suggestions that were made over the course of today that are worth considering, and I certainly know that those are conversations that we're having with EPA right now. But one of them that I wanted to highlight was something that I believe Acting Administrator Goffman mentioned. I'm sure I just promoted him, so I'm sure he's excited about that. Or maybe not, but we did have a process under the mercury and air toxic standards to identify units that were not going to be able to comply on the timeframes provided, and to look at whether or not those units had a reliability implication, and then to give them extra time. And it actually was a group effort. It was the unit owners and operators, it was the balancing authorities, it was FERC, and it was EPA. And I think it's possible for us to design similar structures here, and we should do that. So that units that, some units can close without reliability impacts, some cannot, and we need to identify those as quickly as possible and figure out how much additional time, or what sorts of limitations on their operations need to be put in place. I agree with Michelle, 202C is not the right tool for this. It is an emergency tool, and we should be planning further ahead. I will also note that we provided a lot of comments to EPA about additional flexibilities in and around compliance that will help make some of this rule more workable. Some of this stuff is not exciting. I need better averaging provisions. I need EPA to tell the states that they're okay with us converting to mass for compliance, because we think it provides more operational flexibility, particularly for the natural gas fleet. And as you heard from many of the people here today, there are some pretty interesting limitations on their ability to run, and mass-based compliance is more flexible than a rate-based when you have operational limitations like that. I'll leave it at that, but I think we all need to work together to make the rules workable as possible if we have to implement it.
Dr. Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually want to bank off of Emily's comments just now. She really identifies a number of ways in which EPA has identified that it wants to make this a workable and lawful rule. I suspect that EPA is really looking at the law pretty carefully after the Clean Power Plan and other actions. But I do want to mention that we do have experience in circumstances where there was implementation of these reliability tools. I'm thinking of one instance in Connecticut where there was a reliability must-run contract put in place during the pendency of a transmission upgrade for reliability. I'm thinking of the Alexandria coal-fired power plant that wanted to retire. Its owner wanted to retire it. It couldn't retire. The Department of Energy invoked its authorities. A transmission line was built in PJM in order to accomplish those location-specific reliability issues. There are many tools in place to address these granular issues that it would not have been realistic for EPA to model at this point in time in their rulemaking process.
Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. I could have said the same thing about you that I said about Mr. Campbell, in that you tell us exactly how you feel. So I'm looking forward to hearing your response.
Thank you, Chairman Phillips. Alabama accent. One of the things, and I know you guys have talked a lot about the analysis that EPA did. Certainly they don't have the expertise of the grid operators and certainly FERC or NERC. But I think it's important that people understand that the IPM model that EPA uses, it projects resource adequacy into the future, either by using existing resources or the construction of new. In other words, the model adds hypothetical resources, whatever their model is going to say is most economical. It chooses that resource, no matter whether that resource gets built or not. It does not take into account. So basically, we think the model's flawed. It will never show a capacity shortfall. It will automatically add whatever is retired is replaced, and it does not look at those attributes. But in addition to that, the model's not looking at could the cost of transmission go up. It's assuming that whatever transmission is needed in order to move that generation to the load is going to be built. It does not look at supply chain challenges. You know, there's no scenario planning of, like a lot of the RTOs look at, you know, maybe higher renewable penetration, maybe higher coal retirements, higher demand, lower demand. It really doesn't look at any of those or the issues in delays. I mean, we've heard PJM has over 200 gigawatts of renewables. They're only able to get 5%. This analysis does not look at if any of those things don't properly all match up, and that's why we think that FERC, certainly with NERC, needs to ensure and work with the grid operators that that analysis is done so everyone in this room, we get that rule certainly right so we can continue to keep the lights on. Thank you.
I will stop right there and turn it over to Commissioner Danley for his questions.
Thank you. So a question that I asked MISO earlier this morning, and this is directed to PJM. So one of the assumptions that was built into the proposed rule is that it's expected that between the state regulators and the RTOs, EPA assumes that they're going to manage to have orderly retirements of the resources that are required. And I'm curious to hear what you think about the likelihood that you are able to manage that process in an orderly way, especially given the fact that you've been surprised with a number of retirements recently.
Thanks, yeah, and you know, I recognize the fact that I admit it's our job to manage that process in an orderly, but I am concerned about the volume and the interaction of transmission upgrades and keeping them around either under an RMR or, you know, we have to contemplate the DOE 202C as well because there are some circumstances where units refuse RMRs. We have that happen. And, you know, now we have to look at that, and that process is very unwieldy. So I do have concerns about doing it in an orderly way.
Just as a general matter, I'm pretty against RMRs, and it certainly doesn't seem like a very good way to structure any kind of a plan to run a utility system. You say, don't worry, we can use emergency authorities by DOE or out-of-market actions within a market. So, I mean, my hope is that it doesn't come to that. So another assumption is that there's going to be sufficient transmission built to accommodate the replacement gigawatts. And given people's experience, this is a more broad question, given people's experience with the development of transmission, what do you think the likelihood is that that assumption is valid? Yep.
If I may, so when we start a new transmission line today, it's a 10-year process, right? Because nobody wants transmission. So if it's brand new and doesn't have the right-of-ways, we're going to have to do condemnations, which is going to be tied up in court. And from cradle to grave, it's a 10-year process at least. So I think to say that's going to save the day is a fallacy right now. That's going to take more time too. I get that we're going to head there sometime, but not in the short term. And if I may stretch my answer one little bit more, in Storm Elliott, we had Storm Elliott. We were in the heart of that. And what we also found was that we need fuel security because we lost one transmission gas line to our plant and all plants that are on that line and shut us down. and we ran on diesel fuel, and then we lost 2 other lines to our other plant, so we really lost all of our natural gas. And we were running on diesel fuel. We burnt through 2.2 million gallons of diesel fuel, but we were on the cusp of going in the dark. Thankfully, it warmed up a couple days after Christmas. But that taught us a new lesson too, is we have to have fuel security. One way or another, that's going to be required, because in the heat of the moment, you can't just make short-term decisions to fix the problem. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address your good question about sort of can we build transmission, and we've heard like SunZia today 3 times, I think, 15 years, 16 years, 17 years. Hopefully we're going to get better at that, and especially in the West, I think with BLM working on programmatic ES and EIS and better processes. But I also think, I wish Jennifer was still here from MISO, because she could talk about the things that they're doing with LRTP Tranche 1. Really, a lot of those lines, 90% of those lines are in existing right-of-way, which I think will speed up the build of that. So I absolutely think it's a concern. We've got to build a lot of infrastructure, but we've done it before. We built 200 gigawatts of gas from 2000 to 2005. Texas has built, over 10 gigawatts of solar just in the last 12 months. So we can build in this country. I just think if this commission could help by issuing a muscular interregional planning rule, which I think would really help in terms of getting longer-term planning for transmission.
Go ahead.
I won't repeat the things that Rick said, but I would, if there were time, repeat the things that he said. I do want to point out that this morning's panel was really interesting, because one of the takeaways that I had was that interregional transmission is essential in a world of extreme weather events. The picture in the FERC NERC staff report on December 24th, 2022, shows the enormous size of that weather event. It covered the entire Eastern Interconnect. Reliability is a reason to be building out the grid. Beneficiaries are broad regions. Thinking about beneficiaries is a new way to handle this issue. This is not about, and I'm not talking about the EPA regulations when I'm talking about this. I am talking about the world that we're operating in with enormous stress on the system. Oops.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, I do think we can build transmission. I think we need to be more proactive about it, and I think we have some steps I know at PJM we're doing with that, but we also need to recognize the fact that transmission, and this is true for storage, we still need the megawatts on top of that. We need to replace the megawatts as well.
Yeah, I hadn't even gotten into that. Yeah. I mean, this is the problem. You can have a perfectly functioning transmission system, but if nobody, comes to play, you don't have anything to transmit. I think that those who have a sanguine outlook about this are probably wrong. My hope is that needed transmission can be built, and on the point of broad beneficiaries, there is an open and serious legal question as to how closely you have to tie and how arithmetically you have to demonstrate the actual benefit, the commensurate benefits with the cost. So we will see. I know that is an effort that is afoot, and I don't know that it's going to work out for those who propose it. So here's a question again for PJM. Do you have any idea what the rate effects on the ratepayers are going to be if the EPA rule is implemented as proposed?
I don't, because again, we do resource adequacy through markets, and so one of the things that we will continue to do that, and we intend to do some analysis on that, but I don't have an idea what that is now. I have to expect that will be more expensive, but.
The question is not the direction of the vector, but the magnitude. Yeah. And then Michelle, so what if the rule is implemented? What do you think the likelihood is that even over that medium-term period that coal plants are going to be able to implement these requirements and still remain solvent?
I think the likelihood is very, very little.
Microphone.
I think the likelihood is minuscule. And the reason I'm saying that is because, again, if you're an owner of a coal plant, you're looking at those 6 EPA regulations. You're also looking at, I need to make sure that I have a healthy coal supply chain as all this also is occurring. So basically, if EPA is saying, I'm going to finalize this rule, next year in the summer of 2024. Then states have 2 years to basically put together compliance plans. Then EPA has another year in order to approve those plans or reject those plans. And so if you want to keep your coal plant open past 2040, you have to, in 3 years, I have 4 members pursuing CCUS. It takes 8 to 10 years, and many of them are still developing those projects. They are telling me, the ones who are developing carbon capture on some of the youngest coal plants in the United States, that it is chilling and driving their investors away because, number one, they can achieve 90% capture. There's not one coal plant in the United States who can achieve 90% capture. The cost of CCUS, even with the IRA, that is not offsetting all of the carbon, the infrastructure, whether or not they have the geography or not. And so many of them are saying not only are they concerned with complying with the rule, but with driving away investment in order to make, whether that's 40% co-firing with natural gas. We already have a lack of pipeline infrastructure. Imagine if then we're going to make all these coal plants require 40% gas. They're not going to do it. They're not going to spend that capital, and they're not going to survive if they're at a 20% capacity factor, because all of their fixed costs in order to move that coal to the plant, those costs remain the same, or they may be greater.
Okay, I have one last question. So this is for Mr. Campbell and Mr. Olson. Assuming that the timelines are what they are, and you have to comply with them, what do you plan to do? I'm not going to hold you to it. Just what in your mind are you thinking your options are?
So at our first thing is the IRA is a way to incentivize us to close coal plants, really. I mean, with all the rules in the IRA, that's what the incentive is. We made a conscious decision in our boardroom that we will not sell our reliability because we're so worried that reliability is going to become the issue in the United States. And so what we're doing right now is trying to find gas lines, and we're working diligently with the gas companies to bring gas to our 2 coal plants. It's a quantum effort. It's 40 miles of big high-pressure gas line that we got to run to both of our coal plants. And then we're trying to say, okay, well, if we do that, can we put more natural gas plants at that plant? Do we have transmission availability? And we do. So right now, that's what we're working, but it will probably be $800 million project to do that. But we really believe, with all our heart at East Kentucky Power Cooperative, that we're going too far too fast, and we're driving to crisis. And when we get to crisis, keeping our coal plants alive, even if we have to run them on natural gas for a little while, is imperative. Thank you.
For SRP, I mentioned a few of the items that we're doing with respect to my opening statement, and I would point to the fact that we've been planning on retiring our Coronado generating station by 2032. That date isn't incidental. We're actually retiring about 1,000 megawatts ahead of that as well, as we've already retired some. And when you look at that, those are partner coal stations for the most part. It's not just 2,600 megawatts of capacity coming off the grid for SRP. It's nearly 4,000 megawatts in the region that's coming off. So what are we doing? We're focusing on how we are facilitating transition. We've got board members and customers that want us to decarbonize. We see that as something that we're focused on. And that includes installing significant amounts of renewables. As I mentioned, the 7,000 megawatts of renewables, the 2,000 megawatts of storage. There's more detail there that's relevant. When we step back and we just look at it and put it in the magnitude of the system, that's going to be doubling the size of our system from a capacity perspective. It took us 120 years to build the system we have today, and in the next 10 years, the charter is to double it. It's not always the best job to be the planning guy, but that's what I'm going to do. And so we worked through how we're going to accomplish that, recognizing it's pretty significant. It's going to require not just investment in the simple battery storage and the renewables. We're installing pumped hydro storage, more than 1,000 megawatts of pumped hydro storage trying to get online by the same point in time. The biggest challenge that we will have as it comes to trying to implement and match the EPA's guidelines as we work through it today is going to be, what is the load that we have that comes in? Is that all high factor load? Is it all 24/7 load? And if we're working through it, what is the timeline of deploying the rest of that? There's no margin of error from a supply chain perspective, a labor perspective, and a construction and interconnection siting perspective. Those are all the challenges we have trying to get it accomplished.
Thank you. I appreciate. Sure. It would probably be quick since I have
Real
colleagues.
quick, I just wanted to say that we too have two issues. One, we're prematurely trying to close the plants. The second thing is we're seeing a phenomenal amount of growth, more growth than we've seen in the last 2 decades on our system, and it's heavy manufacturing that's coming back onshoring in the United States, and we're going to have to build for that too.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements.
Thank you. You know, I hear a lot of concerns, and one observation about them is that they tend to assume nothing else changes in 2 ways. One, that the EPA isn't listening, and that these kind of concerns that are being expressed aren't being taken seriously, and that's very much not what I just heard from the principal deputy administrator, that talked to us about which specific pieces of the timeline, which specific units are going to struggle, right? So to me, there will be, we're not static on that front. And then the second way in which there's an assumption that nothing else is going to change is that FERC's not doing its job. And as I said this morning, FERC has a robust set of tools in its toolbox to modernize the grid, and regardless of this EPA rule, if we don't take these actions near term, the electricity system's going to be in trouble because it's old and it's outdated, and we're running like a VHS grid for a Hulu and Netflix society, and it's not going to work. So we have tools, and I want to ask about those as well. So I'll start with on the EPA front. Sue, you have so much experience to bring to the table, and I enjoyed starting to read your report yesterday. Can you talk a little bit more about how you see the flexibility aspects playing out, the flexibility for states and the flexibility on the timelines, other lessons learned that would come forward?
Yeah, I appreciate the states are eager to have more guidance, and I heard the principal deputy administrator saying that they were working on that and will continue to do so. Flexibility with regard to potentially looking at mass versus rate-based approaches, looking at trading approaches for emissions reductions. So states may have the opportunity, and the EPA has asked for comments on those things. The way in which EPA has looked at the operating horizons or these lead times prior to announced closures or announced retirements, along with the expectations of different categories of gas plants associated with how often they're operating, and coal plants in the same way. Already we are seeing the coal fleet moving into those patterns of operations, which are very low capacity factors for a very large portion of the fleet that is being driven not by these EPA regulations, but by market realities with natural gas prices. And so there are a number of flexibilities. The report that I just finished, I know you'll just love looking at all of those tools that I identified that have been available in the past and are looking to be available in the future.
Yeah, and one thing it did say as a follow-up, can you help us put it in context, the impact of this rule? I think Commissioner Christie asked this question earlier, relevant to the changes you see coming. How much of an impact will this set of affected supply resources and changes to them and potential retirements of some of them have on system reliability?
Yeah, I heard the EPA team talking about the baseline, and the baseline is a world in which there is significant adoption of renewable energy and storage, and that's being very much driven by market economics and public policy, including by the states and the federal government. But moreover, the work that you have entertained here at FERC with NERC to look at and ask the industries to think about the gas-electric coordination problems. In my opinion, the gas-electric coordination problems are way bigger than the incremental effect of this rule. So, and that is based on many, many hours herding cats, wonderful cats at the NASB process. that is real today. It must be addressed today. I am so appreciative of the attention and spotlight that NERC and FERC have been placing on that. More work needs to be done on that. And I wish there were that being discussed this afternoon in terms of the importance of the changes underway.
Thank you. Well, we're appreciative of you and Pat Wood and Bob G's work on that front. On the tools front, on what is FERC responsible for, we have jurisdiction over retirement planning. So maybe it needs to speed up. Maybe it needs to be noticed earlier. Maybe there needs to be an anticipatory planning process related to potential retirements. There are lots of things that are within the Commission's jurisdiction. We are responsible for ensuring that market changes are just and reasonable and non-discriminatory. We have responsibility over, once you get to transmission development, we have responsibility more in the near term over getting more efficiency out of our existing system. So there's a tremendous set of tools that is incumbent upon this commission to ensure we are using. And then there is also robust transmission planning, which seems to be critical. And the timelines, not every transmission line takes 18 years, to Rick's point. But I have a question for you, Rick. Can you talk more about the modeling that's getting used on this rule, and then also the modeling that falls within the grid planners and FERC's jurisdiction, and those other tools, whether they be market or system planning, that help to move the ball forward and facilitate the reliability as this rule and others come into play?
Yeah, sure. I guess I would say that I spend a lot of time at the states helping them with IRP modeling, and that's exactly, Michelle sort of talked about how there's these new resources show up, and that's exactly the purpose of IRP planning, right, is to sort of identify new resources, identify retirements. I think one of the things that the commission could do on this topic would be better generator replacement processes. I think there's a lot of opportunity to use the really valuable interconnection at some of these. If these older plants are going to retire, there's a very valuable interconnection, and some organized markets have really good generator replacement policies. Some don't have such a good policy. So I think that's part of the planning that really needs to help. And I think we're also sort of pushing that planning happens in the IRP process. Like if states are looking forward far ahead and understand that retirements are coming, that they can then plan for replacement resources. And one other sort of topic on this, it might be interesting, Europe does this really interesting resource adequacy assessment. There's a national resource adequacy assessment. Right now NERC does a fantastic job of kind of rolling up resource adequacy assessments from each of the EROs, right? But there isn't really a national look. And that could be something that NERC or the commission looked at more carefully, what's happening with a more comprehensive look at resource adequacy.
Thanks. Do I have time to let them answer this question? Emily, and then.
If we ended soon, we'd be pretty close to time. So I think maybe one more question.
Okay, no more questions, just letting Emily.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I will say that 2/3 of this rule actually address existing units, and so the primary regulator is actually going to be the states, and they actually have to set these standards on a unit-by-unit basis. EPA's proposal are actually just presumptively approvable standards, and so to the extent that states need help assessing the reliability impacts of any of the proposed retirements, I think FERC and NERC and others with expertise should be available to help them make those determinations and then set standards and timelines that make sense.
Mr. Christie.
I want to ask Mr. Campbell and Mr. Olson, because you both represent different forms of public power, member-owned co-ops. I think you're a state subdivision in Arizona, but you're public power in one form or another. And I asked Mr. Goffman if they'd analyzed how many plants would be able to finance compliance under two models. One, markets, and the second was rate-based. But you all don't. You have different funding models because
we're rate base.
Well, but your members, you're not stockholder owned, your members. So just both of you respond to how I think you're a generation owning co-op, and obviously I know SRP owns generation. How would you finance compliance, and how would you run it through to your customers? Because we know that's who always ends up paying.
So if I can go first, we borrow from the government Rural Utility Services, and we've already talked to them about financing, and they said that they would step to the plate and finance that. Obviously, we'll have to build our equity up. Our equity, we keep at about 20% because we don't want to hold the stockholders, which are the people at the end of the line's money, but we're going to have to build that up because we're going to have a huge build potentially $1.5 to $2 billion. From an end consumer perspective, there's going to be a lot of end consumers that can't afford it, and we're going to have to do something to help those people afford this.
When it comes to SRP, I spoke of fairly aggressive expansion plans with respect to our system. And we recognize that the way that we would plan on financing that is through a combination of SRP-owned assets as well as looking for partnership of developers and others who are willing to put their own capital into the space. And that really functions through two different recovery mechanisms from a pricing perspective. The way that we're thinking about this is the assets that actually contribute specifically to reliability that will represent those no-regret strategies long-term. Those are the assets that we would likely be looking at moving into rate base and financing. And we have a variety of financing mechanisms to work through. We've not analyzed the specific risk of financing with respect to the compliance of this, but we've been successful in going forward in financing for similar type of assets, including new generation and transmission.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Actually, did you have anything else? Anybody?
Thanks, Chairman. I think that takes us to our time limit here. And we'll take another 5-minute break to do a panel change and reconvene at 3:36.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Vandenberg. I'm the Deputy Director of the Commission's Office of Electrical Reliability. Thank you for being here today and sticking with us as we are in the home stretch. The good news is we have saved the best for last. So I'll be moderating this panel, and our next discussion will focus on perspectives from regional, state, and local regulatory entities. We'll introduce each panelist and give them an opportunity to provide opening remarks. I am not quite as strict as my boss, David Ortiz, so let's say approximately 2 to 3 minutes. And so let me introduce our esteemed panel here. First, we have Commissioner Julie Fedorchak with the North Dakota Public Service Commission. Second, we have Miles Keogh, Executive Director of the National Association of Clean Air Agencies. We also have Mary Throne, Chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission, here on behalf of the Western Interconnection Regional Advisory Body, also known as WIRAB. Will Torr, Executive Director of the Colorado Energy Office. And then Judge Jamal Hudson, Commissioner, Virginia State Service Commission. Thank you for all being with us today. Mr. Chairman, unless you had anything else, we could move into opening statements for our panelists. All right, please proceed.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much. Commissioner Danley and Christie and all of the other veterans in the room, thank you for your service as we come upon Veterans Day. I wanted to acknowledge you. If you would indulge me, I want to make a couple comments and observations from this morning's discussion on reliability. Just a few brief ones. First of all, sometimes in this job, you get so deep into the weeds with things, it helps to step back sometimes and look at things from a bigger picture. So I'm just struck when we're talking about these reliability challenges that in a nation that is so blessed with an abundant array of affordable, reliable energy resources like America is, it really doesn't seem plausible that we should ever fall short. Like, yes, we have storms, yes, there's power outages, that's gonna happen, but not having enough should never happen, ever. So we have to, that is a crisis in leadership that all of us face. I include myself as a state regulator, and we have to fix that. The fact that 2/3 of the nation is facing a reality where we might not have enough, that just can't be. So, Commissioner Clements, I really appreciate your focus on solutions. Yes, there are solutions. We spent the morning hearing about the pace of new building, the pace of retirements, the pace of adapting the decades-old planning principles, the pace of developing new technologies to replace existing baseload resources, the pace of harmonizing the gas-electric industries. All of those things, we have our hands full. And I've spent most of my time with the RTOs and MISO, and yeah, there are solutions, but the one thing we need more than anything else is patience, because this stuff is complicated and it's going to take some time. So Jim Robb this morning, I want to talk about the EPA rules a little bit. Jim Robb this morning said the country hasn't proven its ability to build new infrastructure, and we need to fix that, and we need to retain what we have. I agree with him, and I think the EPA rules definitely pose a big challenge to the second part of that in terms of retaining what we have. There might not be a huge impact immediately on the retirement decisions, but it is definitely a chilling effect on anybody looking to invest in any new fossil fuel resources when there's that many question marks out there about what the regulatory climate might look like. Not in the long term, we're talking 5 years. So that's a big issue there. These rules come on top of the already pretty stringent rules on coal. We got to take all of them into consideration at once. The existing rules impact 110 gigawatts of fossil fuel resources in our nation. 110 gigawatts, that's more than the entire MISO peak demand during Storm Uri. 110 gigawatts is impacted by the existing rules, not the greenhouse gas rule. So that has a serious effect. We have to look at all of these rules in combination. In terms of the best system emission reduction analysis, I don't think the EPA's analysis reflects reality. You heard the folks talk eloquently about that earlier, so I won't go on. But I do believe, if you were to have to comply with CCS by 2030, you'd have to start planning now. We have 2 projects in our state, North Dakota, and we have storage right there. And they will be lucky to have those projects up and running and proven by 2030. So that's a very tight timeline. And then in terms of the cost, my final issue. When I read some of the EPA documents when they were releasing the rule, one thing really struck me. A quote, they said, the power sector has a broad set of tools to deploy clean, affordable energy, take advantage of ready-to-go advanced pollution technology, create and retain good-paying jobs, and reduce energy costs for families and businesses. Now, you can debate many of the things in that quote, but to suggest that this rule or the energy transition as a whole is going to reduce costs, energy costs for Americans, that's just irresponsible. That is not what we're looking at. And we can't keep promising that to people. As an economic regulator who's elected, I go to the grocery store and I hear from people when I'm picking out apples about their energy costs rising. People notice this. It is not going to be cheaper for anyone. And reducing costs suggests that it is. So we have to be honest with the folks about what we're facing here, and we have to be real in terms of the timelines. And with that, I'll close and look forward to your questions later.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Keo.
Friends, thank you so much. Chairman Phillips, Commissioner Christie, it's such a delight to be back with my NERC people. I've really missed you guys. Commissioner Danley, Commissioner Clements, thank you so much for having me, and to the FERC staff for making today possible. I'm Miles Keogh. I get the corner office at the National Association of Clean Air Agencies, which is like NERC, but it's for the 157 state and local and territorial agencies that implement and enforce the Clean Air Act. I just want to note the views that I'm expressing today are my own, and they shouldn't be taken to reflect the views of all the NACA member agencies. So EPA sets a target through its BSER process, but Section 111 of the Clean Air Act vests our member agencies with the responsibility to develop the state plans under EPA's rule. I know everyone in this room agrees that the power sector's transition away from contributing to the climate crisis must be both swift and skillful. While the Clean Air Act has been a runaway success story, the climate crisis has the potential to reverse some of these gains. 2023 is already shaping up to be the hottest year in 125,000 years. Longer, hotter ozone seasons and wildfires imperil our ability to attain and maintain the national ambient air quality standards. And 1 in 3 Americans are already living in areas that don't meet those standards for healthy, clean air. So this is work that's not yet finished. However, this proposed EPA regulation is not the only or even the main driver of the energy transition, which we've been talking about at length today. There's data from several states, and I won't steal Colorado's thunder here, that showed that the least cost pathways forward are delivering deep decarbonization. NACA filed consensus comments from our 157 clean air agencies on EPA's proposal in August 2023. NACA recommended that states be given clear signals in a final rule for the flexibilities in our state plans that would address the unknowns of implementation. We called for 3 broad types of flexibilities. First, presumptively approvable approach flexibilities, things like trading and averaging, mass and rate-based trading, and where necessary, the kind of enforcement discretion that goes beyond just the rule-off provisions that are described in the rule. Second, except in as much as they might reduce the protectiveness of the emission reduction pathway of the rule. We're environmental regulators, so what we care about is the emission reductions pathway and maintaining the stringency and consistency of it. Second, planning flexibilities that allow state plans to change and utility plans to change without undue regulatory burdens. Third, compliance pathway flexibilities, such as extending the compliance pathways offered to some technologies for them to be fuel neutral so that they avoid unintended consequences. We also sought sufficient time and resources in order to do the job, especially to enable meaningful engagement with the most vulnerable communities. As I loved hearing this morning, as we change the mindset in the power sector family from thinking strictly about capacity to thinking about energy adequacy, states will need your help to ensure that our progress in that regard does not undermine the protectiveness and effectiveness of the emission reductions that we need to address the climate crisis. I think the provisions and flexibilities that NACA has called for with EPA in our comments on the rule allow for state plans that meet the moment. But I think we need to really keep talking together so that we can achieve the reliability goals that we must have, and we can also achieve the emission reductions that are absolutely imperative. Thank you for this opportunity to talk today, and I'm looking forward to a continued conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Chairman Thrum?
Thank you. Ooh. I have a little bit of a cold, so I'm punting questions to my fellow panelists. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, FERC staff. As you already know, I am here on behalf of YRAB, not the state of Wyoming, and I won't say the full name of YRAB again. It's easier than CREPC, Commissioner Christie, I think. But I'm going to speak more generally about what's happening in the West and our concerns about reliability, and just focus on three key and I hope quick messages. First, the policy and regulations impacting reliability. NERC has identified energy policy, as you know, as a significant risk in its 2023 reliability risk priorities. Proposed regulations such as EPA's greenhouse gas standards for fossil fuel-fired electric generating units can have a profound impact on the energy landscape. As states and federal policies pursue decarbonization goals, it is crucial to assess their effects on grid reliability before adoption. And I think that's the discussion we're having here today. To understand the implications of policy and regulatory changes in the Western interconnection, we continue to need long-term studies conducted transparently and independently. The Western Electricity Coordinating Council, and there are folks here from that entity, is well suited for this role, ensuring credibility and trust in their findings. These studies should assess potential challenges, vulnerabilities, and opportunities arising from policy changes and involving all stakeholders, including regulators, utilities, grid operators, and the public. Continuous monitoring of policy effects on grid reliability is vital, and regulatory authorities should engage with sister agencies to assess proposed policy impacts proactively. Educating public officials, including elected officials, about grid reliability, complexities, and policy implications is essential. And I might add, challenging. I'm going off script here, but it's a challenge for us in Wyoming. We have legislators who are concerned and ask a lot of questions, but my answer to them is, well, it's complicated. They say to me, well, Mary, we don't want to hear that, So it's a challenge to explain the complexities in ways that are meaningful to those who have to make the public policy. So YRAB collaborates with WEC to provide data that informs regulators and policymakers about potential reliability impacts of energy policymaking. Also in the West, we have a robust discussion, I think as all of you know, on resource adequacy programs and expanding markets. Traditionally, Western electric utilities relied on bilateral wholesale electricity markets for capacity and energy exchange to leverage resource diversity. However, with coal unit retirements and increased electricity demand, the surplus capacity is diminished, making resource trading more complex. And so we have two solutions emerging in the West. The Western Power Pool is implementing the Western Resource Adequacy Program, aiming to support capacity and energy exchange across the West. California, always on its own, has its own resource adequacy program, and we're hoping to optimize capacity and energy exchange to promote cost-effective power supply. Organized markets are expanding in the Western interconnection with real-time and day-ahead markets in development. These reforms, many believe, can enhance reliability and improve situational awareness. We've had WEC studies that suggest expanding real-time markets into the day-ahead time frame could reduce load variability and improve the coordinated commitment of generating resources. But also, as all of you know, we have a wide variety of viewpoints in and among the Western states as to markets and the value of markets. Finally, you've had a lot of discussion today about transmission optimization. The reliability of the Western Interconnections grid depends on optimizing and expanding its transmission infrastructure, especially with changing policies impacting the resource mix. And we continue to focus on regional collaboration and coordination the way the West likes to do it, which means no one can tell us what we are supposed to do. But we continue to collaborate. Questions remain about how new transmission lines should be developed, who should provide the analysis for West-wide needs, and the independence of regional transmission planning entities. Transparency and unbiased information are lacking, which is why YRAB encourages FERC to support a Western interconnection-wide transmission study that goes beyond traditional planning requirements. This study can provide insights into joint interregional transmission planning needs. In conclusion, addressing reliability risks in the Western interconnection is, I'm going to use this word, complex, and requires regional coordination. Long-term studies, resource adequacy, expanding markets, and transmission optimization are vital components of ensuring a reliable and resilient energy infrastructure in the face of evolving policies and regulations. But we must engage proactively to safeguard grid reliability and promote a sustainable energy future. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chair Throne. Mr. Torr.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Will Torr, and I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Energy Office. It's great to be able to be here with you today. I'd like to share our state's perspective on the trajectory of power generation in Colorado, how the EPA's proposed rule is consistent with that trajectory, and considerations that will be important to both affordability and reliability as the EPA finalizes the rule. Colorado is well on its way towards deep decarbonization of our electric system. What has enabled this transition is a dramatic decline in the cost of wind and solar and the increasing skill of our utilities in effectively integrating renewables. We have a strong working partnership with our utilities focused on the three pillars of affordability, reliability, and emission reductions. Under adopted electric resource plans, the last coal plant in the state will retire by the end of 2030, and GHG emissions will decline 84 to 87% below 2005 levels. Our office recently contracted for modeling performed by Ascend Analytics of pathways to 2040. We asked them to model the lowest cost mix of resources needed to reliably meet projected 2040 load under a high electrification scenario. In that lowest cost scenario, our grid achieves 98.5% emission reduction by 2040, adding significant amounts of wind, solar, and batteries, while retaining a gas generation fleet approximately the same size as today. By 2040, wind, solar, and batteries provide the vast majority of electricity, while the gas units play a very important reliability role, but provide less than 2% of generation. By 2032, only one gas unit is projected to approach a 20% capacity factor. And by 2038, no unit is projected to have a capacity factor over 11%. Simply by minimizing costs to consumers, we will likely meet EPA's requirements, since all coal plants in the state will be retired, and we're projecting that no gas plant will have a capacity factor that triggers the EPA requirements for hydrogen or CCS. We do believe that it will be important, as the EPA finalizes the rules, to ensure maximum flexibility for states to comply in the most cost-effective manner. We urge EPA to maximize the ability of states to use trading, mass or rate-based averaging, and other approaches. This should include an ability for states to recognizing the changing use of existing gas plants over time. In order to minimize any potential impact on reliability, EPA should consider rules for state plans that allow demonstration with rule requirements based on actual operating information rather than strict permit restrictions, allow use of modeling data in the initial state plan development, along with ongoing reporting of operating data to ensure that emissions are on track to meet requirements, and to consider allowing multi-year averages for demonstration of compliance as a way to account for unexpected system reliability conditions in any one year. We believe that the most important steps that FERC can take to assure reliability in the context of the EPA rules are really to continue to take actions to speed up interconnection, improve long-term transmission planning, and support the build-out of interregional transmission. One thing that was clear in our planning efforts was that one of the limitations that we face is the ability to participate in large-scale power exchanges either to the east or to the west due to transmission constraints. And with that, again, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Tor. Judge Hudson.
Thank you, everyone. And before I begin, I'd like to personally thank Chairman Phillips and the commissioners for having me here today. I'm Jamal Hudson, Chairman of the Virginia State Corporation Commission. The Virginia State Corporation Commission is an independent economic regulator that protects the public interest. As many of you know, before I was elected to the commission, I spent 10 years here at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, managing policy issues, including working with Congress as FERC's Director of Government Affairs. I continue to feel a strong commitment to public service, and I'm sincerely grateful to be in my current position, which I've thoroughly enjoyed. State commissions must ensure that the public has access to reliable and affordable service. And I can say at a very high level that the commission continues to implement our authority under the statute in a manner that implements the General Assembly's intent and that protects consumers who expect reliable and affordable service. I work very hard to follow the statutes enacted by the General Assembly, and where given discretion, I strive to apply the law and regulations to balance the interests between the consumers and utilities when it comes to the economic concerns of the Commonwealth. Now, in Virginia, energy policy is set by the state legislature, and our role at the commission is to implement that energy policy that has been established by the Virginia General Assembly. For example, the commission continues to implement the requirements of the Virginia Clean Economy Act while best protecting consumers who expect reliable and affordable service. The Virginia Clean Economy Act, which our legislature enacted in 2020, sets out various requirements relative to the energy transition in Virginia that mainly applies to our two largest investor-owned utilities. The overall goal of the VCEA is to reduce Virginia's carbon emissions to zero by 2045. The utilities, however, may petition the commission for relief from these requirements if they're concerned that retiring a carbon-emitting facility on the basis that the requirements would threaten the reliability or security of electric service to customers. The Virginia State Corporation Commission also regularly prepares legislative studies and reports as directed by statute. In its 2023 session, our state legislature passed a law requiring the commission to include in one of our annual reports any information concerning the reliability impacts of generation unit additions and retirement determinations by our jurisdictional utilities. But with all that being said, the most important consideration of all is the consumer. Consumers expect reliable and affordable service, and their expectations are growing as their dependency grows. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Hudson. With that, we've reached the Q&A portion. Mr. Chairman, I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you to all the panelists, regulators, and commissioners, policymakers. You know, it's interesting. I always look forward to this panel. It is the most refreshing conversation because it's familiar. You know, and then, Commissioner, you make a great point. I remember well the spirited conversations I've had in grocery stores across the District of Columbia with folks. They know you, and you guys are closest to the ground, the activity that we're doing. So what happens here impacts you directly. And so one of the things I want to talk about is the impact of this rule. What you think about it? Do you think it will have a reliability impact? And in particular, I'll start with you, Mr. Keogh. You raised the idea of, you know, lots of concerns, you know, timing, reliability concerns. You also talked about a reliability exemption, and you argued against a reliability exemption. And so I would like to hear from you. Why do you argue against it? And then I'd like to expand that to the rest of the panel to see if you have any comments on whether or not a reliability exemption is a good idea.
All right, thank you so much for that question. What a great question. Let me start by saying NACA did not argue against a reliability exemption. We talked about within our 157 agency Thanksgiving meal over this, whether we should explicitly call for one. And we chose not to explicitly call for one for a number of reasons. One is there are already a number of flexibility mechanisms that ensure reliability on the books. And second, there are a number of flexibility mechanisms that we did call for that are, and that should enable states to develop plans that advance their needs. And third, because reliability is not our swim lane, it's your swim lane. So for us to explicitly call for one feels like us getting out of our wagon and getting into yours. So there's a difference between calling for one and calling against one and simply staying out of it, and that's actually what NACA did in that space. I will say there are the concerns that Commissioners Danley and Christie raised today are things that we're worried about too. The things that the folks from the previous panel that they raised about losing resources, those are things that the air regulators are worried about as well. Commissioner Fedorchak nailed it when she said nobody should be in a situation of want in a country with so much. But we're also trying to solve a bunch of different problems at once. And I don't think the EPA rule is the main thing that's forcing us into a situation of want. And we need to work together so that y'all can provide those forming air policies with what we need to know so that we can skillfully implement those so that we don't inadvertently, the last thing we want to do, create reliability challenges. And so we're going to need to keep talking.
Thank you. Chairman Hudson.
Thank you, Chairman. The question that you're asking is a very tough one, and like most things, it depends. It may depend on what compliance pathways utilities may choose to follow. It may depend on retiring a unit ahead of schedule or incurring retrofit costs to comply with new standards. It may depend on the deployment of new generation facilities to replace retiring units. Of course, and there's been talk about this earlier about integrating new resources onto the grid and the challenges there. It may depend on newer technologies, as mentioned, such as carbon capture sequestration and hydrogen, which is referenced to the rule. But I think the impact of reliability will depend on the technology that is needed to support the large amounts of inverter-based generation that's going to go into the grid. I think also maintaining reliability may depend on transmission owners and their ability to build or deploy substantial amounts of transmission to move power over long distances. But I will say that these issues and concerns and factors are not exhaustive. The bottom line is that reliability could be very, very challenging if we're not careful. Everyone needs to keep their eyes on this issue. I'm well aware, and I think we're all aware, of the comments that PJM and other RTOs have filed into the record, and how they express their concerns about reliability as it relates to this rule. And I think we need to take those concerns very seriously. To me, maintaining reliability is job number one. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful answer, Chairman. Commissioner.
Thank you. So mine is similar to Jamal, but a little different. I think the question is, when would that signal come? And that makes all the difference in the world. Are you going to identify that, immediately upon the rule being finalized? At what point are those units identified and by whom? Because as a state regulator, I feel like we're looking at these things now and making decisions for the units that, could be running for 10, 15 years or replacements for them today. So having this layer of uncertainty on top of that for all of the choices for replacing dispatchable units right now, which the choices are pretty limited, it just creates a huge question mark. And I think, that I feel like the reliability must run is a little bit of a, oh, this is how we're going to take care of it. We're just going to say we're going to have, reliability. This one gets to stay, and so nobody should worry about reliability. And I feel like it's just not that simple.
You raise fair points. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Fedorchak just made most of my points. But I would just add that we look at system reliability, and the preamble to the regs, as I believe Ms. Bloodworth said, refer to a reliability event. I don't know what a reliability event is because we want a reliable system. So the mechanics of a reliability exemption, I think, as Commissioner Fedorchak said, are sort of a concern to me. How would that work? Would the Wyoming DEQ ask us before they close something at the Public Service Commission? It's just that it would really have to be fleshed out to be workable. And again, we look at system reliability, not so much on a case-by-case basis.
So from a Colorado perspective, I think we really are not worried about reliability impacts from the rule. As I described, given the nature of the energy transition in Colorado, we do not see a significant impact from the rule on operation of generating units in Colorado. I can't speak on behalf of other states and certainly recognize that we are in a favorable position from a resource perspective as one of a relatively small number of states with access to both good solar and good wind resources without needing long-distance transmission to access those. With that said, I do believe that one of the most important elements of assuring reliability as the rule moves forward really is around the flexibility that is granted to states as they develop their plans. I think it is clearly easier to both minimize costs and maintain reliability when this is managed at the system level to achieve the same level of emissions reductions rather than with strict plant-by-plant requirements, and that the EPA should maximize the ability of states to manage at that system level.
Just a quick follow-up. If I recall from your testimony, you actually think that you can exceed the deadlines put forth in the proposed rule. And I'm just want to make sure that, just clarify for me, how are you doing this?
So the transition that we're on right now, we were a very coal-heavy state. We had about 68% of our electricity coming from coal in 2010. We're now down at about 36%. Essentially, all of that replacement has been from renewables. So about 40% now comes from wind and solar. Under our currently adopted resource plan for our largest utility, Xcel Energy, will be at about 80% renewable by 2028. And we're simply continuing along that trajectory where the availability of low-cost wind and solar resources is allowing us to retire high-cost legacy coal assets and essentially make the transition at very low cost to customers. As we look out into the 2030s, we anticipate simply continuing that trajectory with larger additions of storage, primarily 4 and 8 hour batteries, although we think that the one somewhat speculative technology in there that is not as mature as 100-hour batteries. We're very excited about the potential of things like the iron air batteries that we will be testing in the Pueblo area. But basically, it doesn't require technologies that we don't already understand how to operate and don't have a pretty clear understanding of their costs. The biggest issues that we see really are around the ability to deploy those renewable resources quickly enough, where we face not really federal challenges, but challenges involving local permitting and siting, and that's a very active area of work in the state, is addressing those local permitting challenges.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm over time, but I just really appreciate you coming and weighing in on this very important discussion. Commissioner Danley.
So going back again to the question I'd asked a couple times before, the assumptions for the EPA rule, and the one that I mentioned in the past was that one of the assumptions built in was that the EPA could rely upon the good offices of the state PUCs and the markets to have orderly retirements. And I'm just wondering how likely you think, if the plan is implemented, that the retirements are going to be orderly based on the authorities that you wield and the consequences of the rule. First to Commissioner Fedorchuk.
Thank you, Commissioner Danley. I was hoping you'd ask about retirements. So I listened to Jennifer Curran from MISO talk about this morning, and I understand the predicament they're in, because MISO sees what's going on. They see the retirement trajectory outpacing the new resources. And the most they can do is say, this is a problem, we need more dispatchable resources. But the states at MISO have their own integrated resource planning and hold very dearly to their planning prerogatives. And so what I feel like needs to happen to correct this transition and create an orderly, more orderly retirement trajectory is, MISO, FERC, none of you, you're all gonna run up into something if you try to tell states you can't retire that. That's gonna be a problem. So, but MISO and grid operators, they can require that the utilities in their zones bring certain resources to the table. They have those abilities. And so I think it needs to go to the interconnection process where you're bringing on or taking off resources. We need to start requiring that the resources that come on bring the attributes, they all have to have the same attributes or similar attributes or a package of attributes. I think if we could go back in time and understand at scale what happens when you bring on large numbers of renewables, you would do that 15 years ago, but we didn't know. We didn't know with the impact of 30%, 40%, 50% penetration, what that was going to have. We didn't know how much these existing baseload resources were doing. We didn't know what they were bringing to the grid. Well, somebody did, but not probably the market analysts. So I think that's where we need the correction in order to get the retirements at pace. But you heard Jennifer talk about this attributes initiative. They've been working on that for 5 years. Just identifying what the attributes are. Then you've got to quantify them. Then you have to identify, what numbers you need, when, and it's exceedingly complicated. So I think what you guys are doing, looking at the queue and what MISO could do with the queue requiring resources to interconnect with certain attributes is maybe the simplest way. North Dakota has looked at that, firming kind of resources. But in our state, it didn't make any sense because we have a lot of baseload resources already. And we are an export state, so we're producing way more than we need. We couldn't address this issue just on a state level, but on a region-wide level, it really makes sense, and I think is the key to the retirement piece.
Chairman, do you have anything to add on this?
Well, in Wyoming, we're not in an RTO or anywhere close to ever being in an RTO. So we have pretty strong state authority over retirements. The challenge is similar to North Dakota, of course, is that.
And of course, I am primarily making these comments about RTOs, but you
right.
Go with the panel members you have, and so,
right,
I'm asking you what you think about the state powers.
So we've put statutes in place that give us quite a bit of authority over retirements, and so we'll at least have something to say when one is proposed. The challenge, again, getting back to one of my big themes across the West, is you have competing state policies. So Oregon and Washington, where a lot of our power goes, in California, they have mandates to exit coal in varying time frames. So that's just the challenge we face. But I can't answer your RTO questions.
Right.
And I hope never to be able to answer your RTO questions.
Judge Hudson. This is because he was at FERC for so long.
Not a problem.
Apologies for that. It should be more formal.
Well, Commissioner Danley, what I'll just say quickly in the interest of time is that I think entities need the authority that's availed to themselves to take action if there are reliability challenges as we try to implement this rule. I know that, of course, it would be helpful for more coordination between federal agencies and stakeholders to meet and speak more frequently, and also just making sure we're monitoring the progress as far as states implementing the rule. But overall, I think that anything that can help as far as giving the entities the authority they need to address the reliability challenges would be extremely helpful.
So I only have one other question, and this is just to inform me generally. I obviously, you're talking before about other people's wagons. I don't deal with the state-level air offices. Just in broad strokes, how closely do the state and local air offices deal with the state PUCs? I'm just curious how close the coordination is on this stuff.
I think it varies, but it's usually pretty close.
Okay.
We have, not just because I like the NERC people, we have a really close relationship with NERC. In the run-up to the EPA's issuance of proposal and development of comments, we spoke extensively with EEI. We really tried to unpack this very closely with them. We've talked to the RTOs. We've tried to talk to the vulnerable communities and green groups as well. But really, I think in particular, I don't mean to be throwing a special, loaf of bread at EEI, but they really went out of their way to help us understand what their concerns were, hear what our concerns were, and that was all prior to the development of comments that went into EPA, which is unusual, which I think reflects how seriously both they and we are taking this.
Okay, I appreciate it. Sir, did you have something to add on that?
Yeah, I was just going to add that in my experience, there is very close coordination. And in the Colorado context, we have statutory requirement that our air regulators have to review the electric resource plans that are adopted by our Public Utilities Commission and provide comment into them. And there's a very strong working relationship between the PUC regulatory process and a variety of area regulatory processes that impact power generation.
How about the reverse? If the Colorado Air Office is going to promulgate something, do they have to consult mandatorily with the PUC to see what the consequences are going to be?
There is not the same statutory requirement, but in practice, it always happens.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Clements?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. For perhaps the first time in our collective terms, Commissioner Danley stole my question. Yeah. And maybe I'm just tired, but I don't have any other questions right now. So I guess I'll ask it one question generically, and I was going to start with you, Miles, since you have a more perspective over more states. How do the states go about this? Give us more color about, you've asked for these, I'm impressed there was consensus comments. You asked for these flexibilities. What happens next when this rule gets handed down?
It depends on what's in the rule. This question that Commissioner Danley's asking about, will the retirements be orderly? Ho Chi Minh was asked whether the American Revolution was a success, and he said it's too soon to tell. I think it depends on what comes out of the rule. It depends on how things, what signals are sent through the rule to the states about the flexibilities that they are given in developing their plans. I think one big piece of the orderly question is that y'all have agency here, that there's going to be an opportunity when states are developing state plans in response to EPA's final rule. To provide them with reliability modeling, to provide them with support, to provide them with insight, whether there are flexibilities like mass and rate-based trading and averaging, enforcement discretion, clear signals about rule-off. I don't think the states are going to be super adventurous about proposing things to EPA that they don't have signals from EPA are going to be acceptable. They're not going to just throw spaghetti against the wall. Yeah. But if they have those things, and if organizations like the RTOs, like NERC and FERC, can supply them with clear signals about the prudential way to effect retirement, then I think there's a good shot that we're going to see something much more orderly than a worst-case scenario.
Great, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Christie?
Miles, I think it was Zhou Enlai, and I think it was the French Revolution.
Commissioner Christie, of course you're right. As soon as you said it, you're right. I always defer to Commissioner Christie.
Okay. Miles was the go-to guy in NERC, and I want to tell you what the go-to was for, but miss not having you there. But anyway, you're doing great, Miles. Still the same guy, but get the history right. But, at this stage of the day, and I know most everybody here, it's hard to get anything tough questioning. But I just want to note a few things about great statements from everybody. Great statements from everybody. And Julie, I want to note that Julie Fedorchak is going to be president of NERC in a few days. So I want to recognize that, incoming president.
Speaking today on behalf of myself, however.
What?
Speaking today on behalf of myself, however.
Right, of course. Exactly. It's hard to speak on behalf of NERC. It's like today is a day. We all agree on that. Some. Okay. And no Mary from going out west into the Krebsy YRAB, so, and hope you get better. Jamal, Jamal came to the Virginia Commission about the same time I went to the FERC. It was like a baseball trade. And I always tell people that, the Virginia Commission came out way ahead on that one, for sure. But I just want to say, your opening statement was great, and I'm just proud as a former Virginia Commissioner that you ended your statement by emphasizing how important it is in the Virginia Commission that we put consumers first. And I was really pleased to hear that. And you drank the Kool-Aid, man, and that's great, because that is the culture of our commission. Put the consumers first, and I was just so glad to hear you say that. Subsequently, I want to follow up, though, and the chairman asked you about the, I guess, the reliability exception or whatever term you want to use, and you mentioned our law in Virginia, with the Clean Energy Act, which does have what I call the safety valve. And if you just tell more about that, I mean, as I understand the law, if there's a reliability unit that you think as a commission is just simply essential to reliability, the utility comes to you and says, this unit really, we can't shut it down. Can you tell more about, I mean, because I think it's a really good feature of the law. I call it a safety valve, but from a reliability standpoint, it seems to me it gives you, the commission, the Virginia Commission, a way to basically save the day.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And maybe the best way I can probably explain it is just maybe more of our process and procedures as a utility would come and actually make such a filing. And I think what will happen is that if a utility has some concerns about reliability, again, they would petition the commission to file an application before us. And what we would do at the commission, without getting more into the substantive aspects of it, is that we will hold a proceeding. All parties will come in, and what we do is that we look at the pursuant applicable laws, as well as the finding of fact, and make a decision based on the support of evidence in the record. But to your point, the reliability safety valve, which is, I know, something that was actually discussed in the first Clean Power Plan as well, about actually addressing it, I think it's a very important tool that's needed and should be considered as we actually move forward with this rule as well. But to your point, in Virginia, we actually have that similar mechanism that can be used if a utility comes before us to make that claim.
Right, and and when I look at that and think about the Virginia law, and I think that's a really good provision. And I know, Julie, you mentioned it's tough to extrapolate that to a broader scale. When would you do it? I know, but I think that one thing that could be done, I'm going to mention this to Mr. Goffman when we talk again, is you could take the principle embodied in the Virginia law, and you could let the system operators, both RTO and non-RTO, potentially name a unit as, just like they name an RMR unit, as a reliability unit, and that would trigger an exemption from the regulation, on the same principle that the Virginia law says if it's essential to reliability, it's exempt from the Virginia standards. So it's a possibility. Whether it's workable or not, I mean, I think when you look at solutions, to me that's an idea. Is use that principle in the Virginia law for exemption from the EPA reg if it's a reliability unit that the system operator says we got to have it. We got to have it. Anyone want to react?
So, I mean, I think it's better to have it than not. And I think Emily from EI mentioned in the previous panel, the identification of, units that are needed for reliability. And so I support that. But the reality is a lot of these units aren't just looking at the greenhouse gas rules. They're looking at ozone transfer rules. They're looking at the carbon residuals. They're looking at the good neighbor and the MATS rules. And so, when you look more broadly at what the grid operators are saying, who are looking at the system as a whole and seeing the threats on all of these units kind of layering up, picking one or two to keep, how do you make sense of it in the long term? How do you have this orderly path when you have so many threats coming from so many different ways and people making decisions based on those things that have economic interests? They don't, we've got a unit in North Dakota that is it's a merchant unit, and they are 1,050 megawatts. They have been running at max gen the last 2 serious winter storms. MISO has rated them with a really high capacity rating because they're so valuable. They are seriously threatened with CCR and MATS.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're looking at, okay, what are those investments? And then what's going to happen after that? If I'm going to have, and they're looking at carbon capture and storage. They intend to do that, but can they do it by 2030 to meet the 2040 or whatever? I don't know if I've got all the deadlines right, but you get my point. These are, this is a merchant plant. How do they recover those
I don't think you
costs?
can do it other than with rate-based plants. Because then the financing
Yeah, but then you've got
rate-based.
then you've got commissioners saying, well, we don't want that. That's too expensive. We're gonna, pick a different way. And then you've got okay, well, we'll go with gas. Except for gas is subject to these rules too. So we're gonna put a brand new gas unit in and run it at 20% capacity factor by 2030 or 2032. These are there are real economic considerations that come to the fold here more than anything else that we have to address so that the system is both reliable and affordable, and you have people who want to invest in it.
If I could, I think that there's a great thing that I'm seeing today, which is that this conversation hasn't fallen into a trap. The trap is that we can either have reliability or we can have emission reductions. And, so one side is saying we got to have reliability and the other side saying we got to decarbonize. And what I've seen today is that we haven't fallen into that trap, that we want our cake and to eat it too. We want them both. Anyone who thinks you can't have both doesn't know how to operate a cake, right? So we can have both of those things, I think. But that's why the flexibilities are so important, and how this parlays back to your idea of a reliability exemption is, if that's really the last stand, then what I heard from NACA agencies was, we're not closed to it, but that by using things like averaging and trading, Commissioner Danley's thinking of ways to have cake and eat it too. Two cakes. You use trading, you use averaging, you use all the other flexibility mechanisms at your disposal so that maintaining your units that are higher emitting, that are essential to reliability or important to reliability, that you're getting the emission reductions somewhere else, that you're not compromising the overall benefit of the emission reduction pathway. And I think that's really what we want, is we want to get the emission reductions and we want the reliability. And so we got to continue to have conversations about how do we use those flexibilities to preserve those things as best we can. And then ultimately, if we fall back and we've run out of options for preserving those things, then I think, then it's legitimate to have a very strong conversation about, the emission reductions need to be put on the table, or, something else needs to happen.
I do want the cake at a price I can afford, and I think that's what most people want.
Could I make a follow-up comment / question to Miles? So I like this approach because I'm, a cooperative person, but I wonder, who are the lucky people that get to pay for the unit that costs so much and never runs? Where does that get paid for?
I think that is, I'm so happy to I never want to say this, but I will say I'm so happy that that is not my problem. No, genuinely. When Will was talking about the Colorado experience, having 8,000 megawatts of units that are running 80 or 100 hours and paying their mortgage on those units when they're selling 80 or 800 kilowatt hour windows, you know, like they're selling for those windows, is that enough? And the smartest people in the world, economic regulators, are hereby charged with figuring that out. That's not a me problem, and that's an inevitability of the energy transition regardless of what's happening with this EPA rule. I recognize that's a real question, and you guys got your work cut out for you.
May I follow up on that?
Since I used you as an example, please.
So first, I very much agree with the perspective that the first sort of line of defense and reliability is maximizing that flexibility for states to have flexibility in adopting their plans that allow them to manage it at the system level rather than the individual unit level. That's also, I think, where the economics work. Again, to use the Colorado experience, we can afford to maintain a bunch of gas units that will only be operating a little bit at the time because we are replacing fuel costs, essentially eliminating fuel costs and adding a lot of wind and solar that are in the 2 to 3 cent a kilowatt hour range and a little bit of storage that's more expensive. And when you look at it at the system level, it's cheaper than simply continuing to operate the system the way we do it today.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Tour. I assume when you say it's cheaper, you're talking about to the retail consumer, because I've got to believe that before you get investors in a 20% capacity unit, it's going to be rate-based, and therefore the owners are going to be guaranteed cost recovery, right, plus an ROE.
That is certainly the case.
Right, have to be, because why would anybody invest in a plant that runs 20% of the time, right? So your consumers are going to pay the cost whether it runs or not, because that's the way it works in rate-based.
That's correct, but the total cost that they will be paying includes the cost of the entire system, not only of those units.
And like Miles said, you're not the utility regulator, so you don't have to put that into rates.
That is luckily the case.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to note, Commissioner Clements said it was remarkable that Commissioner Danley stole her question. What's going to be remarkable is when he steals your answer. That's okay.
All right. Oh, it's not my job. Here.
Sure. Any other questions from the commission?
No, I think we've reached the end.
Exactly. All of my questions have been stolen, so I will turn to others on staff. Excellent. All right. With that, any closing? With that, that's the end of this panel. Mr. Chairman, turn to you for any closing remarks.
And I'll just simply thank everybody again. I want to thank staff, the Office of Electric Reliability. We have called on you every single month this year. You have stepped up every month. You're batting 1,000. We appreciate you. We value you. And with that, we are adjourned.
All right. I know.